Three, two, one. What's going on, everyone? It is another Monday night, late night, and it's time to talk late night comics and other nonsense. Joining me, as always, is my partner in crime, RDV. How's it going, RDV?
It's going great. I have my Mountain Dew. I'm well rested. You know,
Mountain Dew. I got my Mountain Dew as well. What kind of Mountain Dew do you got?
original.
Original. You're old school. I got some Code Red.
I'm just the type, hey, if it's not broke, why fix it? I don't need all the fancy colors, the fancy different flavors. I don't need vanilla Coke and all the weird stuff. Just give me original Mountain Dew. That's all I need.
I'm of the opinion of why not have more good things?
You know, what I was thinking the other day. We always talk about how McDonald's is like really make Coca Cola like awesome. Imagine if they did that with Mountain Dew. Just refined it even more. Holy crap! That'd be amazing.
I don't know how you could really make it better. Mountain Dew is
Hey,
the only Mountain Dew is the only one of the sodas where the throwback version with the real sugar, in my opinion, doesn't taste as good.
I like original Mountain Dew with everything that's in there. Yeah, I don't do the real cane sugar. I just do the whatever the fake stuff is in the can.
Yeah,
You know.
the regular Mountain Dew, I got all into the throwback stuff. Like I think the throwback Pepsi is way better than regular Pepsi. The throwback Dr Pepper is ridiculously good. And then
I have
they did
no,
a Mountain Dew one, and I was like, oh, I was all super excited because like, oh, it's gonna be, and I was like, oh, it's not quite as good.
give me the throwback Coca Cola before they ruined it with that clear crap or the new Coke. Give me the original formula.
New Coke was fine. The problem with New Coke was that they got rid of old Coke. I think if they would have introduced New Coke and just had two different ones, it would have been fine.
Coke
I
one,
think,
Coke two.
yeah, I thought New Coke was actually good. The problem was they were like, you can't have the old stuff anymore, and it's like, no, that's not how that works. People got pissed.
Well, yeah. I mean, the point where it's weird. Like, everybody is like just using Coke products now, and at the fast food restaurants, I noticed that it's like, what the heck? Taco Bell so far is the only one to hold out. They'll be like, yeah, we're taking Mountain Dew still. They have Pepsi products, but I
Coke
mean,
was it.
McDonald's has always been Coke products. Like, but Wendy's is Coke products. No, they've been it for a while. Some of the other restaurants are changing. Arby's had switched over a couple years back. Remember that? You know, they have Arby's around you. They used to be all Pepsi, and all of a sudden they got the Coca Cola. This other restaurant by me, it's a huge chain restaurant here, called Culver's. They decided to this year. It's like we're gonna switch to Coke from Pepsi. So I don't know if it's cheaper now to buy Coca Cola products than it is to buy Pepsi products. I have no idea. It's just weird. Like I think there's a conspiracy against Mountain Dew. But I don't know. Like I think Coke outside of McDonald's is ass. It just tastes like you're just getting a full on syrup and that's it. Like it hasn't been the same. Remember
A
growing
lot
up, it
of
was different.
Yeah, it depends
Yeah.
on where you get it. Most of the time, if you go to like convenience stores, it's like ass because they don't calibrate their machines right. Um,
Well, I'm talking about can and bottles. So I just do not like the taste. I've had them. It just doesn't taste right to me.
mm, well, you're a weird. I don't
I
know what to
mean,
say.
when you can clean pennies with Coca Cola, there's something wrong with it. it's,
Well,
it's like
you can clean
ketchup.
pennies with a McDonald's Coke as well. It's not like it's different.
I feel like it's more watered down though. That's why the taste better like, through the McDonald's. Like well, most sodas, you get them through like the vending machines. There obviously there's water and seltzer water in there too. You're not getting the full force. It's like 70% of the soda.
No, there's a very good point to that. I totally prefer drinking soda on ice. Even if I buy soda in a bottle or a can, I pour it over ice because when you just drink it straight, I don't know, it cuts it. And I think that's why fountain machine sodas, in my opinion, are often better when they're calibrated right. That is not like the shitty
Yeah,
7-Eleven ones where you go in and it's like they're using like half as much syrup as they're supposed to because they're trying to pinch pennies.
oh, that's at any Wendy's you go to. I go to have a Coke and it tastes like a Dr. Pepper. And the other thing is that they switched over from the old original machines we've always had since the 80s and in the 90s. Now we're going that one spout now. Everything comes out one area. So you taste whatever was the last cup was. What, orange? Always orange. Ugh. It's I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm oversensitive taste buds. I just prefer cocaine. I'm talking cocaine cola.
I don't know. If you
Never.
use one of
I've
those freestyle Coke freestyle machines,
ugh.
just run it for half a second before you actually put it in your cup, and
Oh,
it'll clear
I've
out
done. I've
anything.
done. I've done it, dude. I don't know if they're cleaning it or what. Machines are. It always tastes like orange. Like, ugh. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Orange Coke is amazing. Um, Speaking of orange Coke, let's say hello to the chat. We got Jay Lucen showing up first. That's a first. I don't think I've seen Jay show up
He's
first
been
ever
popping
before.
up. I
Yeah.
think I've seen him on comics, and then he started following us over in the Geeky Puppet Show, and now he's over here now.
HR Vocals in the chat. We got a new face I'm not familiar with. Comic Crack. That's a lot of K's in your name there, Comic Crack. Welcome. Austin P is also here. And
Is that Zach? Oh, that's the first 4K. It's not Zach.
yeah, there's 4Ks.
Okay. All
Forgive me,
right.
I'm munching on some potato salad.
German or American,
American.
or is it homemade?
No, it's not
It's-
homemade. It's
Oh, store brand.
it's what's the name of that company? It's like Reislers, I think is the name of it.
I don't know.
Anyways, you can get a
I
massive
thought you
tub
got.
of it at Costco for like $8.
I thought all
So
you Californians eat kill chips and that's it.
you saw that video?
I saw it. I was like, oh dear God.
I was like, I thought of you when I posted that video. I was uh, yeah, no, I don't eat kale chips, but I thought it was a funny video. For those of you that are like, well, what are they talking about? Well, on my Discord, I posted it. You can see there. Um, let's see. They're talking about Coca-Cola, asking about the cocaine. Yeah, Coca-Cola used to have cocaine. Fun, interesting fact: Coca-Cola still has. I gotta remember this. I'm gonna get my facts right.
It's like a very
Coca-Cola
mild.
still has special import rights for cocaine. I believe it's cocaine or the residuals of the coca leaf or something
It's
that
not.
you
Yeah,
have to
I heard
spec you
it's
yeah,
good.
you have to you can't just like import coca leaves, right? Like because it's cocaine. Like so but they Coca-Cola still has special rights to do now is cocaine in their soda. According to everything we're told it's not, but they're doing something with it, so I don't know what it is.
Maybe
So
that's
that's
McDonald's. Maybe McDonald's has their own special rights.
McDonald's got that's
That's
the
why
one.
it's so freaking good. I need more. Starting to shake a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, McDonald's is pretty good. They got their machines on point. Um,
Yeah,
uh,
I was wondering that too. If they're just half-assing, not eating, just being stingy on the syrup, or it's just that I've gotten to the point where I just having Coca-Cola and realize, wow, these guys actually made it better than what it normally is. Whatever they're doing, you know. But I remember Wendy's at a time I used to go and This is back when Wendy's had the real Ultimate Grill sandwich, chicken sandwich, before they switched to whatever sauce they're using to glaze it. This is like Mm, before 2005, late 90s, early 2000s. I remember like going in there, dude, like, you no matter what soda you got out of there, it tasted phenomenal. No? And then nowadays I go in, it's like, wow, it's like, did you guys just having changed this since 1995? Is it the same syrup? It just tastes awful. And then I try not to like think about it because I'm thinking like, okay, there are some places that you hear horror stories. Oh, they didn't clean this forever, like someone got sick off of this. It's like I'm the point where I'm like, that's how I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die because somebody just didn't want to do their job. Some kids like, oh, I don't get paid enough for this, and then I get sick, like food poisoning. But like but my thing would be like with nasty soda. Ugh. I went to an Arby's once at a car show. No, actually, I take it back. It wasn't Arby's. It was a Hardee's, or was it? No, actually, take it back. It was Arby's. Now I think about yeah. And went in there, and I went in to use the bathroom, and the whole entire floor, your shoes stuck to the floor in the dining area where you eat. It
Ugh.
was that bad. I was like, I'm never ordering food from here. It was just disgusting, and it wasn't in a bad part of town either. You know, but ugh.
Huh. Yeah, yeah.
It's like,
That
is it
that's
soda? At that point, is it soda or is it something else?
well, the floor sticking is a bigger problem than soda. Like, I don't know.
Well, I know I'm actually asking. Is it the floor? It got soda spilled on it, and that's why it's sticky, or is this from a backed up toilet or something? What I mean, why is the floor that sticky? No matter where you walked, your floor just stuck to it, and
Yeah, that's
it,
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's because people aren't cleaning. That's the real problem. Whatever it is. Um, so yeah.
it's like an old movie theater floor, like the adult theater floor.
Let's see. Jay says Coke still uses coca leaves, but they're neutered, whatever that means.
Yeah,
Um,
I guess they take they chemically castrated or something. I don't know.
Austin just found out how cheap Costco hot dogs are. It's insane considering how good they are. Welcome to the club, Austin.
How much
Hot
do you pay for
Costco
the
Costco hot dogs are the total the how do you call it? Like the poor man's lunch. It's for $1.50, you get a quarter pound dog. That's a good hot dog, and you get a soda, a refillable soda for $1.50 total. That is crazy.
so
I have known to stop by Costco many a time.
so you
In
pay
fact,
$40 per year to have that privilege of getting that cheap soda, a cheap hot dog.
well, no, you use Costco for other reasons. Like, I recommend shopping at Costco. You can,
He just goes in there for the hot dog and then leaves.
well, dude, if you ate like a hot dog, if you ate one lunch a week at Costco, that would more than pay for your membership. Just if that's all. If you just said I don't even care about buying, I just want I'm just gonna have one lunch a week at Costco.
But
You will pay for your membership by the end of the year.
so do you eat in your car then? Because you'll get harassed if you don't have a mask on, right? You can't eat inside the building.
No, they have like you sit outside, tables outside. I live in California, so we don't have to worry about weather.
But no, but the masking up though, don't you? That's the
No, we don't
thing.
have to mask up. Not outside. There's no mask mandates, but there are certain businesses will still.
Be sorry.
Um,
He feels so singled out. That's what he did. Said he got the hot dog left.
some
Dude,
people do. Some people do. I have.
I mean,
I've
if you
taken
live
hot
right
dogs
next
and
to
left
it
before.
and it's on your way to work, you know, or if you
I usually eat Costco when I'm also going to Costco. So I'll go. I'll swing by. I'll grab a hot dog and a Coke, or actually Pepsi. They don't have Coke products. I got a hot dog and a Pepsi. I eat it, and then I refill my Pepsi, and I do my Costco shopping. Um, and just take you because I'll let you take the Pepsi inside. And so yeah, it's a totally cheap lunch. In fact, I'll probably be having that tomorrow because I gotta get gas. So I will be probably having Costco lunch tomorrow because I get my gas at Costco because it's seriously 90 cents a gallon cheaper. 90 cents a gallon. Austin says we should turn the stream into a Joe Rogan stream and just get wasted.
so we're
It's
talking
like
about hot dogs and food and soda, man.
serious. You can buy Morania's in the chat. Welcome, Morania. You can buy Coca-Cola syrup in the drugstore. It's sold to combat stomach upsets.
Well, also,
Um,
how do you know we're not like just like getting wasted? We're not getting wasted on like weed or like that. But I wouldn't care if it was. I think it would actually make it more entertaining. Hey guys, what's going on?
yeah, it
This all
probably would
mellowed
be if
out.
we
This
were wasted.
we could be like that what is it the talk show they do on SNL, the two girls
I have
with
no
Anna
idea.
Gasteyer. Don't you remember Anna Gasteyer and the other
You
girl when
watch
they would
you
just
watch SNL?
not now back
I
in
was gonna
the good old
say.
days. You know, the Anna Gasteyer and she always have guests on there and they just like it's talking about
There's like a total of
whatever.
like 3 women ever to be noteworthy on SNL, and I can
All
only
right.
remember the name of one.
There's
So,
three, but I only remember one because but it's three though.
well, I can think of the faces of 3, so but I can remember the
Uh,
name of one. But anyways,
I
that
always
doesn't.
remember Terry Terry. It's one of them.
Yeah. Well, you remember obscure shit. I'll be talking about
Sweaty
some
balls. CJ
animated
knows what I'm
some
talking about.
animated movie or something, and you'll be like naming all the voice actors. You know all that stuff.
Yes,
Ronnie says you can buy Coke syrup in the drugstore. I don't know if you can get Coca-Cola syrup, but you can get cola syrup, and you're right. It's not for stomach upsets; it's for queasiness.
dude.
Um,
Did you know you can buy the syrup they use for the Baja and stuff and all the and other things? Off of Amazon, they sell to you the syrup. You just gotta have the machine to use it though.
oh yeah, yeah, like the boxes. So, like if you have a
Imagine
fountain
someone just
machine.
sitting there. Just you don't have the machine. You just like put it up by. I'm doing this redneck style.
Um, let's see. Austin says he's in Utah. They don't require masks, at least not in Salt Lake. Um,
Yeah, Gildan Rander, Jane, and then Ina Gasteyer. But I would add four for me.
yeah,
I would
Gilda
add Chero
Radner. That's the
Terry.
other one. So now I know 2 names. So,
Yep.
um, anyways, SNL hasn't been good, and I can't even remember. I'm honestly surprised it's still running.
So, the reason I bring it up because I was watching on actually an episode. It popped up, and it was the clip they had. Betty White was on it with them, and she's talking about her muffins, and they're like, "Oh, that's a good muffin." And she's like, "You'd be surprised, people of your age, you think the muffins would be dry?" And she's like, "Yeah." She's sometimes they have. Betty White. She's like, "Yeah, sometimes people, they have yeasty, tasting muffins, And it's like, oh, and she's like, but she's like, and they said like, but yours aren't dry at all. Yours are pretty moist. I like your muffin. It's just like this so on the nose, but like I said, SNL has its here moments, but it has to me. I stopped watching after Will left. Will Ferrell left because there was really
The
no
only
one on
time I
there
watch
watching.
SNL is if someone recommends like a clip, and they like, here's a link to a clip.
Dude,
Like to sit through a whole episode is to me, I'm
I don't sit there a whole episode. I watch YouTube clips, bro.
rad.
I have
That's the
to.
way to go. Yeah.
That's the only way you can watch that. Same with Mad TV. No,
Speaking of Mad TV, Netflix announces One Piece's live action series window premiere. Are you excited for the live action One Piece, RDV?
prefer two piece, but One Piece. I don't think I've. I think that's the one that has that friction looking like reindeer guy in there. The hat. I think that's the one that Zach was talking about.
Yeah, it's a show about pirates. You should be right up your alley.
It's. I don't care for Luffy, whatever his name is. I hate the animation design. I don't care for,
Well,
but it's
the
action.
good news is this won't have animation design because it's live action.
Now here's my question: will it be as great as Cowboy Bebop? That's right. I actually liked Cowboy Bebop live action. Wasn't horrible. Everybody says it's horrible. I have the anime. I can watch that, but I don't know.
Sorry about that. I had to let
Right.
my dog out. Yeah, Cowboy
Well,
Bebop.
not on this stream.
Cowboy Bebop was, yeah, it
It
wasn't
was
as
the Julia
terrible as
part.
people made it out to be, but It
There's the
wasn't.
Julia part at the ending, which really annoyed me. But other than that, they introduced Ed at the very end. I'm like, come on, just keep going.
Oh,
I think
they would have if
I
it wouldn't have sucked and people didn't watch it, and then they had to cancel it.
there, there's a lot of shows that people don't watch on Netflix. How many people have 100 movies in their lists on Netflix you never watch?
Yeah, that's true. I'm one of those people. I have a huge list. Um, my problem with Netflix, honestly, now is getting to the point where I don't really want to get excited about their shows because they cancel everything. And I
I
don't
don't
want to get into a show and be like, "Oh, I love this show," and then it's like, "Oh, it's canceled." So I don't get excited. I wait now. I like, "Oh, they're in their 3rd season? Okay, maybe I'll give this show a chance." Because I'm
right.
tired of it. I'm just they can't I can't think of a show that they haven't canceled. Um,
They haven't canceled yet. Oh, there's got to be a show on there they haven't canceled yet. Has to be at least one Netflix show. The Witcher. But will it continue after
Witcher might
this?
as well be canceled because
Dude,
they destroyed it, and they're
yeah.
for whatever reason, The Witcher breaks this rule. So The Witcher is they totally screwed it up, made it so all the fans hate it, and then they renew for season 4 anyway. Like it's confounding. You're like this is no one no one's going to watch it. Um no one everyone hated that spin-off show that they made. Apparently that was like
Oh,
had ratings almost as bad as the Velma thing.
I hope so. I hope it wasn't that bad because Velma is worse than Dragon Ball Evolution on IMDb.
Yeah,
I
Velma
know
got pretty terrible.
one's a TV series, one's a movie, and actually a lot. Wasn't a theatrical release too? Dragon Ball Evolution, or was
I
it
don't
straight
I
to
don't know I
like
don't know much
DVD?
about Dragon Ball to be fair.
Well, I just remember it was a movie, and it came out, and it was like one of the first live action animes into a movie. And it was just like people are like, "What the hell is this shit?" You just totally ruined it, but I don't know. But as far as One Piece goes, I mean, I don't really care for the anime, but I mean, for those of you who've watched animes be redone in live action, I hope this turns out to be good for you guys. If not, hey, no
I hope
loss, no
it's
gain.
good. I don't know what
Even if it
Netflix is
sucks,
thinking. They couldn't do Cowboy Bebop. Why are they doing this?
well,
Um
even if it does sucks, does it really bother you? Because they're still putting out brand new episodes for those who are enjoying it.
what
There's also
bothers
the
me is
manga.
because I'm a Netflix customer and I'm tired of them making crappy content and I'm tired of them canceling all the shows.
Do you, so you know what I watch on Netflix? I watch a lot of the Korean stuff. I've been watching a lot of the Korean webtoon stuff.
Oh, I know a
I
show they
also
haven't canceled. They haven't canceled
right.
Stranger Things.
Oh, well, that's only got one more season left, I think.
Right. So I mean it's going to get to the final season.
And yeah,
That's
yeah,
great.
and then Ragnarok has one more season.
Yeah.
But Alice in Borderland wrapped up. It's it only went for two. It was only meant to go for 2 seasons. They wrapped it up and did it pretty nicely. Um, Sweet Home was the other one. I hope they actually goes longer, but
All right. No
uh,
one's interested in this show, so
no.
um
James Gunn writing another DC project involving Amanda Waller.
I think Amanda
Will it be?
Waller gets more screen time than any other DC character.
You notice that?
I don't I mean,
Uh,
I like Amanda
uh,
Waller and I like the actress that they have playing her. I think she does a really great job,
yeah.
but I kind of just want a good Superman and a good Batman movie.
Also, James Gunn, man, he went full on white. As far as his hair silver. That like he went past silver. I was looking at older pictures of him. I was like, dang, he just. I, you think he would just color everything, you know, because he looks his hair like he still looks young, but it's the hair and the beard. He's starting to look like one of those like you see those guys who would do like the fake Hong Kong movies where they're like, oh, I'm the old Chinese guy, like really old. They actually like wear the wig and the face piece.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
because
Cardi B,
he
when you
doesn't.
get old, your hair turns white. That's all I gotta say.
Well, it goes silver. If it goes white, it means you have no testosterone left.
Oh, I got a problem then.
It's-
Now, generally, if you're a blonde, your hair goes white
yeah, that's true. Or if you have black hair, it stays pretty much black until you die.
or it goes silver.
But Amanda Waller, though, what project would it be? Is it going to be Waller growing up? How Waller she came to be? Became, is it or origin story of Amanda
Well, this
Waller?
isn't surprising to me. I don't know the story, but Amanda Waller had Suicide Squad. What was the last movie that James Gunn did? Suicide Squad. What's the other
Yes.
project he did? Peacemaker. What's he part of? Suicide Squad. Like him doing something with Amanda Waller does not surprise me. Um, so I guess what it ends up being, who knows?
Oh, hold here. Hold on. We'll back up. What's there under the red? Spin-off series of Peacemaker. So okay,
Yeah, that
that
was
was a
a
rumor. Yeah,
rumor.
yeah.
So this sounds like the typical CBR stuff. Like we don't actually have any information, but we're gonna write an article about it anyway. So
People are joking like at the very like it's been like midnight or what was it 11 p.m. 11:59 p.m. on Tuesday is like that's what he's gonna announce what he's doing for what the remember he said he's like I'll announce you'll know in January what I'm gonna do next. He hasn't though. Um, but if you scroll back up there, the HBO Last of Us decided to take a character and just now the game first game was alright. We meet Bill. Bill is a guy who basically gives you stuff. He helps you out really. They give Bill like a good chunk of the third episode. I mean, a good chunk. The point where it's like, dude, let's introduce who Frank or Bill is, and then it just turned into a homosexual relationship. About him and his lover dying and assisted suicide. I was like, what does this have to do with the game? Because I wasn't in the game at all. So I'm kind of I'll let this slide, you know, because it's a show. Maybe they're
um,
just trying to add filler, but I'm the point where I'm like, I don't need to see this. This is
it needs to
boring.
normalize homosexual relationships so that you
Exactly,
yeah,
but
this is all politics. It's just there to make
yeah.
hammer into your brain homosexuality is good. Homosexuality is good.
What's not true, Jay Lucian or Lucian?
Everything you say is not true. So anyways, is anyone watching this show? I haven't watched it.
I've been watching it. Enjoyed it the first two episodes. It was going very smoothly, and then they just really focus on Bill this episode, and I felt like they needed to like it was a filler episode. Yeah,
Neil Druckmann
it's
trolled
all
his audience over their reaction to episode 3. So yeah, Neil Druckmann is a total jerk. He's the one that ruined the franchise
games.
anyway.
Yeah, yeah. The
Now,
second game.
he's trolling the audience for the show. It's like this is to me is just more reason not to watch it. Like I'm just like, well, screw you. Like I hope this franchise is fails. Like I'm so tired. I'm so tired of entertainers
Oh,
ridiculing their fan base. Like, just you can
well,
suck it. You can go. How about this? How about you go get a job as a barista at Starbucks because you don't deserve to have fans. I'm tired. I'm tired of it. Um,
so the first game, like I said, was all right. It was revealed in a DLC that Ellie was gay. I didn't care because it didn't change the storyline whatsoever at all. The second game is the one that went full on just off the rails woke.
well, right, because you
And
didn't
yeah,
care about the first one, so it always just gets worse. It always just
like
they push the
well,
envelope. They don't get kickback. Oh, we got to push it harder. Oh, you don't get kickback. Let's push it even further until finally fans go, "Well, stop this already." And then it's like, oh, screw you, fans. Like, well, it was
yeah,
always
I
there.
get
Like we can see it
so.
now.
To be fair though, for Last of Us episode 3, it starts off with basically after like the it's Ellie and this is a little spoiler, a little minor spoiler. It's from the game. Ellie and Joel were walking, and like, here, let's take this other path. She's like, "What's wrong with this path?" And he's like, "Oh, there's stuff over there. I don't want you to see." It's like, "Oh, but can it? But will it hurt me? No." And then they see like the pile of bones scattered because army didn't have enough room for people, so they slaughtered a bunch of innocent people. Uh, Bill was one of those guys who basically hid in his home. He was a survivalist. And it started out cool. Um, Bill had he had a bunker under his basement. He dug into, hid, and he had basically lifted up a dresser, crawled down in there, and he had cameras and all this stuff. And then after they left, like his character basically he got everything going. He built this electric fence around the whole entire town, little town he's living in, and he just rounded up. It was actually pretty cool, but I don't know. It just got to the point where then they introduced, well, here's Frank, guy who filmed the hill, and he's like, and I'm thinking like, oh man, Frank's gonna kill him, and then Frank turns out to just be his lover. I was like, what is this crap? And then, but they want to do that, but if, like I said, no one's gonna care for the show if they keep going away from the actual show and adding in these stupid things that have nothing to do with the game or the story. I understand they have because it's now longer, you know. Well, then again, actually, no. Can the TV show be actually longer than the game? The game had a lot of story mode, but whatever. Um, yeah, Netflix Witcher may not last past season 5. At this point, it's Liam McIntyre, I think it is. What's the guy's? Was that or is it Hemsworth?
Liam Hemsworth.
It's not there.
Yeah, Chris
And
Hemsworth's
I
brother.
and I yeah, I think it was Stoke. I think Liam McIntyre was the one that basically took over
Liam,
Spartacus.
yeah, Liam McIntyre's Spartacus.
So I mistook Liam's McIntyre and Spartacus for Liam Hemsworth. I was like, oh, all this guy just takes on just filling roles. No, but it just means it currently does be the name for the name Leon or Liam because I don't care. Henry Cavill's out of it. If he's the only one that's holding back the flood banks of just all the woke nonsense that has nothing to do with the game or the show, I don't care to watch. I mean, people went in there because women have a freaking crush on Henry Cavill.
Yep.
That's what they wanted. He's not in there, and they're gonna want Thor as a younger brother who was in a failed movie. What was he in? Antitrust?
He was in
Was that?
he was also in oh geez.
It was the one. Was the one with Harrison Ford, the one where and he played the Wall Street guy. Was that Antitrust? That's all I
no,
know him from. I think.
Antitrust. No, Antitrust is something different.
So
Um
okay, so I don't know. I don't think I have to look it up, but
I do like Antitrust. No, he was in the Hunger Games. And he was
it's him and
also
Amber Heard.
in
Amber
that other wannabe Hunger Games that they did like a
Divergent.
trilogy of called The Allegiant, I think is what it's called, or Divergent. Divergent, that was what it's
Divergent.
called.
Which game was Divergent was before Hunger Games. I think.
Was it? No.
I think so. I'd look it up.
Oh, that's
I'm pretty sure it
anyways.
was.
Um
Wall Street. Is that what it's called? Yeah.
no, Wall Street was didn't have Harrison Ford in it. I don't know what you're thinking
Liam,
of, but Wall Street is
Liam.
Michael Douglas. And the first one had um
Not that. Yeah, it's Liam Hemsworth and
was it Martin Sheen's kid? Charlie Sheen.
Paranoia.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know. Maybe
with Amber Heard. And it had what's his name there? Gary Oldman, Amber Heard, Harrison Ford, and Liam Hemsworth. Came out 2013.
yeah, don't know. I'm surprised that Witcher's gonna last 5 fucking seasons. I haven't watched past the first. I think the show's terrible. Um, I I mean I love Henry Cavill. Like I want him to succeed, but the first show it was obvious. I mean I understand why he's walking away. The fact that he lasted for 3 seasons on the show is a testament to his loyalty. Because that show sucks. It doesn't capture The Witcher at all. It focuses more on all the females. It's really not even about him, and it just it's just ultra woke. It just destroys I think everything that someone who really likes The Witcher and just takes away from it and just turns it. I don't know. It just turns into lame. So I was like, I watched that first season. I was like, I have no interest in carrying on with it. I'm surprised it made it past the third season. And now with him leaving, if I were Netflix, I'd be like, cancel this now because the only thing I think keeping people on the show was him.
Yep.
And now with the bad writing and the directing and all that stuff, and not having Henry Cavill, I mean, the only hope that the show really has is to completely turn around and start doing like amazing content. And you're like, oh well, it's not the same actor, but man, the writing's really gotten better, and but that's not going to happen. So, um,
Let's see here.
whoops. Um, and I'm on CBR. There's very little like comic book news. There's just nothing to
So,
talk about in
so
comic books.
apparently, Liam Hemsworth was in an episode of The Witcher. He played a different character. So I don't know.
Huh. Um,
Uh,
oh, it looks like Jason Momoa is going to be the villain in the 10th Fast and Furious movie. There's more in comic
all right,
related
all
news.
right. I stand corrected. You were right. Divergent came 2014, and Hunger Game was 2012. The reason I like Divergent because I think that was a series that was written by the girl who did Twilight. I have to look it up,
No,
but
the girl did.
it was good.
That's.
I'm not talking about the actress. I'm talking about the writer.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
no, not the author. No, not
yeah,
it's not. It's a different YA author, but it is based on a series of books. Um,
yeah. Which I
I
did
saw the
read.
first movie. It's not great, but it's not awful either. It's like a B movie. Like it was it's watchable. It wasn't offensively bad. Um,
Miles Teller was in it too, and Kate Winslet. Oh man.
I'm seeing nothing here worth talking about. So, you got anything worth talking about in your life?
Well, I'm in reserve jury duty right now.
Oh,
I
really? How's
basically,
that going?
yeah. Well, they gotta check it every couple hours to see if they need me for the like today. Like last night, I around 5:30, like, I had to check the website, see if they needed me. It was we don't need eight. People last name A through I show up 8 o'clock Monday morning, and then for everyone else, check at noon to see if they need you for the afternoon. I check at noon, and it goes like people the last names J through L or J through L appear like every afternoon. I'm like, and then check back at 5:30 today. And I was like, to see if they need me for tomorrow. And like, they don't need me for tomorrow morning. But I was like, I hate the same. Like, I check at certain times, and I really do not want to have to go down there. I hate traveling downtown. It's the pain in the butt. All the I think I've been on there like 2 or 3 times in my life. And it's just I just don't care for the traffic patterns. It's like being in rush hour in LA. And then when you want to go like your exit, like, oh, my exit should be on the right side. It's on the left side, and I'm in the right lane. And they don't tell you until you get there. It's too late to change lanes. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm reserve juror. I already did the whole thing when I was younger. I went down to the courthouse. I was there, sat there for 2 days. But I'm just thinking like I'm reserved. Should they have enough people like I used to do? Because like I'm like the backup, you know.
Oh, no,
But
I mean, the way jury duty works is just kinda like a lottery. Your just name just gets pulled. It's
yeah,
it's you could dude, there's some people who just have done jury duty, like, time and time and time again,
well
and
they
and there's
volunteer.
and some people just don't ever get called. There's been a lotta conspiracy talk. I've heard people theorize, like, like, if you register to vote when you get your driver's license, like, the DMV you can register with, like, then that puts you on a list that they'll be used for jury duty. But that's how I've always registered, and I've only ever been called for jury duty once, and then I was like you, I was like a reserve, like, I had to show up and just kinda, like, wait and see if I got called. It was kind of annoying because I kind of wished I did get called, but instead I like just sat at the courthouse for like 4 hours in like a waiting room, and then
4 hours. Mine was longer. I sat there the whole entire day.
oh
I sat
really?
there from like in the morning till like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Oh.
Basically a whole court day. Or operating hours. I sat there for 2 days, and I was probably like 20, 21, right around there. And they don't pay you as much as you'd be making full wage working at your job, which I thought was really dumb.
Nope.
But no, but now it's like they send you a letter in the mail here, at least here where I am, Wisconsin, and then you have a choice. You basically you basically have to call this number or look online at a certain time, and see if they need you. And I looked down there, and I said like it doesn't even this says like, oh, you're a reserve juror, whatever, blah blah, and you follow by basically they call you down by like a list of names. So it's like I think tomorrow I have to look at it again. It's like I got a feeling I'm gonna have to go down there tomorrow. Like we're gonna need you this afternoon. It's like you bastards. it's, of course, it's like freaking below zero outside. I don't
Jeez.
want to drive that. I know, right? Reserve jurors with the last names between M and through Z are not needed for the morning of Tuesday, January 31st. Check back at noon to see if you are needed for the afternoon of Tuesday, January 31st. I don't. It's like, because I've been noticing they keep like I'm like eighth through L, was yesterday. So I'm thinking like they're gonna call me down there and be like, and then they're gonna be like, yeah, we don't need you. Because I've actually did the whole thing where I actually sat in the room, 2 rooms. We sat in the
Uh-huh.
room there for 2 days. Then they led us into the actual courtroom, and we got to meet the judge, and then we got the guy giving the case, and then they asked us what we put our names out, what we did for a living, and I wasn't selected. And then we led back to the room, and then we were able to go home. I was like, cool, I got to see what it looks like if I'm basically being on trial. Go to the courtroom. Otherwise, I've never been in a courtroom ever in my life.
Wow. Well, that's good.
I know, right?
Try to
So
try to try
it's
to
like,
try to stay out of courtrooms. I recommend it. Um, and in other related news, Avatar is about to break. Well, they're predicting Avatar is going to break Titanic's box office record by the end of February. If that happens, that's going to make James Cameron the holder of the number one. He's going to be the highest? He's going to have the highest box office movie ever, and also the number three and the number four. So the top four movies ever made, he'll have three of them. Now, regardless of what you think about Avatar movies, I mean, everyone's got their opinions. That's fine. I'm not trying to sell that. Just the achievement to think of a filmmaker being able to do that is absolutely phenomenal. Um, I mean, what he did alone with Titanic when it was number one was phenomenal. And then when he broke his own record because no one else could break his record with Avatar, that was unthinkable. And now it's just like we're watching Babe Ruth. Um, when you think of just film achievements, um, I'm looking forward to
oh,
seeing this
did you hear
again.
about Reboot?
Reboot?
Yeah, I got canceled at Hulu.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Um,
You don't remember the cartoon series in the early 2000s?
yeah, didn't Dan Didio make that show?
I can't remember who made the show, but it was actually a decent show. It used to be
I'm
on,
pretty sure Dan Didio didn't was part of an animated TV show before he came to DC Comics,
I don't
and I'm
know. I don't
pretty
follow
sure it
him
was
that
Reboot.
closely, but yeah, I
Well,
was
I'm just
looking.
trying
I
to
was
tie
like,
it to comics.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just
So,
looking at. Yeah, I'm on comicbook.com. I'm going through that stuff.
Marania says that Henry Cavill looks like a genuine testosterone-loaded real man. No wonder rational women like me think he's hot. Go figure. In other news, Richard Meyer has been on a roll in his crusade to review every Ann Nocenti Daredevil comic. It's really cool seeing such a liberal writer make such good books that take both sides of every issue. Now, Austin, I want to caution you that the Daredevil books that she wrote were back in the 80s, the early 80s. um, I don't think that she was the raging liberal back then as she is today. Uh, the last 20 years have completely radicalized the left. I want to actually say like it began with the Obama administration. I think starting in was it what he 2008? Yeah, 2008 just sent the left into ultra liberalism. For many people, not everyone obviously is in that boat, but so yeah, I don't. And he's not writing good comic books today. I guess I should say. Um,
I'm looking at apparently there's a rumor that Robert Kirkman's going to do another book, Walking Dead related.
oh, that could be cool. I'm still waiting
Because
for his other
so
book that he
so though
announced from the Skybound
yeah
X. What was the name of that one called?
so oh I don't know either. I only remember the Beast one.
What was the one that was like the Power Rangers?
I can't remember.
Damn it, Kirkman! You better launch this book. You promised that if
So
let's
anyway, an
go ahead.
article that was is this basically talking about there was it's released last week on comicbook.com, and he was in for those who are following Walking Dead Deluxe issue 55 came out last week, last week, and or at least a week before. And people were asking, somebody wrote a letter in one of to Kirkman, and it says like asking like well, hey, would Fear the Walking Dead live on as a comic book, because it's TV series. And he said basically, there is not a zero chance, but just barely a chance of that ever happening. Response, uh, but we said it's extremely unlikely, just as likely, but not possible. Basically, but he says the closest will likely come to this is an entirely new series from me that's completely separate from The Walking Dead, but has a subject matter that would appeal to Walking Dead fans. He says that's the best I could do at this point,
Hmm.
which gives me hope because I really hope he does something else. Because it doesn't have to be tied to Rick Grimes. I don't care about that because we already know Walking Dead at the end of for those of the
Don't
book.
spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Well, it's just like it does. Well, it's just like the show.
Don't spoil
If
it.
you've seen the finale,
Don't spoil it.
well, sir, are you ever going to read it? Because I'll
Yes.
spoil it if you're never going to read it.
Don't spoil it.
Like,
Don't spoil it for
what?
other people. Like Walking Dead. When there's good things out there, don't spoil it for people. You never know who's going to pick up Walking Dead in the future and read through them.
All right, so then don't talk to me about anything that's happened like in 1980s as far as comic books. I don't want to know about the Brood Saga. Don't tell me about the Brood Saga. Don't tell me about this. Don't tell me about Bucky. Don't talk about Winter Soldier. 'Cause it might be someone's first time reading it.
I generally don't. If you know me, I don't really go out and spoil
Uh,
things for people.
but anyway, so I was just saying it'd be interesting if the if he does this, and like I said, there's no way they could tie it into the what happened in the end of the original series. So it had to be a separate thing. And honestly, I would love them to do focusing on what they're doing with Daryl, the show, the spinoff, him going to France and doing with the origin, where they're basically where the origin we learned from in the TV series is where the virus
To
was.
France?
Yeah,
How the hell do you go to France in the middle of a zombie apocalypse?
on a boat,
Right? Like what kind of boat?
a cargo boat, if you have to, cargo ships. There's
Those
The
ships
Walking
don't
Dead.
just
There were still people that were maintaining stuff.
they're how? How do you maintain a shipyard when there's a zombie apocalypse?
You keep the zombies up
How do
at
you
bay.
maintain a fuel depot, oil refineries?
They did that in The Walking Dead. Fear the Walking Dead actually did that. They had the refinery they were doing it, working on it.
Mm.
Because what you do is you did divert. If there's a hurt coming in, you divert it.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Well, after 10 years, the zombies can't really. They're just at that point they're crawling, bro.
It just
Unless they it all depends what your definition of a zombie is. There's so many different versions. There's the
the
ones where they
zombies
can
in
run.
the zombies in The Walking Dead. I'm going by its own laws and rules.
Almost. So if you fire a gunshot in The Walking Dead, the zombies can hear it a mile away.
Uh-huh.
But you can also in the comic books, just like the show, you're able to herd the zombies away, lead them into basic pens or areas to keep them. You know, some people actually will thin them out if they can thin the herd out, kill them. Uh, Rick has done this with his group. They've taken out a small herd. Uh, you know, there's ways to handle the dead. It's in The Walking Dead. It's the people. No matter what comes out there, there's always going to be the people who are going to take advantage, and because there's a loss. If you're the one who has the forest, like Negan, you have the means to do it. You're going to do it. I don't know. Either regardless, though, I said I would love to see an origin story for The Walking Dead if Kirkman does it. Because that way you can still do The Walking Dead, but you just don't have to have Rick Grimes' story. It could be a different part of the world. Kind of why
Yes,
it's kind of what it's kind of. I'm just saying that's kind of why I like the that zero year what it was, because it took place outside the normal area where we are. Like the United States wasn't the
I don't
focus.
mind there being in France. I just saying, like, how do you get to France? Like, all of a sudden, humanity's been reverted to the Stone Age. It's not like you can just hop on a ship. It's just not that simple. The cargo
Sure,
ships
sure.
need
Obviously, you can.
crews. Like, you need people who understand how to like work the engine room. Like, you can't just have any old person be like, oh, I know what I'm doing. Like sailing these vessels, like just piloting
Yeah,
them
but
takes all sorts of skills.
I understand that, but doesn't mean that there aren't people who cannot teach those skills. Not everybody's. You're assuming that everybody who created is gone, and we're just left with basically Atlas Shrugged. All the idiots. Yeah.
No, but you see the world that they're in. Like, it's everyone's scattered. There's only handfuls of remnants of
There's
humanity
people
that are left.
there's people like Eugene who know how to work on things, build things.
So they just came across like 20 people who all were trained in the various positions of like manning
I
a
don't
cargo
know.
ship. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying?
I,
Like, it's not like you can get on the internet and be like, "Yo, help wanted. We need a pilot, we need someone who's
I
got
don't know if they're in
experience
a I
working."
don't know if they're in a cargo ship. He could take a freaking schooner for all he wanted to. It'd
Anyways,
take him forever.
I just think it sounds I'm skeptical. But
If Greta Thunberg can sail across the ocean, but no, just using the wind.
Greta Thunberg uses private airlines, private planes, and
How dare you?
she is one of the larger carbon footprints.
Well,
So
I'm just saying. My takeaway from this whole entire article is that Robert Kirkman actually reads the letters.
I'm trying
So
to
there
remember
actually
the
is, yeah,
name of his new comic, and I'm not finding
really.
what it's. Remember, it was in Skybound X. It was one of the stories. It was the Robert Kirkman story. There was gonna be the new
Um,
comic, and it was the first appearance of these characters. And I was like, sweet. And I haven't heard anything since. So it makes me wonder: is like, has this been canceled? Like, it's been a while now. Austin says they
is
relearned how to sail colonial ships. Oh,
could do that too.
so they they just relearned that on their own.
Well,
Anyways,
you get one person who knows how to do something. That person takes on an apprentice, and so and so. That's how blacksmithing was still done in The Walking Dead. I'm not
lear-
building Boeing Air 747s
it
and
took
flying.
it took
I
it
was
took thousands of years for humanity to get to the point to sail
You're
across the
also
seas.
you're also confusing us, our society, with all the idiots with the fantasy fiction.
No, I'm just saying it's not that simple. Like, most people don't know how to sail a colonial ship. Like, we just it's just knowledge that we've lost. We don't have that. So if I had to get on, I would know f all. I would know nothing about how to like how do I preserve food to
Uh,
last on a 2 month voyage across the seas.
are you talking about?
How do I actually sail by the stars? I don't have GPS to navigate. Like these are things
Hey,
that there are some people alive that can. There are people that can sail across the ocean. They are very very rare, and finding those people in a zombie apocalypse would be, I don't know. It seems like such a stretch that I'm immediately pulled out and I'm like, I don't know, it seems weird. But I guess the idea is they want Daryl in France for whatever idea, so they just the plot makes it happen.
So, are you talking about Outcasts?
No, it's the. Do you remember the story I'm talking about from Skybound X?
I do not know what you're talking about. There was one with I. It was such a
It was
small
the
little
one that was
story.
like it was kind of like a Power Rangers type super group. Um,
I gotta look the comic geeks. Maybe that's in there. Honestly, the only comic books I read, I don't things I read out of the Skybound Axis were the Walking Dead. I didn't read anything else. I didn't care for them
no.
because you had other ones in there. I
How
just
did you
didn't.
not care for them if you didn't read them?
I didn't care enough to read them, so I didn't care for them. They didn't look interesting to me.
Well, one of them was Robert Kirkman's new comic. So, as a fan of Robert Kirkman, I would think you would want to check it out. Um, let's see. I'm gonna check out. Ed says he heard Avatar 2 sucks so bad that it's gonna be a top 5 all-time moneymaker. Austin says James Cameron made a deal with the devil. I swear it. That's crazy. Um, Austin says I know they were made in the '80s. Meyer actually described her as the old-fashioned bleeding heart liberal. Um, and Austin says an original idea. How novel. Um, Maybe they turn zombies into Mach 5 jets. Austin says, I'm pulling your leg. Um, let's see. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. Tehillim says the Rogue Sun. What? I don't know what. Rogue Sun is that super. Was it massive? Whatever that massive verse. That's part of the. Oh, that new series. I can never remember they have these weird names. Um, something black. I wish I had a co-host
Radiant,
to help me out. What's the name of
Radiant
the
Black.
Radiant Black? Thank you. Um, Tehillim's mentioning that in the chat for some reason. But
Uh, Die, die, die. There's that.
problem is, I don't know if you're going to find on League of Comic Geeks because the comic hasn't come out. That's the thing. Um, Maybe if I look up Skybound X. This is great radio, by the way.
it is.
Austin says, "What a bunch of massives." Yeah, I did not like Radiant Black at all, but I'm really kind of happy with what they're doing over there. I like the fact that someone at Image is making like a shared universe, of which Rogue Sun is a part of that. And there's a new book coming out that I forgot the name of. Um,
No, it was in North 25, right?
no, um,
What was it in?
that's why I don't remember which issue number. I'm trying to. Oh, I think it was in the fifth one. Yeah, let me check
Yeah.
it out. It's
Uh, Dark Ride is one of them.
no, Dark
That
Ride
was
is the
in it.
new
Yeah.
Josh Williamson book. That one's out.
There's Chroma.
Alma's
There's
out.
the
That's Learns of Felici.
Battle
Um,
Beast. Yeah.
no, that's 20,
So
25 is Battle Beast.
yeah. So yeah.
Here it is.
Uh,
Robert Kirkman, Jason.
Secrets.
They don't mention. Ah, damn it! They don't mention the name. They're like, and a completely new thing from Robert Kirkman. It's like, okay, what is it?
Now I have to go actually look. Hold on.
This is this is a challenge for the chat. Can the chat someone in the chat tell us what it is um before I figure it out? I got that burr up my ass now too. Like I have to know, and I'm almost there. Code. That's what it's called.
All right, code. Yeah, it's on the cover.
Code. It's like a
COD. It's C
yeah.
dot. Oh, yeah.
What are those called? Anagrams? Is that what those are?
Combat orb defense. Yeah, engines.
Yeah. Anyway, so Robert Kirkman was supposed to be doing this book called Code like a while ago, and I haven't heard anything about it. So is it canceled? Like, is he doing some Walking Dead thing instead? What's going on with Firepower? Is Robert Kirkman doing anything?
Uh,
We don't know. Um,
he might.
Helam says, I still need to
I'll,
review the Frank Miller Presents on my channel. Yes, you do. I would be curious to see a review on that.
all I see from Robert Kirkman coming up is The Walking Dead Deluxe. I think Firepower is on hiatus for some reason.
Hopefully it's on hiatus and not canceled. Um,
Right.
Helam
Can we
says
get
Rogue
Invincible?
Sun is better than
Yeah,
Radiant Black. That I do
yeah.
not have any problem believing whatsoever. Rogue Sun is by Ryan Perrott, who actually knows how to write. Um, RB does drag, but that's the intention of the writer. I would assume anyone doing drag is the intention of that.
Firepower. Oh, yeah. We haven't heard anything from that. So, dude, do you guess what the last issue came out? What day it came out of
Uh,
Firepower?
was it like August?
October
Okay,
26th.
it's been a while,
Yeah.
and
So I don't know what's going on, but like everything that's coming out from him is pretty much it's a Walking Dead Deluxe. Which, if you haven't, say you don't want to spend all the money on the compendiums, you should be buying these individual issues. Plus, you get new covers too,
wait a minute, wait a
and the
minute,
fact
wait. The compendiums are way cheaper than the issues. What are you talking about?
how much are the compendiums
$50.
for for all? There's four of them,
Yeah, but there's like 50 issues in a compendium
and those are all black and white.
for The Walking Dead. Yes.
Yeah, if you want to read in black and white, I would suggest that read in black and white first, and then go back and read in color. It's crazy how things just pop out, before I miss because it was black and white. The small details, and unlike
Ooh.
I do love the fact that the artists who Charlie I think it's Charlie Eilard who is doing the art on this actually makes it where the comic book characters in black and white are able to you can tell who the hell they are because I've bought books where it's in black and white and a lot of the girls look the same. I couldn't tell who the hell's which until they said like, oh they said their name and I was like oh that's that person is yeah but
I just saw a piece of news that it really makes me excited. So, talking here on Skybound has a library of over 60 titles, blah, 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 blah. Our most notable series include The Walking Dead, Invincible, and Birthright, all with television and film projects currently in development. If they make a Birthright TV show, damn. Birthright was awesome. If you guys didn't read Birthright, go read Birthright. It's really good. And
Uh, uh,
the creative team, that's Joshua Williamson, by the way, is a writer. Some of you may know him from DC Comics as being one of the best writers at DC right now. But also, he's the him and his artist Andre Bresson, who did the art of Birthright, are doing a new book, Dark Ride, which is not as exciting to me. I'm getting it because I love Birthright so much, but it's interesting. It's like kind of a pseudo horror book.
so with Invincible season 2 being announced coming out later this year, if you haven't read the comic books, go back and check those out. I know it's last Wednesday. If you saw this, they released Invincible issue 1. It's called Invincible on Deluxe. Uh,
Undeluxe.
I know, right? Yeah, I laughed when I saw it. I was like, "What the heck is this?" I wonder if it's in black and white. I didn't pick it up because
Black
I
and
got the one.
white, newsprint. This is all like cheapo.
It is black and white. Yes, and it's not going to be collected anytime. So they're doing black and white now versions of Invincible.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. It literally I know it's a one issue, but man, uh, original so basically, yeah, says all right, says follow Mark Grayson's journey again from the beginning, but this time it's selling black and white. This deluxe version will feature a memorable array of variant covers as well as an installment of the cutting room floor, featuring Robert Kirkman's original handwritten plot and commentary. This undeluxe, not quite definitive presentation will story in the throwing black and white will not be collected anytime soon. So eventually it will be.
I don't see anything
Yeah.
about firepower. It's making me nervous.
Who needs firepower?
Me and everyone who likes comic books.
Now, imagine if they did, because now that's gonna be weird seeing like Invincible, but the gore is in black and white. Because like when you see intestines come out and stuff, the stuff, the guts. Obviously, anybody who's read it or seen the show, there's guts, there's people, dismemberment, all that stuff. But seeing it done in black and white doesn't really pop as well. Uh, See you later, Jay. Have a good night, man. Fading.
It's
That's not good.
fading. Thanks for lasting as long as you did, pal. Get some rest. Um, yeah. Teelam says he's looking forward to getting the volume 2 of the Milestone Omnibus. Austin says when someone does black and white well, it can pop more than color in both film
Yeah.
and comics. Amen to that, brother. You are speaking the truth. Speaking of black and white art that pops, and in reference also to what Elam said about the Frank Miller Presents, if you can check out Frank Miller's Ronin 2, the art in that book is phenomenal. And it's all black and white, but it pops. Um, and I can't show it to you because they're not doing any digital of it. So uh, I can't get a digital version of it, but it's I'm trying to remember. Philip Tan is the artist. It's it's really good. I highly recommend. If you are a fan of comic book art, you owe it to yourself to check out that book.
Speaking of weird books coming out, there's a book I saw this week that's coming out, and it looks like a ripoff of Mighty Mouse and Batman. Let me pull it up here. Find it called. It's
Mighty
called it's
Mouse and
called
Batman.
it's called Titan Mouse of Might. And the
Uh,
cover has a mouse dressed like Batman. Even has the black cape and all that stuff. It has gray tights, the yellow utility belt over the black trunks.
you
It's
have
by
a
Blood
link for
Moon
me to put it up.
Comics. It's on Link Comic Geeks, but I can put it right in the Discord for you. Uh, Discord chat. Boom.
Uh, and here we go. Nope, that's not it. Let's try this. Uh,
Log in first.
oh, I clicked on the wrong copy link. I copied the link to the message, not the link. Let's try that.
Oh.
Wow, wow, wow. Titan Mouse of Might. Yeah, you're right. That does look like Mighty Mouse. Extraordinary mouse that has been endowed with powers beyond that of a normal mouse. He has taken the appearance of a dark flyer, the mortal enemy of his kind. Titan is originally from another world where the animals are intelligent. See the Packins land? After triggering
Don't
an
know.
explosion in his world, Titan is transported to the world of man. Issue 1. Titan sets out on a rescue mission to save another of his kind from the evil Ryan Research Center.
Look at the next two issues. It's hilarious. It's tell me that's not Batman in a
Is
mouse
it?
form.
It
It's
is.
literally how are they able to do this? How is DC not gone after him?
Oh, I mean, there's really not much to go after him. I mean, combo characters having similar looking uniforms, and besides, the amount of stuff that DC's ripped off,
I know, but still.
it would just the problem is see if they sued, the problem here's the thing: if DC were to sue, for example, and win, they would actually be setting precedent against themselves, which would
Yeah.
open them up to litigation for other people to be like, oh, is that the case? Oh, this character,
Well, it's just
like,
funny because Disney will go after you. You'll get a cease and desist.
yeah.
No, but I saw this Marania. I was like, this is something Marania might actually want to read. Hey, Tiny Tan, what's going on?
Now, you make fun of me for reading Samurai Doggy, and you're putting this comic up. I just got to point that out.
I just thought it was funny because I was like, this is basically a Batman ripoff. I
Well,
doubt I'll ever. I,
if you
I
read the
do.
pitch, it doesn't sound like Batman at all.
No, no, no. But the cover and the costume, everything.
The
I
cover
mean,
is obviously hearkening towards
I'm
heavily
just
Batman
curious.
inspired.
I know. I'm just curious though if this will actually even make it to one of my shops. It's so like independent.
Yeah,
I've
no,
never even heard of this publisher.
you have to probably pre-order this.
This looks like like something you'd see on a Kickstarter project. No, and I don't know who Gary Shipman is. If he's doing all the art and he does the cover art too. He does the
I'll
writing.
tell you one thing
So
that's not like a Kickstarter is the price. You can get this comic for only $4.99. If this were a Kickstarter comic, it would be like 25 bucks. So
yes, Miranda, the name National Institutes of Mental Health.
you should order it.
uh
Review
hey,
review it on your channel.
if it's at my shop, I might pick it up just to heck to see what check it out.
Well, your
I
shop's
mean,
probably not gonna have it. That's the
I
problem.
probably won't, but it can't be as awesome as Space Lady.
Oh yeah, I gotta do Space Lady. Um,
Crazy.
let's see. Well, considering Batman has been called a flying rodent, says to heal him, you're not wrong. Batmouse, admit it. Blood Moon Comics. um, Austin said, I just
Oh,
watched a Hitchcock movie last night. It was, of course, suspenseful.
what is the
um,
secret of Nim? He's Batman. Like I can just see like now you having a character that's like this, and then you having like his characters being other rats or being like a mouse or a lizard.
here's the thing. Mighty Mouse was clearly inspired after Superman.
Yes.
So this is just kind of like, oh, and do another mouse character, but it'd be Batman instead. Um,
Who knows? Maybe they'll
I got
have a
no
crossover
problems
one
with
day
it.
with Mighty Mouse.
I got no problem with it. I would be curious to
I
check it
I
out.
I want the Moustis League.
The Mouse League. Speaking of mouse leagues, let's let's do our little fun thing that we like to do. We're getting back into comics here because
Drink and read comics.
drink and read comics. No, but just it sucks because there's not much to talk about comics. Um, one little thing that we like to do, get the audience involved to get some of your participation. Where RDV and I, we pick the upcoming comics that are coming out Wednesday, but we use this tool, League of Comic Geeks, and we go line by line. And so the trick is these aren't necessarily the comics you're going to buy. These are the comics like you get just the top row here, 6 issues. Of these 6 issues, if you had to recommend one and only one, no more, no less, to someone who was like, I'm going to get one of these comics, they're like, I'm buying one of them. Which one should I buy? And you wanted to steer them as best as possible. Which comic would you recommend? What would be the pick? The best of the 6, if you will. Um, Now, it's usually easy in the first row because these are done in order of popularity by the users of the site. So usually the top books are reasonably good. Not always, but there's at least usually a good book in here. So RDV, um, do you have any picks here?
Number one. Yeah, looking at that, it's going to be Moon Knight.
Moon Knight, yeah.
WK.
Moon
But
Knight is
I so
red.
but also for those who are wondering, Venom, like, well, I don't care about Venom. It's not Eddie Brock. It's Ram V writing it though. I might dip into that because I later like Ram V writing other stuff. He took over for Al Ewing, whatever his name is. His name. He
Oh,
left. He left.
Al Ewing's off the title now.
Or I thought he was going to be off it. I know Ram V was supposed to be taking over.
Nope, he's still on it.
Oh, he's still on it. But apparently Ram V is supposed to be taking over writing. He's gonna be leaving. He's gonna be leaving. Carnage and jumping over to Venom.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, for a while, Rom V was doing the backup stories.
unless
Like,
unless he was only filling in, but I know he's gonna be off of Carnage the next issue or so.
ooh, Chris Bacalo.
Oh, I thought he was right. Okay,
Chris Bacalo is one of
apparently
my
he's
favorite artists.
all right.
If he's doing the art, man, I'd love to see if Chris Bacalo was doing the art and Rom V was writing it.
Okay, I take it back. So Ram V jumped in and basically was writing took over Venom for a little bit. I guess to give Al Ewing a break. Al Ewing is just doing the rest of the Venom now.
Or
But
Venom
so it's
was
really weird.
two stories. They had like Al Ewing did the main story, and then Rom V was writing the backup story.
Well, I mean, unless it was a glitch because they have Ram V listed on issue 15 of Venom, along with and then we mentioned Al Ewing in in 15. So
Al Ewing is listed on the cover.
maybe they glitched out. So I don't know because somebody told me that Ram V was working on Venom. So I don't know.
Yes, yes. When they rebooted Venom, Al Ewing was the primary writer, and the backup writer was Rom V. It was like a two-man show.
Yeah, yeah, sure. But I mean, after that though, Ram V was out the door because he went full time working on Carnage, which I believe was started by Michelin. Uh, Hey, Zach. He's asking if we talk about the boys yet.
Not
No,
yet.
Zach. We saved that for you.
We're waiting for you, Zach. We're waiting for you. No,
I told you.
we're doing the little fun part of the segment here with the audience participation where we have to pick the best comic of the row. And Maranya is going for Avengers off of this pick. Unless she's cheating by jumping ahead. You don't get to cheat, Maranya. So I'm going to
Yeah.
side with you and pick Moon Knight as well. I think that's the book to pick. and no one else is participating. Shame on you guys. I'm gonna call you chicken if you don't participate. Um, Next row, we have Dark Web Finale #1. Wait a second. Never mind. Legion of X #10. Uh, Scarlet
You know what the
Witch
dumb?
#2. Radiant Black #21. Captain America: Sentinel of Liberty #9. Lazarus Planet Legends Reborn #1.
Yeah. So it's really dumb because sometimes they'll have like Dark Web Finale. It says #1. It might just be a one shot, and they call it #1.
Yeah.
I've noticed that too. So it might just be a one shot.
Well, there's one way to find out. Yep, no more solicits. Good.
Yeah.
So
All right. All right. So for
this is where
me,
things get harder.
I'm going with Captain America, Sentinel of Liberty, going with the Devil I Know.
It's
Lazarus Planet. I was like, oh, I might get that, and I was like, it's Greg Pak, and it has Alex Segura, who is a very folk writer. But
why is there
Greg Pak,
freaking 4 writers on this book?
don't know.
Like, look
It's
at the
40
credit
pages. So
list. Look, on the cover here. Look how many people are listed on the cover. That is
why
always
is
a bad
yeah?
sign.
So is Pak the first writer, or why is he credited first on the? I thought he'd be the older writer, so he'd get more recognition. I don't know. Every time I go pick up a Pak book, he's kind of like the we need a mundane Superman story. Let's get Greg Pak.
Yeah.
He's a
That pack is
placeholder.
just like he just, yeah. All
Marania,
right.
Marania, wait. You gotta wait till we
Settle
get to the
down,
third row.
Maranya. You're influencing the voting. We cannot have that. um, Captain America.
When I say go, then you vote. Then when I say stop, you stop voting. We'll do that.
So, so you say Cap. Zach says Cap. Maranya says Cap. I'm gonna have to say Cap too, as much as it pains me.
Pains
Pains
you.
me. Yes. Um, but the rest of this man, how is this the second row? How are these comics? This is a terrible week for comics. Um, Yikes. All right, now we're on to row #3 of comics that all should be more popular than the row we just read. And
The new Silver Surfer.
we got The Flash, the 1 Minute War Special #1. We got The Walking Dead Deluxe #56. Rogue Sun #10. Silver Surfer Ghostlight #1. Bloodline Daughter of the Blade #1. And Briar #3.
All right. Since everybody else is taking Flash, I'm gonna recommend. Well, we'll do this.
I knew you were a fake Flash fan.
No, there's another book on there that's really good that I think you might like if you ever freaking read it. Oh, The Walking Dead.
So if I came to you and it was like, Bankman, I got
If you
6
want
books.
something that's uh,
I can only buy one of these books. Which one should I buy? You're gonna tell me to get Walking Dead ahead of The Flash.
the reason I'm gonna tell you that because The Walking Dead is one giant story. It doesn't
Uh-huh.
have, and it's not just one like 4 issue story arc, and that's it. It doesn't tie into anything else. It's a standalone story. So and it's Robert Kirkman. You love Robert Kirkman, so I'd say
I'm not saying it's
Ash.
bad. I'm just surprised because I know you're always seem to
Well,
be
of
more hot
course,
on The Flash.
I do like the Flash, but I'm saying Walking Dead, I have to admit, is the better story up there.
Okay. I'm not arguing with you. Um,
It's no yeah, and I'm saying, and that's the thing. It's no dig against Jeremy Adams, but The Walking Dead is probably one of the best comic books I've ever read.
Here we go. You heard it there, folks. Oh, the next
Yeah,
great superhero saga starts here. What the hell is this? Uh, what or who is Ghostlight? Eisner Award winner John Jennings. Remember when Eisner Award winning used to mean something? And artist Valentine Delandro from Bitch Planet. Oh, great. Introduce a new Marvel superhero 54 years in the making. What? Oh, this is a cool cover. I mean, I hate when they do this, but
Planet of the Apes.
it's Planet of the Apes, which I hate, but it's just kind of cool. Like, I just like the composition, like the apes like looking up, and it's the coming of Galactus. So like, oh shit!
Damn, damn dirty apes.
Just
Get your
that.
stinking paws off me.
This is a cool way of doing that type of cover. Is all I'm trying to
Dude,
say.
I've been looking at the different covers. Go back and look at the Captain America one. Look at the variant with the which you call the Planet of the Apes variant. It looks hilarious.
So Ghostlight is this new character, apparently.
It's the new Herald of Galactus,
Oh, is he?
probably. I don't know. He might be the Herald of the Silver Surfer. Probably no. But yeah, there should be the Planet of the Apes. Look at that one far right.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Cap is beating the shit out of monkeys.
That's kind of cool.
I want this crossover. I want Captain America transported into the Planet of the Apes. I want it so bad. Like it would just be so great.
Yeah. Oops, what am I doing? What am I doing? All right, we got to go back here. What's going on? Um, new. They don't mention anything. Who or what is Ghostlight?
No, and that's
That's
I'm
it.
just so scared because it's probably gonna be something that we don't want.
Let me guess. Let me guess. He's black. I'm gonna
Yep.
guess. Can't
Look
tell
at
because he's got a costume that covers his face. Not that I care. I just
he's a,
feel like I'm
he's
just
gonna be Hispanic,
I'm
an
just
alien Hispanic alien.
fatigued of all the racial stuff.
Can you imagine if they made him like Hispanic and he's an alien? It'd be an illegal alien coming into Earth.
Oh, you mean like America Chavez?
Yeah. Yep.
Just illegal alien. Um,
You know, races against apes.
I
Heresy.
just I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm getting like a very like African tribal color vibe from his costume.
Well, you didn't realize it is Black History Month, February.
It is also Black History Month. Um, we'll see. Hopefully, it's a cool character, and hopefully, it's not just an excuse to
And
be like, we're gonna throw more
who's the writer?
racism and
What has the writer done before this,
John
other than Marvel
Jacobs.
voices?
Bitterroot. I've heard good things about
Okay.
Bitterroot. Um,
Mercy Marvel
and
voices.
Marvel
I told you.
Voices.
They didn't have to. They didn't have to look at it. I knew
Got it
it.
in one. Got it in one. Oh man. Oh man. All right. So the vote. The looks like everyone's voting Cap, even me. So
That's sad when I could
um,
spot it without even have to look it up myself.
um yeah.
It's well. I also mean the hint for me I got was like I looked at the whole creative team. They're all none of them were Caucasian as far as
Yeah.
white people or even
Right.
Hispanic or no stuff. And it's Black History Month. I'm like, of course they're gonna create a character.
Yeah.
Now that's
That's what I'm
cool.
saying. I don't care about a black character. Like what I care about is how they're being exploited. Like
Yes,
I feel like minorities and homosexuals are being exploited in like a reverse fashion. They're being
for
exploited
money.
now to
Yeah,
promote, well, for money, but also to promote like this agenda. Like, and I'm like, why don't you just make cool black characters and I guess cool gay characters or whatever. But
because you know why? It costs too much money to upkeep with that and telling good stories.
just
It's cheaper to get somebody who doesn't know what they're doing and just has a one track mind.
All right, so you're gonna pick Walking Dead.
Yep.
I too would have to pick Walking Dead as much as I believe. I believe in my boy Zach and his love for the Flash, but he's calling you a faux Flash fan. Uh, Austin says it's the ghost light. Um,
Light the ghost.
light the ghost. Uh, let's see. Um, Tino says maybe he's a black lesbian. It's true. We don't know what their gender is. We are assuming. We should not presume. It could be that could be a she. Um, so it looks like you and I both pick Walking Dead. Zach picks Flash, and I have to scroll back up now because Marania jumps the gun. She also picks Flash. We get a tie. We get a tie because Austin and Tehillim are too chicken to play the game. I'm calling you guys out. Um,
Have fun with the next one.
the next one, we got
I'll
Batman
let you
Legends
go.
of Gotham #1. Demon Wars Down in Flames #1. Wakanda #5. DC's Harley Quinn Romances #1. Star Wars Sana Staros #1. And Minor Threats #4. I'm just curious, by the way, does Star Wars create male characters anymore? I'm just curious. I don't think that they do. I don't think since Disney has had them. They made like male like side characters, but not like main characters. Um, so Austin says I ain't voting for no modern comics. Why? There's some good modern comics.
Austin, do you buy any comics? Are you basically one of those people who does not buy anything now?
There's absolutely some good modern comics.
They're not. I mean, outside the Marvel and DC, do you buy anything like indie stuff or stuff, or you just don't buy anything because you just don't see the value in buying something new? You'd rather buy back issues. I mean, that's
ooh.
wrong with that. But
And
all
remember,
right,
these aren't
so
necessarily comics you're going to buy. It's just
no,
imagine
exactly.
this is just a game like to try to pick the best out of the six. And
Imagine if you're a person, you're a normie. You've never bought a comic before. You go out to the shop, you see
imagine you are
these.
owner of a shop and you need to sell
Oh,
comics.
or I would say the other way is easier. It makes it easier for the votes.
It's like you have to sell these books, but you want your customer to hate you the least. So you want to pick
So
the best one that they could possibly pick.
I am going to let you choose first.
This is a tough one, man.
I can't handle it, man.
Marania is picking Wakanda. Um, this has just got woke this all over it.
Not,
I
Nacha Buttos.
yeah,
Butts.
Natasha Bustos.
Oh,
Uh, I feel like she's lecturing me right through her picture. Um, yeah,
I'm glad you correctly identified that because I couldn't.
you couldn't. She's got that same look that Vita Ayala has. That they
Well, I'm just
stare
saying with today's, you don't
disapprovingly
know.
at you.
I don't assume anyone's gender because I don't know, honestly. It's good point.
Um, so Marania picked
All right.
Wakanda. I gotta look at these for a second. Uh, Batman Legends of Gotham, but it's Andy Diggle. I mean, it's Catania versus Red Hood. Like, I mean, that cover looks really cool. Like, that should be
It's a
exciting. Like Red Hood
it's a
fighting
tie-in
Catania,
with Lazarus Island stuff. You have the Outsiders.
but it's Andy Diggle writing it, so I know that this cool factor will not be actually what's in the book.
I don't know anything about Andy Diggle other than that he was John Stewart's brother on the show. Hero. I don't.
Um,
Uh,
I don't know anything about this Santa Staros other than it sounds stupid.
I would say for Star Wars, you're safe is buying the early Marvel Volume One Star Wars books by Howard Chaykin.
One of the galaxy's most wanted renegades takes on the Empire. by Justina Ireland and Pere Perez, starring in her first ever solo series.
Fresh of
And
a string of disappointments. Wow. Yeah. Oh, you were starting with that. Okay.
it sounds terrible.
Santa Staros. Short initials are SS.
um, I oh man, I'm gonna have to recommend.
You haven't even looked at the Harley Quinn one.
Um,
Wow, I'll make it easy for you. I'll read off some of the chats.
yeah, please.
All right, so for row five, uh, Harley Quinn romances, says Zach. It's a higher price, higher profits. He basically says that I could turn on flip it because there's always somebody who's gonna wanna buy Harley Quinn. Ronnie says I don't like any of the row four, but if you're making me pick one, five is number five. She says it has an interesting cover. That
Yeah,
would be
an
Star
interesting
Wars.
cover.
Star Wars. Right.
I am. I gotta just see who's doing this.
And Austin, I have no idea who about that. I don't read Star Wars books. I don't know anything about that.
This has an interesting cover. I have to admit.
The o- so the only two books I've ever read for Star Wars is the ones we read on the channel, Geeky Puppet Show. Otherwise, I've never read Star Wars books. But I do
Um,
know some of the stuff. Looking it up, like character like Jeremy, or is it no?
I do like this
Yeah,
cover. I like how it has the
what's his name?
Disney princess
Mara
vibe.
Jade. Yeah, yeah.
Um,
You
and
know,
these other covers are kind of like this
look at
obviously is a
that.
spoofy. Yeah, it has.
Superman and Lois. That's Tom Welling. That's literally how Tom Welling's built. If you have noticed.
I just love the Harlequin romance vibes.
But look at behind them, it's Brainiac.
Yeah, this is a freaking cool cover, especially if
It
you're looking
is.
for a romance book.
And then, hey, look, remember these people? They're included in the book. Apollo and Midnighter.
Oh, I thought that was young Bruce Wayne and the other kid from what was it, the Knight?
No,
What was
no,
his name? I forgot his name. Anton or
no.
forgot his name.
It's you're thinking of Ghostmaker.
Ghostmaker.
No,
Yeah.
no, no.
Okay,
Uh,
come on. Look, it
Ma-
did look like
so
him a
Amanda
little bit.
Dearbert's in there. Ivan Cohen, Jessica Burby. It looks like a lot of people that just grabbed off of YouTube and like, oh my gosh, I want to write a book. Go for it, girl. But who knows?
And then this is Peach Momoko's book. Now, I've never read a Peach Momoko book, so I have no idea if she can write or not. Obviously, she has her fan base of people who like this style of art. To which Gen Z is. It's you can't discount Gen Z, man. And this is like the fourth. I think it's like the third or fourth Demon Wars series. So it clearly has had a measure of success.
So I gotta ask, which way, Western man?
I am going to pick Minor Threats because Dark Horse is a really good publisher. They don't put out shit. They don't necessarily make the most exciting comic books, but um, they know what they're doing. And as much as Patton Oswald is a insufferable lefty wacko, he does have some talent, and I believe in this book. So this would be the one I would recommend.
I, on the other hand, would recommend Batman Legends of Gotham. I'm actually gonna be picking it up tomorrow
Oh,
or Wednesday.
you're
I
actually
love the
buying it.
cover.
You're putting your
I'm
money where your
buying it.
mouth is.
Yes. It's Andrew Diggle. Think I've read a Green Arrow story by him before. I think he might have
Good
did.
luck.
He might have
Good
did.
luck to you, sir.
Ah, I mean, the Harley Quinn is like $10. Harley Quinn,
Yeah,
$10. I was like, I'm not paying $10 for that cover. I
Nope.
can just click
I,
play
I
this.
I I admire the cover, but I would not pick up this book. I wouldn't pick this book up if it were $4. So,
What
and
if they paid you $4?
Sound of Staros. I hope this book gets killed with fire. Demon Wars, I have some respect for. So, Demon
It's
Wars
just,
fans, but I think
can you
it's
imagine
too
going to the
niche,
store?
and I can't recommend it.
Do you have Star Wars SS? Oh, you mean Senate? Oh yeah, yeah. I just remember it's SS, bro.
Austin says, "Go ahead, discount my generation. I have no. You're Gen Z, Austin.
He's probably like 22, 20, maybe. I don't know.
Look, man, there's no such thing as all bad
My
generations. Every
niece was
generation's
born
got
to.
good and bad in it.
My niece was born 2003, dude.
Yeesh.
She is now 20 years old.
Ugh.
I go. I know.
Don't remind me, please.
She's my oldest niece, so I have more that are gonna cut. I still have one that's like gonna be. She's gonna be 13.
So you're picking Batman. Ronnie's
I'm
picking
picking
Wakanda.
Batman.
I'm picking Minor Threats. Where did Zach's pick go?
Harley Quinn.
Uh,
He
he's
said
picking
he
Harley
said because he can
Quinn.
flip it. He said I can turn around and flip this book easily because there's gonna be there's people who are obsessed with Harley Quinn. It's true. There are people who are legitimately obsessed with Harley Quinn. Those are the hot topic people.
I do have to admit, though, this is clever. I just caught. I don't know why I missed this. The covers are inspired, especially that Superman one, by the Harlequin
Har-
romance novels. This
Yes.
is Harley Quinn romances.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, duh. Okay, it's clever. It's Valentine's month. Still, it's $10. I feel like I would recommend this, and my customer would never come back to the store.
He has to go. I wasn't gonna do any of those jokes tonight. He's like, I know what book Zach is not getting.
There's clearly two comics on here that Zach wouldn't be getting. Moving along. All right. Next, we didn't have a single double up. No one.
No,
There's no
no.
winner on this row because Austin and Tehillim are chicken.
Ash said if I owned a ship, what means shop, not ship. Gories, my name's Zach. I own the ship of
It's
comic
based
books.
on what you think your customer is going to be. Never mind, Zach. I tried to make this so people could understand. Everyone is rationalizing.
Sure.
Like I did this. I made
Yeah.
that analogy for Marania's sake because she's like, I'm not
He
interested in any
went
of these books, and I was like, okay, think of
well,
it this
he
way.
went the I understand it, but clearly he went the way, if I'm a shop guy, I'm taking the risk buying this. I'm gonna buy a few because I know there's gonna be someone who's gonna go out there paying $10 for a freaking Harley Quinn book.
That was a bad analogy. Now I've got people using different criteria. But anyways, uh, the next row is the Approach number 4 from Boom Studios, Magic the Gathering number 23 from also Boom Studios, DC Power: A Celebration from DC Comics. Um, Dark Horse Comics is Quick Stops number 4, Star Trek number 4 from IDW, and Frank Frazzetta's Death Dealer from Opus Comics. This is not an easy one either.
And I'm looking at the approach, I'm like, I don't care for that. I mean, when I read that synopsis, like, I mean, I do like monsters. I do like the axe lane. That's a cool cover. Star Trek. I don't think I've. Oh God. Even the good Star Treks, I wouldn't want to read. It just makes me want to go sleep.
No, man. Chris
That.
Claremont wrote a Star Trek book. If you can ever
I,
read it,
I,
um,
if,
and then
I
it's Adam
might.
Hughes.
There's.
Adam Hughes did the art.
I may not make. I might not get through it. It might just be too boring for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
It's
know.
really
It's
good. It's trying to remember the name of it. Anyways, the story he wrote was really cool. For those of you that may be Star Trek fans, it takes place after Star Trek 4, the movie, the one with the whales, and it imagines that Star Trek 5 never existed. So it's like a if you think of it as a like the fifth Star Trek movie, and it has like an ending. It's really good story. I was like, man,
Oh,
wish they would have made this into a movie. And it would
so
have like ended the original crew, and it's
yeah.
really well done, and it's all Adam Hughes art. Like
So
it's phenomenal.
I have my pick for this, and I am going the same way as Zach. Frank Frazetta's Death Dealer. Wow, this is the guy who he worked on Creepy back in the day, and Eerie as well and stuff. So, dude, the Durango Kid, Charles Starr as the Durango Kid, he did some magazine stuff. Yeah, dude, he's doing the art. He does the cover, the art, and the writing on this issue. He's had some other people, come in and write some other ones.
Okay.
I don't know how old I don't know how old he is, man, it's got some cheesecake and some death and dealing. So
All
yeah,
right. Fair enough. Um,
Rania
Rania's
says
picking
Star
Star
Trek.
Trek.
Yep.
Oh,
Austin P is
Jackson
not picking
Lansing
anything.
and Colin
Yeah.
Kelly are writing this. Huh. You like those guys?
I just don't like Star Trek, man. It's just like I used to watch Voyager once in a time, well, only because I used to watch it for Jerry Ryan, her scenes, and I get bored.
Hmm.
Deep Space Nine, I watched it because it had the hot doctor on there, the brunette. That I just didn't couldn't get into it.
I'm kind of curious about this. I like Star Trek though. I am gonna pick Quick Stops number 4
Later,
because
Austin.
later Austin, man, he's taking off. He says he just got 80s DC Trek from E today. It's one with a cover where Spock is being blasted. Looks like a monster. Well, at least I got a fellow Trek fan uh, with me. Have a good night, buddy. I'm picking Quick Stops because Kevin Smith's actually writing it, and I've liked all the Kevin Smith comics, especially the ones that are based on his stuff, not the superhero books. Um,
I was
so
gonna say I'm surprised because most people hate him for He-Man. Sorry,
yeah,
Master Universe.
He-Man was terrible. Like there's
I
there's no bones about it. Like I hate it.
I enjoyed it.
But
So
Kevin Smith's actual stuff that he made famous for, like Clerks and Mallrats and Chasing Amy and Dogma and all that stuff, his that's what Quick Stops is about. That's Jay and Silent Bob. Um, he's a good writer, so I would give that a chance, um, despite the art looking kind of terrible. But like, whatever. What are you gonna do?
all right, so Death Dealer wins this round.
Death Dealer wins. All right, we got next Nita Hawes Nightmare Blog number 12, Savage Dragon number 263, Where Monsters Lie number 1, Immortal Red Sonja number 10, Blood Tree number 1, and Marvel previews.
Marani, you can't choose Marvel previews. All right.
What?
Yeah, I was wondering if you're gonna choose that.
I I might. What the hell is this? Series premiere.
Yeah,
Two obsessed New York Police Department detectives hunt for a vicious butcher called the Angel Killer, a sociopath who preys on innocent family members of known murderers in order to purify the rest of society. From comic super team Peter J. Tomasi, if you don't know who he is, I'm sorry, and Maxim Imi?
Maxim
What?
Simic.
Oh,
They
yep.
messed
Up
up.
in here, they like don't have it right.
I know.
Comes a story that confronts a battle of nature versus nurture, considers how present and future generations are tainted by past generations, and asks the age-old question: who must pay for the sins of the father and perhaps the sins of the mothers? Hmm.
Gary Frank does a cover variant,
Hmm.
so
And
that red one's very.
someone in the chat here asked a good question. Does anyone know if this is going to be an ongoing or limited series?
That's the
That's the
other thing that
question
throws me
I
off.
always have too, because um, Well, we can see how many solicits there are, but when it's number one,
When
eh,
you scroll down, it actually shows the home roll.
oh, does it?
Yeah, right there.
So there's three solicited. If this were an ongoing series, I would jump on this for sure. If it's limited, I'm less inclined. So Tehillim is jumping in on the action finally when it's safe. He says Blood Tree. The closest I got to seeing Jay and Silent Bob in a movie was Dogma, otherwise not. Never seen any other movies with them, never really wanted to.
Watch
Uh,
Clerks.
yeah, Ronnie, I understand. There are side characters that appear in every Kevin Smith movie, so if you aren't into those movies, you wouldn't necessarily be into the side characters. But yeah, you gotta watch Clerks. Um,
Original one. Watch that.
Original Clerks, Mallrats. His best movie is Chasing Amy, which is I think
Surprising
is
that I.
hilarious because would get him canceled if he made it today.
It's funny that you say that because when I say Chasing Amy is the best, I get ridiculed and say, "Oh, that's his worst." I always hear that from people.
Oh, really?
Was Chasing Amy was the least Kevin Smith movie I've ever seen. It's actually like heartfelt, heartwarming.
Yeah, it is, and it also features a straight man turning a lesbian. Like it just would not be made today. Um, anyways, yeah, I like Kevin Smith, but uh, what are you gonna pick? I know
Well,
which one you. I have a guess which
because
one you're
I'm
gonna
a,
pick.
I'm a, apparently I'm a iron prestige.
You're
I'm going
you're
with.
picking Where
Oh
Monsters Lie. I knew
no,
it.
I don't. Why did you
Oh,
click on this?
I don't know.
Mortal Red Sonja. It's Dan Abnett, man. Uh, Art's a little wonky, but I've been enjoying the writing. If I can't get Dan Abnett on like a DC title, I'll settle for him on an indie book with Cheesecake.
Dan Abnett is a Warhammer writer, so dude knows how to write some fantasy. So hopefully that carries true in his Red Sonja books.
Plus, it's also the King Arthur like crossover
Oh, really?
with yeah.
All right. What else? No one's. You guys aren't picking. Come on. I need your picks.
I think they already did.
Oh, Zach is picking Blood Tree as well.
Yep.
Um, he
And
mentions that
Marania chose.
Colin and Lansing have a new Guardians of the Galaxy ongoing coming out soon.
Yep. Getting that. And Jen McKay is taking over Avengers. I'll take anyone over Jason Aaron in any books. On Jason Aaron just gone in comic books. Throw him in indies. Maybe he'll do better.
I don't know. He's got some indies and no one buys them. So,
Oh, then yeah, then let him stay over there then when nobody buys his stuff.
um, Zach mentions they're copying the Jason or the Junkyard Joe cover. Well, it is Mad
Uh
Ghost. So, yeah,
well, yes and no.
that looks like the Junkyard Joe cover. I
A
mean,
little bit,
obviously with
yeah.
the other character, but they're both Mad Ghost, so it's an in-house thing. I think that's kind of cool, actually. Um, but all right, so I'm gonna pick Blood Tree. I got to. Um, Zach's also picking Blood Tree because he's my bestie.
I really hope it doesn't
Um,
turn out like that horrible Max Payne Wahlberg movie
why would that have anything to do with it?
where something has great potential and it ends up being sucky.
Oh, well, I trust in Peter Tomasi. He's a good writer. He was one of the best at DC. So,
All right, let's go next.
did Rania pick hers?
Yeah, she did.
Oh, she
Sonia.
goes with Red Sonja as well. So there's a
After
tie.
yeah,
Because no, wait, no, because Tehillim picked also Blood Tree, so Blood Tree
yeah, so
wins.
the butcher ones.
All right, next
Whew.
Young Hellboy, Assault on Castle Death, number 4.
Look
Flawed,
at
number 5. Black Tape, number 1. Ant, number 6. Children of the Black Sun, number 2. And Almighty, number 1.
all
It's
right.
hard with all these number 1s all the time, man. Like,
Are they one shots or there's number ones?
who knows? But like, you just don't know about a book, especially when it's a
Oh,
new IP.
all right. My pick is Black Tape.
Okay, let me pull that up.
It's
You are an
Dan.
AWA
What's his name?
fan, Dan
It's a limited
Panosian.
one. Yeah, I love his variant covers, but I've never seen him do writing before. But he
Heavy
also,
metal
but he,
masterpiece that might open a doorway to hell. That's what it's being solicited as.
yep.
All right.
But yeah, his widow Cindy grapples with a grief and struggles to protect his legacy, unaware that she's being surrounded by dark forces that covet the master tapes to Jack's final unreleased album, Heavy Metal. Yeah, what I'm talking about. Preparing because he had made a deal with the devil, and now because she's married to him, and now all the they're coming to collect stuff. So,
I have
but
a
look at
feeling.
those. Look at the variant cover.
I have a feeling Skip will be getting this comic book.
Look, Brendan Fraser's on this cover, top left. Go down in the
Yeah.
bubble.
Well, I don't
And
think
then there's
Zach will be getting that one.
no, I can. Black and white. The black and white cover looks really cool.
I think Skip will get this one because he loves things that have music in it. So if it's a comic about music,
Yeah, it's Eddie from Stranger Things. Yes.
what is this Black Sun comic?
Children of the Black Sun. Uh, Dan Siccio, Natasia.
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, artist from the hit series House of Slaughter.
Hmm. All right. And then Ant is everyone's favorite, Eric Larson.
Blech. I love the guy's comment. This is finally coming out. I kept getting pushed back each month, and now it just jumped from March to this week.
Yeah, Eric Larson bought this IP, this Ant character, which I don't know where it came from, some old comic, and it
I
was
wonder how
just
much sex is in
languishing
it.
around. So he bought it, the character, and then turned
Yeah,
it into a comic book,
makes me
or
wonder.
brought it back out as a comic book or whatever. And now it's over. Like it's like there was a reason why this character wasn't successful, but you know what? Good on Eric Larson. I gotta say, as much as I critique the guy, and I think he's gone off a deep end. I mean he was my Spider-Man artist. Um,
Why we talk about Eric Larson, and then and then Zach says, I'd go with the young Hellboy."
um, Eric Larson was my Spider-Man artist, but man, he just over the past decades, man, he has gone off.
Into the pervy side.
Just weird, yeah. And his Savage Dragon when he had the pedophile stuff in it, I was like, oh, blah, blah, blah.
All right, so did you choose? No, you didn't choose yet.
I can't. I'm having trouble, man. Almighty number one. I don't know. You're picking Black Tape.
And so did Marania.
Uh, the problem is I don't know anything about any of these books. So what's Young Hellboy? Is it Mike Mignola doing it?
And Thompson Nagowski. Yep.
Yep. I'm gonna go with this. I think this is the right pick.
Lobster Johnson, this, bro.
Look at that cover. That's great. Assault
Ain't
on
that
Castle
talking?
Death.
In a galaxy far, far away, a young Hellboy.
Yep, young Hellboy. That's the pick. And so 2 picks for young Hellboy, 2 picks for Black Tape, and to heal him, he chickened out again. You're not playing the game right, Teal'em. You can't only pick when the picking's easy. That's not how that works. Um,
Ooh, facsimile.
all right. Next we got Vampirella Year One, My Hero Academia, which that doesn't really count. Gargoyles Facsimile Edition, Tales from Nottingham #1, Frank Frazetta's Dawn Attack #2, and Purgatory Must Die #2. All right, is this like the cheesecake row?
No, but I see these Frank Rosetta books coming out, and it's like, wow, yeah, actually some books I actually want to read.
You gonna turn into a
But
Frank Frazetta fan?
but I just saw who's writing it. It's Jody Hauser, Eric Campbell.
You're like,
Yeah, I'm good.
next. Never
I'm
mind.
good.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
I mean, the art might be cool.
Listen,
The one
comics
thing,
publishers.
the
Listen,
one thing
comics.
I've learned about these books, all the cheesecake is on the cover, and that's it. They're fake cake.
Comic book publishers. I need to tell you something. I need to be real with you. Not that any of you are listening. If you're gonna do a cheesecake book that's meant to appeal to men that have testosterone pumping through their body, don't get women to write them. Or if you do, there better be an exceptional woman who gets it, which just unlikely. Don't get Jodie
like
Hauser. Don't get Vita
like
Ayala.
Leah Williams.
Don't get don't get a feminist. There we go. That's it. Don't put a feminist woman on your book. That, that's not what's going to appeal. The guys that want to read what those people, they're not buying these type of books. That, so, anyways,
Of course, Tehillim chooses the one way we said not to choose.
yeah, you
Is the
can't
My Hero
pick
Academia.
MHA. It's not an actual comic book. So, um,
Well, you know
and
what
of,
mine is.
and of course he comes and plays it safe. You got to
Sure, dude.
pick when the picking's tough to heal him. Marani says Gargoyles Facsimile is her pick. Tales from Nottingham. He says you read most of the earlier issues and it's an interesting take on Robin Hood. I didn't know you were reading Nottingham, Zach. And Teelan says agree Gargoyles. Okay, so 2 picks for Gargoyles, 1 pick for Nottingham. And what did you pick again?
Well, Purgatory Must Die, for me, is a safe choice. You would think Vampire Year One, but it's just anything but Vampirella. It's just Christopher Priest just
Oh,
putting a self insert into not into Vampirella, but into basically she's pregnant. You know, it's supposed to it's supposed to be the origin of her telling her origin story as she's sitting there basically pregnant, talking to her 8-month-old baby, and telling my story and stuff. It's like I don't need the origin story. I have the origin story. We've got it once. We don't need anything else. I'm sick of it. And even if it was a white writer, I don't give a shit. It's just pointless and dumb. It has nothing to do with actually the character. It's just retconning after retconning after retconning. You know, what
fair
do we
enough.
pay for? We pay for cheesecake and violence. That's what we want.
You're
You better
picking.
have freaking. I want Vampirella going against killing monsters, slaying, ripping their heads off, their spleens, drinking the blood, moving on. Protecting innocence. And this is just basically like, let me tell you about Draculian, and we're gonna change everything again. It's like, dude, I don't care that. And why is she pregnant? Vampirella was not. It does not go around and just like sleep with anybody. That's what I mean. People don't get the last Vampirella book that came out, Mind Warp. It got to the point where she had lesbian sex in front of Adam Van Helsing, who is her lover.
Ay, ay, ay. Zach says, I was
Yeah,
about to say, how is Priest self inserting himself into Vampirella? And yes, I understand how that sounds.
yeah.
Oh, that's funny. All right, so you're picking Purgatory. We got 2 picks
Yes.
for Gargoyles. Zach picked Tales of Nottingham. I'm going to also join Zach for a second time and also support Tales of Nottingham.
If I can find interior work of that Frank Frazzetta's Dawn attack, or I might check it out to see what it is. Might change my mind, but I mean, it doesn't look good having Jody Hauser on there.
We are getting into the dregs, as I like to call them. Doesn't mean that these are necessarily bad books, but they're very more obscure books, making them much harder to pick. Um,
Silent
so I
Night,
don't think
Deadly Night.
we'll go through and continue on the rest. But I just wanted to scroll through and see if anything to point out. Ancient Enemy #2 is coming out. This is the only book I actually have on my pull for this week. This is the Dan Didio book based in the Frank Miller world. Um, so Frank Miller is like one of the creators of the world. Dan Didio is writing it, and Danilo Bailruth, however you pronounce it, is doing the art. Um,
Yeah, I'm getting the Phoenix Files, picking up the Xenoscope book.
and you're gonna order Titan
Get,
Mouse
get
of
that too. If
Might.
if it's there, if it's not there, no skin off my back.
It's
No.
not gonna be there.
Red Winter Fallout. Man, I've just been loving that. It's a fun story. It takes place in Russia with spies, and just in a gang war, and just awesome. Lady Zoro Final Fight by Pat Shan. If I can find that, cool, I'll get that as well. Um, I think that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of obscure books here at the bottom. Um, all right, that covers that. So put this away.
That's what she
Put that
said.
away. What time is it now? It's time
It is now 11:42
to get it
p.m.
on
On a Monday.
on a Monday. They don't call us late night for nothing.
For those of us in the Central Time, it's 1:43 a.m. For those of us East Coast, it's 2:43 a.m.
Wasn't meaning the literal time, but thank you for that. Um, RDV is a little cranky tonight, folks. I apologize. Tehillim says
I
Frank Miller presents issue. I don't know what that's all about.
One of them was a Frank Miller Presents. Yes,
I have no idea.
I didn't see that down there unless he was voting.
I am looking for.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's what it is. It's a, Ancient Enemies is a Frank Miller Presents book.
Yes.
Publishing is Frank. Yeah, yeah.
All right. So
Stream is paused.
does it say it's pause?
Yeah, Ash accounts has minimized their application. Sit tight.
Oh, you're looking at the. No, you're looking at the. That's not on the stream. You're
The
looking.
one on their screen right now is still the James Gunn thing.
Yeah, you're looking at the Discord. I don't. That's behind the scenes.
Now it's a blank screen.
Ay ay ay. This is where you're supposed to fill in.
It's, ah, all right. You want me to fill in? Okay.
Just
All
describing what you're seeing behind the scenes is.
right.
Never mind. I got the comic book up here.
Boys and girls, tonight we're talking about issues 5 through 9 of Dear Becky, the second half of the Dear Becky series that came out in 2000 and believe in 19 to 2020. I know it was a couple years ago. It is the last tie-in, the last boys comic to be published. Missing Damian Wayne Robin. Yeah, dude. I decided, you know what? I'm gonna be a little snarky tonight. So I decided, you know what? I'm gonna fly the Robin, the original Robin. Well, not well, I guess. Well, not the original, the OG, but I don't care for Jason Todd. Tim Drake has become a little bitch, and I'd rather just talk about Jamie Wayne. I heard something go up. There it is.
All right. Sorry. Takes time to get all this stuff going here. Um,
All right,
this
you're
is
old.
the final discussion about the boys. Can you
Sad.
believe it? 21 episodes of straight talking about the boys.
Yeah, talk
That's
about
longer than any
a
Marvel
guy.
comic.
I know we talked about so long about this guy who hates superheroes.
Man, was that
That's
frustrating
fu-
the other night on England Teen
oh,
Stream?
it is, especially when you catch someone in a lie.
Yeah. I was really frustrated. Um, yeah.
Don't tell me you skim something and then a couple weeks later saying, "Oh, I read the whole thing." Did you skim or did you read it? No, I skimmed part. Like so, basically, you didn't read all of it then.
Yeah. And I
And
was
if
I
you
was
didn't
a
read,
little I,
it,
I was a
yeah,
little annoyed you're saying that this was a terrible series, but you read 80 issues. No one does that. If a book is terrible, you don't read it. Like I didn't read all of Tom King's Batman run. It was like 80 issues
oh,
because
whatever
it
you're
sucked.
okay, again, get kicked out of the watch stream. That
What?
was weird. No, I was on Discord. It was it's messing up for me. It kicked me out of the watch, so I had to go click in the watch stream again. Weird
Yeah. So
glitch.
those of you that aren't familiar on the England Teen stream, Eric Breen and England Teen were mocking the boys, which is fine.
They
You
don't
can
like it.
mock it.
That's cool. Just say you don't like
You
it.
can totally not like it, but RDV and I were getting frustrated because they they weren't speaking truths about the series, and then we were defending the lack of factual information, and then we were both being accused of like especially RDV, he got really accused of being like, oh, if someone not doesn't like the thing that you like, then you get an upset, and it's like it's not about not liking it. You're no one gets mad. He like RDV never gets mad if someone says they don't like Vampirella. He's like, cool, you don't like it, whatever. Like he moves on. Like it's
Yeah.
not about not liking it. It's like if you start speaking about like, oh, Vampirella, all it is a bunch of sex and blah 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 and all this stuff. You're like, no, like that's not the book at all. Like you haven't read it. It's like, oh well, you're just upset because I don't like your book. It's like, and that's what it came across to me.
Well, the book because apparently in an interview he'd said like years prior to making this he said he doesn't like cape books, doesn't like Drew
Yes,
stuff,
he is famous for
and
saying that.
yeah. So, but how many years ago maybe he changed his mind? We don't know that. But
Well,
if you
even if
don't
it
read the whole entire the book, because the book is he said, oh, it's senseless debauchery. It's all it is. There's nothing else. That's what really threw me. I was like, really? Did you read the story?
well, even if it's true, which it is, that's irrelevant. So he made a
It's not
statement.
sense. Yeah.
No, no, no. About his statement. If he says,
Oh,
"I don't like capes," okay, what does that have to do with the boys? Like, are you saying that Garth Ennis can't write comic books because he says he didn't like capes? Like, well, the boys is just a him writing about how he doesn't like capes. The book is 100% about capes. Like it's there's well,
it's all
I
about
think
him just bigging the capes out to be the villains. There's no good. I was like, that's not true.
uh right. It's not. I mean, my
It's real.
problem with it, my frustration was clearly you could make that assumption if you haven't read the books. When I first started reading The Boys, I made that presumption too. Like I was like, "Oh, this is just him writing like dark satire about superheroes because he doesn't really like superheroes, so this is his way of like poking fun at them." But this we as we've covered over 21 episodes now about this book, it's so much more than that. And when we get to the end of The Boys, which we covered, the end of the story, it turned out to be that the boys were almost as bad as the Supes. Like they weren't. There wasn't like
Yeah,
a good guys and a bad guys. And as we're seeing in this Dear Becky, there seems to be a really strong theme about how neither side was really right, and that hate just begets hate.
8.
And this story, Dear Becky, seems to really cement that in about how Butcher was so caught up in his hatred
And
that
yeah,
he
what was it?
became the monster.
What did she say? Becky say about that, I think it was Becky. Yeah, without no, I think it's Butcher said, without a woman, uh, men, men are nothing without a woman. The other side.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually
Yeah,
table that if you would, because we're gonna get to that in one of the issues here.
yeah.
But
So I like I said, it's the boys is not even about Butcher and all that stuff. The boys is about Huey. It's Huey's story. Huey is he's the main character of the book. Him joining this team that's been around forever. Like I said, the whole thing. I love the fact that like, because most people will skirt around the issue. "Oh, he's a villain. Well, what's the most villainous thing he did? Oh, he jaywalked. It's like no, they actually show that this is what happened in real life. And his characters are real because it's the way he writes them. Instead of saying that Garth, oh, it's all I heard the other night was that Garth Ennis is a cynical prick. I said, most you are sounding like right now, dude. When you start getting all uh criticizing stuff, most of us are cynical pricks, especially when you take with an attitude. But I don't know.
so anyways, I was just
I'm
frustrated.
not.
I
I said
couldn't.
I'm not mad at Eric. I'm not mad at him. I
Oh, I'm not
just
mad either. I was just
yeah.
frustrated, and it was tough because I was just in the text
You're in the
chat,
chat,
and I
like
was just like,
notice
"Come
me,
on,
notice me.
man." Well, yeah, I just don't, I like calling things out when I see
Yeah,
people saying things that are wrong. And again, it has nothing to do about like or dislike. It's kind of like what happened in the Discord a couple weeks back about Avatar 2, when some people got irate about that, and I was like, "Look, I don't care if you don't like the movie. You can say I don't like the movie." And I got accused of the same thing, and that's kind of what triggered me because I felt like you were kind of being in the same position that I was, and I remember how it made me feel. I don't care if you don't like Avatar 2, but don't make up lies about it. Like to say I don't like it. Didn't work for me. Okay, cool. I mean, I want you to like it because I like it, and it's not because I want myself to be right. It's because I want you to enjoy things. So if I like chocolate ice cream, I want you to have the same enjoyment I do. If that makes sense. Like I want
yeah,
people to
and
enjoy. And so when they don't, I feel like they're missing out. But that's all that is. And then when I saw that, like they were just like commenting, like the boys is about this and about that. I'm like, that's not what it's about. Like
I think
that's
Brain said again like a couple issues in, so he didn't read the whole entire story.
yeah,
So what he well, and yeah, it's right. It's his. He couldn't get into it because he didn't like it. Is he took his own thing away? But I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah. So here's more. Ronnie says this. Ingleton was viewing the boys comic through the lens of an interview where Garth and his said that he hates cape books, which is an unfair interpretation. I think the fact that Marania actually stood up and the thing, thank you for
yes,
Marania in that chat, and actually said that like there's more to it than I was calling out the BS. Thank you.
yes. I noticed
Uh,
that too, Marania. That was good of you.
because
Um,
Marania is a person like Marania, I wouldn't. Shoot, Marania's not. She's not a liar. Marania gives you her opinion, whether you like it or not. She'll tell you how it is.
Marania's been on
She's not
this
gonna
journey
sugarcoat
with
it for you.
us the whole time. I
That
think
too.
I don't know if
Yeah.
she's missed an episode, but she's been.
Well,
She hasn't.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think she's read the books, but she's been on this kind of
Through our,
retrospective with us
or
and
yes,
hearing us
exactly.
tell about it. So she was able to, even not having read the books, know that there's more to it, right?
There's layers to the actual story too. That's the thing. It's just
And
that some
clear
people just can't get past the art. That's all
right,
it
and
is.
clearly this is probably not a book for her, otherwise she probably would have went out and read them all. But she's at least interested in the discussion, hearing our thoughts on it,
Mhm.
being a part of that, and she could manage to know. And it just like I said, it just bothers me when people are like oh, it's about this and about that. It's like you didn't read it. And then to say that you did, it's like I can tell that you didn't. And now you're kind of caught in, I don't want to call someone a liar, but you're caught in a position where you're like in a corner. Like you can't back out, and so now you're forced to double down. Um and I don't know,
I
that
can
was just
understand it. I can understand that people dipped out because it got too depressing.
yeah, yeah.
Sure, just say
It's
that. Just say
subjective.
that.
If anything bothers you about the book for whatever, the art, the storyline, whatever, none of that.
Well,
No
definitely
one can.
subjective. There's a
No
lot of
one
stuff
can
I
argue that. No one can argue your taste. Like,
de- dude, definitely it's a subjective because the fact there's stuff I put our recaps I pointed out to you that you missed.
hmm
Vice versa.
yeah, yeah.
You know.
But the frustrating part is when you come in and say, "Oh, the book is just
Oh,
about hating capes," and it's like,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
if you
Mariah,
read the book, it's not about that at all.
so Mariah
Um,
says I've read the first 18 books and I saw that it was just more than gore and violence and sex. One day I'll read the rest. Like
cool.
I said, I watched the show first, and that kind of got me an idea what the comic book might be like. Um, wow, is a show tame compared to the comic book? It comes to certain things because you
I
can't
don't
show
know,
certain
man.
things.
I feel like the show is more gratuitous than the comic. Which is why I find it interesting where like Breen was like he watches the show and he's okay with it, but the comic was too much for him.
I don't know. There's live action. You can fast forward. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I
I
like I
I, I,
felt
I
like season 3, the way season 3 opened up with Hero Gasm and the whole like the superhero that shrinks and then goes inside the dude's penis.
yeah.
And I was just like, but that was like Garth wouldn't
But
have
see
done
that
that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
no.
Garth had sex in the book and he had violence, but it always had a purpose, right? It wasn't
Yep.
it wasn't there just to be like, "Oh, I'm going to do something gross and shocking."
Sure.
You
Yes.
know? And I felt like the show did that. Was like, "Hey, let's wouldn't it be like disgusting if we had a dude go inside someone's penis and then grow and explode?" Like it just like describing it just sounds gross. If you haven't seen the episode, it really was stomach churning. As good as season 3 was, I hated that episode. Ronnie says these characters may be unlikable, but they have clear motives for why they do what they do. Ennis left breadcrumbs that explained everything all along. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Um, I like these characters even in their unlikability. Like Billy Butcher is not a person I would ever hang out with. Like he wouldn't be my friend, but he's a fascinating character to read about. Um,
Yeah, she says, yeah. Look at the humor and then character that is character driven, not Whedon-esque quips. See the
yes.
Russian, and you also see terror. His expressions on his face.
Yes, thank you
Uh,
for that. Oh, the Whedon-esque. Oh man, I hate that. I've been playing through a video game. I just got a new Xbox. So I've been playing video games again, and uh I was playing this game that came out a couple years ago. I haven't been able to play, and I was like, oh, cool Game Pass. Anyways, I'm playing it, and the first thing I noticed was like the dialogue is just non-stop. Like it's the Whedon-esque, like just quippy back and forth, and I was like, it was irritating me. Like, oh, it's just everywhere once you become aware of it. Anyways, into this book. These issues are kind of hard to recap because it is a lot of just character dialogue and really just kind of getting into the characters. And we open up here with Huey sitting at a table with Annie and Bobby, and he's they're kind of it's just like the quintessential kind of like getting made fun of or just having to deal with two women when you're a guy and just I don't know how else really to describe this, but he's just like you bloody pair of witches, stop. And they're just aggravating him. And the funny thing about this is, of course, Bobby's a trans, so he's Huey's old mate, and so Huey treats him like a guy, even though he's a trans
yeah.
woman. And so Huey like relates to him in that way, and he like flips him off here, and all of this is really just based on like you kind of knowing these characters and seeing kind of how they interact. Um,
Sure, and I love it the fact that he gets so frustrated by his friend that he basically she or whatever you want to pronoun you want to identify with cannot get the medication because I guess and all, and it just basically this goes more into some politics stuff though.
yeah, it
But
addresses it
yeah,
addresses some of the political things. Like one thing I noticed about Dear Becky is this was written in or published in 2019. Um,
also yeah,
started coming out in 2019. I think it went into
yeah,
2020 because it addresses COVID. Like COVID is in this book, so it's kind of
yeah.
interesting to read. And
I think
there's some references to like wokeism and so forth. And I kind of appreciate it because the references from the characters' perspectives, and it never preaches to you like what
it wasn't like
what
self
you the
insert.
reader is supposed
Yeah,
to think. Yeah, it's not a self insert.
yeah.
But in a way, it's
Um,
a
did,
commentary.
didn't Bobby also just say like basically pressure him fiance?
Yes,
What
he
those
was
two?
kind
Yeah,
of because
yeah.
there's like
Wants
the elephant in the room. Of course, is that Huey's not married to Annie, and
yeah.
Bobby's kind of giving him shit. And of course, with Annie being right there, he can't he's kind of cornered. It's two against one. So um, then we cut over to Vicor.
Hulk Hogan.
it, it's
It's Hulk Hogan. I can't get past it.
starring Terry. Yeah. Uh, so he's reporting back to Butcher because remember Butcher sent him on a task to get information for him, and he's super cooperative ever since being having his face melted off in the incinerator. And he's giving him all the information, and he's just relaying a story about like what happened. There's a lot of detail. We get a an illustration here that I didn't catch the first time, but it's the bug that was
Sure.
planted on his helmet.
You didn't see that?
I totally skipped past it.
What do you
Yeah.
think? What do you think Mother Milk was doing? Just listen to jams?
I knew that Mother's Milk was listening to a bug. I just didn't catch that the picture here showed the bug on the helmet.
Uh,
Um,
that's the first
so
thing I noticed too. I was like, oh dang, there's a bug there.
I mean, I knew that there was a bug, so I didn't need to know. Like it made
You
sense
see
to
it both.
me.
If
But
you look close, it's in all three of the panels, on the very top and back.
yeah, now that I'm paying closer attention, I do see it. Um, it's funny too because the bug is so visible. It's like, how would you not notice this? But this is how stupid the soups are in these books. So, anyways, he ends up taking off, and Butcher confirms with Mother's Milk, well, what's going, the story, and then but MM confirms, yep, but pretty much as he told it. That's what's going on. So
Even make a mention about the bug too.
um,
That's kind of funny.
yeah. So he basically MM confirms that Vicor was telling the truth, and it's just having to do with Stormfront and the what's his name Baxter, the leader, the the
Leader of the Scorchers.
no, he's not the leader of the Scorchers. He's the VP at I'm drawing a blank. Vought. That's
What?
he's the VP. He's that new VP at Vought. That's part of the entertainment division that he runs the Scorchers. I was trying to piece that all together. So then they have a conversation about basically breaking down their plans and what's going on with you know Baxter Pugh. That's his name. Baxter Pugh's division. And again, it's just so much dialogue and just information. It's hard to do it as a recap. We go to the
Yeah. So
baseball.
anyway, I was gonna say real quickly at the end of the
Yeah,
bomb, the other panel, they showed the bug. He's like, get the bug, but he's like, couldn't. He's like, oh shit, because I know the guy's gonna because they're gonna find the bug soon. But I like the fact that the Vicar is so eager to please to help Butcher because he got because he learned his place. He basically believes that the only person to go to is Butcher. So all right, so then I go to
the whole bug thing
yeah
will come
yeah
back in a little bit, but
Yankee Stadium.
So they go to Yankee Stadium, and this is gonna be a thing where um, they're staging basically for the Scorchers to fight these supervillains, but they're actually actors, and I guess they just hired like normal people to pretend to be. 'Cause that's the
Yeah,
whole thing. A lot of the supers, they do have superpowers, but they don't actually do real super things. A lot of the stuff is just all faked.
I
And
love that girl power, and that looks like Psylocke down there.
yeah, so they make this team, and then the boys figure that Vought is going to sabotage this, and they've got word in that actually they're sending in a super team to eradicate these
Yeah,
these actors or stop them or
these
something. And so the boys are like, well, we got to stop them because they want the Scorchers to succeed, actually, because that means that there's internal fighting at Vought. So the boys
yeah.
are actually
If
supporting
you
the Scorchers.
zoom
Eh,
in on right there, and that with the green outfit, so they can see.
Yeah, I can't zoom in this way,
Oh,
but it's
it's
you'll get
basically
it.
Wolverine, the Thing, Storm, and it kind of looks like Cyclops, and I can't remember the ones what it's supposed to be, but
It's the '80s era X-Men.
yeah, the girl power right there is supposed to be Power Girl, the boob window. Like she's called her Girl Power instead of call her Power Girl. Uh, I want to point out something quick. Was Huey talking? Not Huey, but was Frenchie talking to the animals?
So we go back. Um,
Go right there.
yeah,
Was he talking to the?
so Frenchie right here is basically explaining to the female in a way that
She would
parents
understand.
do sometimes to
Yeah.
talk to kids. They talk to the toy and let the kid listen in, and it's a way of like communicating to. I That's how I took it. Like Frenchie's like
Same
wanting to
here. Yeah.
communicate something to her, and he does it by explaining by talking to the animals, and she's just listening in. Because he knows that she is very
It's not
like
that
in
smart.
tune with them and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and she does kind of have like that. She's a grown woman, but she has like she a child's mind in a way because
Well,
of her
she never
messed
really
up
grew up.
upbringing.
She was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so the boys want the Scorchers to succeed so that Vought they would be divided, and so the boys are going to intercept, and we see what do they call the Malevolence? I think
Bad luck, kitties. Wolverine. Sorry, that's I see it.
and so that they're practicing their lines and stuff, and they're getting ready, and then all of a sudden, and they're about to go out, um, they get
Confronted by
caught,
the. Yeah.
and they says, "Wait, you're not, you guys aren't the Scorchers, right?" Most definitely are not. And then Butcher realizes, "Oh shit, they beat us to it." And so straight in, boys, and of course they don't waste any time, and they just go to town. You can see, obviously, that's the Storm
Wow.
ripoff. You can see Wolverine in the background there. Um, don't know who these characters really are, but clearly that's the
I
inspiration.
so that looks like Juggernaut there in the upper right corner, like gray. Now that I look at it now, it's supposed to be like Power Girl. I'm not sure who the other one and Psylocke. I'm not sure who the other three are supposed to be. But
Yeah,
yeah,
as far as the Malevolence go, I don't know if those were so much as copies, but the ones in the green, that team is
it's the X Men
clearly
X Force.
X-Men. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um and so yeah, so the boys, clean house. And now these guys are just regular actors, right? So they're
they're
freaked
like
out. Like
yeah, I know. Right?
they're and so the boys are like, you're gonna get up there and do your thing. And they're like, what the hell? Like, I didn't sign up for this. I'm gonna call my agent. And of course, Butcher intimidates them and gets him to go. He's like holding the
Wolverine's
Wolverine
arm.
character's arm. He's like, this is who we are. And so they continue to go, and he's like, tells them like, you're not gonna
Now
mention a word of this to anyone.
I want to point out that my favorite parts of the Dolphins I share is when they do talk about him, his Butcher's memories with Becky, but also the Huey and Annie stuff. You know, so there's a lot of crap going on with Butcher and stuff and the boys, but then it cuts to this and it's like, whoa, now I got to shift gears. You know,
Right.
Roll
So
closer, man.
we get a flashback scene. Well, it's not really this whole story is a flashback in many ways, but
Well, I mean, it's a roller coaster emotions because I really feel sorry for Becky, knowing what happened to her in the main book,
yeah.
and just seeing how Butcher's changed.
So Butcher, this story is a it's not really it is a flash. It's not a flashback. The story takes place back in time. This is a
Yeah,
pre-Huey
before
story,
Huey.
but
Yeah,
yet there
and she
are
says
parts of the story that have Huey
so.
in the present time.
So
Um,
she asked him this question, "What would you do if I was gone?" And of course, look at his face. You know,
yeah. Well, he doesn't
that's
want to think about it. Like
no
that reaction is priceless.
genuine.
It's
Yeah,
yeah. And then he's like, "Wait, you what?" And she's like, "I just." And he's Becky, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. You ain't sick or nothing." "Becky, seriously, love." And so he's like panicking. He's like, is she gonna tell me she has cancer and she's dying? Like what's going on?" And of course, she's not a psychologist, but she's got a background in that, right? She deals with
she's a counselor.
yeah,
Yeah, so
and so she knows like that there's things wrong with him, and she's always trying to counsel him,
yes, make him a
but
better man.
not in like a preachy way, and not in a
More
it's
uplifting,
yeah, it's
building
very
him up.
kind,
Character.
like yeah, very kind hearted way, and to build him up because she wants him to realize that he's more than he is, and that he doesn't have to be who he is just because of her, and that the changes that he's made in himself aren't just reliant on her.
He
Um,
chose him. He made
yeah,
the choices.
and and he responds, or he's like, "You got too much faith in me, love. You always have." And she responds, "Well, you know how it feels then." And I thought that was a really great line, to show like, you know, he feels like she sees too much in him, but correspondingly, she feels the same way about him, like that he sees too much in her. And I just really love how Garth writes it that way,
Yeah, he
and you
wrote the
get it
character,
without having to explain it expository, like the two characters.
and
Um,
this is true though. And I like about this is there are people who are come from broken homes, broken families, and all, and they finally meet someone, and they feel like she's an angel. She's too good for me. You know, they get in that mindset, and she's basically comfortably reminding him, "Hey, you're just as good as anybody else."
yeah. And so a
So
lot of the story is told in the diary journals as we get kind of like it's like almost like a voiceover monologue
that Huey
where
is just
Butcher's
kind of
like,
like so I love this from Huey's point of view. It's kind of like that Matthew McConaughey meme where he's just sitting there smoking a cigarette, inhaling it, so he's reading it. Because that's how I am, like reading this too, and I bet you that's how Huey is too in the bathroom. Just can't get enough. So go ahead, get sorry, continue.
we hear Butcher using one of those diary monologues. It's like, you always made me honest, love, so I'll be honest with you now. I hate them. I hate them all. Not just the one that done what he done to you. I got something special in mind for him. I want them all gone." And so we can see like Butcher is letting the demons back in. Without Becky, he doesn't have anything to really live for.
Yeah, he has to
And
purge your
so
memory.
he almost resents having Becky because there's like that tie that keeps him from fully being Butcher. And that's what he wants to kill. He wants to kill that so that he can just go full on dark side. And he's writing to the diary because she's not there to talk to, and this is his way of talking to her, and it's really powerful stuff. And we can see like the descent into hate that Butcher is going into, and you can see in Huey's face as he's reading in the bathroom, um, with with his cell phone light, um, and
Some
he's just
people, yeah, like I said, some people just spiral out of control when they lose the person they love the most. You had like such a great love, and then that the love's ripped you in the most violent way. You are never the same person.
right. So Huey, he's read enough for now, and he's got this whole hiding place, and he thinks he's being so slick, and he's coming back to bed, and then boom, idiot. And
Uh
it's
oh.
everything that we were predicting. You
Yep.
were especially predicting before. And that's the end of this issue. So, what do you have to say about it?
Like I said, the whole heartfelt moment with with Becky and stuff. Those are my favorite scenes, man. And not because it's cheesecake art, not because she's naked. It's just that it's so sad, depressing, and but the way they talk to each other, it captures the emotions. Like we see him. This is before she died. And then we see after she died how he's just a cold remorse person, but yet he still got hurt in his head, his conscience. Wait, no, and so Becky wouldn't like this. Becky said, he says, like, in order for me to do what I need to do, I have to get rid of you, Becky. I cannot listen to you anymore. Basically, just like he has to, you know, it's sad. It's because we have, he knows what he's doing is wrong. In order to do something that's wrong, he has to like, ignore that voice, and sometimes it's so hard, it just echoes in your head, and you see him struggling, and eventually, of course, Butcher, something does snap, and he eventually, goes through with it. And we also know that Butcher had a failsafe device with Huey in the last series, so obviously he doesn't get over her, but he's still, he said the guy is such a tormented person. The one person that was nice to him, actually cared about him, wasn't his mom. His mom didn't stick up for him at all. It was Annie, or not, sorry, not Annie, but Becky. Becky is the person that basically brought him out, saved him. So, and he just wants to take out as much as the supers as he can with him when he dies. This is the guy. He knows he's not going to live. He's just going to go out and just do what he can, and be destructive as he can, and just, yeah. So, like I said, I love this whole entire story. The whole thing with Becky is just so heartbreaking to watch this, especially when you now know about after reading Butcher Candlestick Maker, that whole series. It sheds so much new light on why he did the thing he does. Um, and then of course Huey, the whole thing with him and being fiance with Bobby teasing him and stuff. And now we see at the end here, of course, he's busted. Because Huey isn't that, we remember we're led to believe that Huey's smarter now. Like we think he's smarter. It's been 12 years at least, maybe smarter. But is he really? So I'll let you talk. So
Yeah, I echo a lot of the things that you said. I love getting into Butcher's head. I love this descent. Nah, it's not really a descent into madness. It's like a descent into rage. I think Butcher is kind of like living in his own
what's
personal hell, and I
yeah.
liken Becky to a slice of heaven. And for a while, it was like his savior. Like he was rescued from hell, and when she died, he was sent
Yeah.
back. And his only way to deal with living in hell is how people in hell live, with rage and hate. There's no love in hell. And I think a lot of people who are lost in their own personal hells, that's why they behave the way they do, because there's no point. You feel like there's no point in trying to love and be kind and self-sacrificial and stuff when you're in hell.
A psychologist friend of mine was talking about suicide and said the people who basically they only get the nerve to do it is usually when they're angry. And Butcher's constantly angry. So that's why I look at this whole vendetta against superheroes is a way is like he knows someone's gonna take him out because right now he just all that pent up rage, but he can't do it himself. He won't. This is his way of going out. Was that?
I don't know if
That's my
I see it that
interpretation.
way. Yeah. Um, I just see him caught up in the hate. Like
True.
I I I think he just despises the
He
world. I think
never
he just blames so much on his
he hasn't hit
situations.
mourned.
And
I don't
I feel like when he was with Becky, he was able to like leave the world and be like, whatever, you guys just do whatever the hell you want. I don't even care. But now when he's without Becky, he's now back into that world, and he's like, all right, you put me back here, and I'm gonna make you all pay.
He hates
Um,
the world. He
yeah,
basically he hates it. He figures he's basically like the John Constantine character in a sense. like, God gives me a good thing, and then he said, "Screw you" again. It's like a tease. And then he's at that point where he just, anybody, he just hates everything, doesn't care. Um, he doesn't care about his life. I don't think he does at this point because his life died when Becky died. So
So I really like the journal dialogues. I really hearing Butcher speak truth, like it's like this is like the most honest parts of Butcher is what he
yeah,
writes in these. Um, and I like Huey's reactions. I like seeing how this affects Huey. Um, I like that Huey isn't completely different, even though it's been 10 years or however long, 12 years. And I like that there's a part where he gets caught and she's like, idiot. So we cut to the next.
yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna notice throughout this the way Annie how she handles things with Huey is just hilarious, and it was very realistic. So continue.
So next we get this cover, the Bob Ross cover. I thought was kind of funny.
Oh, that
Painting the
superheroes.
boys and the dead superheroes.
It's
Um,
Homelander.
so we open up. It's Thursday, so it's the next day, and Huey's in the kitchen, and he's like, "What are you doing?" "Baking, I think." "Is it a cake?" "Not sure." "So I'm just adding things like an artist at work really. The masterpiece will reveal itself as it all goes along." "Am I in trouble?" "Now why would you ever think that?"
Run,
And it's
run.
just
It's like
so we know what the last scene was, and you're like, and Huey's just like, "Oh no." And so they have a conversation, and Huey's, talking, and she's explaining, like, "Oh, you think I'm stupid." Essentially, like, I caught on a while back, and basically she points out, like, he didn't even wasn't even smart enough to like dispose of the medication that she got him. He wasn't taking it. And at first she's like, "Oh, you're the world's worst liar." And then she's like, "No, you've all the things that you've done and everything, you have to have been a good liar. You're just not a good liar around me." Which is probably a saving grace if I had to
yeah,
imagine that she puts it together that way as like, at least I know you're
yeah.
honest. You don't find it easy to lie to me. Um, and she's just kind of like lecturing him and basically telling him
I
the
love she
things
put.
needs to hear. What do you have to
Yeah,
say?
I was just saying. She says all the midnight bathroom visits, sitting under your tree on the hill. You know, and this whole thing is, it's just like all the stuff out of character, sitting under a tree reading a book. That's I guess that Huey doesn't really do that. So, but anyway, like I said, this is continue. This is a scene where we have Annie with here, and just this is like the calm quiet when a woman's mad at you, and you make it worse because you don't shut up. You just keep poking, keep poking, keep poking. This is the Ray Romano thing. You watch Rabbi Loves Raymond, and Deborah's mad. He's like, "Are you mad?" She's like, "No. Why would it be mad?" And I'm just like, DEF CON 4, man. Get out of there. You're going down to DEF CON 1 soon. Go. But continue though.
So she's lecturing him about all the things that he's been doing, and she makes a comment to him about how, "Oh, you told me like that was the last you ever wanted to talk about, Butch or whatever, but then you spend the next 10 to 12 years talking nothing but about it." Um, and then she says, "Or at least I assume it was everything. I get that you need to unburden yourself, but if there is any more of that head foot soup, I don't want to know." And of course, hearing all this is just painful to Huey because the truth hurts. And sometimes seeing your reflection in the mirror when you're not pleased with how you look, it's hard to take. And as what Annie's doing is forcing Huey to see himself. And of course, he's sorry because he's he's not a malevolent person. Like he means well. He's just got character flaws, faults. To which Annie's a great. She's not really his wife, but you get what I mean because she accepts him for who he is. And he's trying to apologize, and she's telling him, "You're not that guy." And she says, "I don't mean him. You could never be him." but you're not the mythical tough guy who plays his cards close to the chest and gives nothing away. He was like that, and look what it cost him. And she's basically trying to knock sense into him, like, quit, just be you. And he's like, what should I do? And she's like, just sit there and watch me bake. And she just tossing eggs in. And I was like, what? I was like, what the hell is she doing? Like,
Oh, look at
um,
that food though.
yeah, and it'll
Ugh.
make sense. It'll make sense. Um, so we cut back over to Yankee Stadium, and we get the press is interviewing how the Scorchers had just saved the day, and of course we see these actors getting arrested, and this is all the fake news. It's all been plotted to tell the story. You know, is the corporate the way the corporate narrative wants it to be, which I think is very ironic intentionally. So, being that this was written in 2019, I feel very much like this is paralleling certain things. Anyways, um, so we see the boys, and they're getting lectured by Mallory, and the, they're just discussing all the ins and outs and the back and forth of how things are going. And he's basically talking to Frenchie and MM. And at this point in time, I think they're discussing like how everything's kind of like working well the way that they think. Um, we're gonna get to a moment where Butcher he's not here yet, um, where it changes their perspective on the whole thing. But this is, like I said, this is hard to recap because, like I said, it's just going over their impressions about the various schemes of Vought and so forth. Um, and so we see Butcher catching in some sun at the park, uh, and he's talking to Terror, and he says, "Wouldn't it be nice, mate, to be somewhere like that, somewhere we could look out the window?" And of course, he's looking up the building that eventually they will be at. Um, and he's writing in his journal again, and he's kind of explaining what's going on in the journal. But again, he makes a point to talk about he's got to get rid of Becky. Um, and he's like, I got to get rid of you so I can go off and do some dirty fucking slag instead. And this is what I think my interpretation is this is what Butcher sees the world is like. And the Butcher that he is with Becky, he can't be this. Like is not hell. He's got to descend back into hell. Um so again, there's so much. I'm kind of just
Look at Terror. Look at his face.
um he talks about how he was cheating on Becky. I got the impression that the cheating was more metaphorical than literal. Um, uh, and it sums up as basically he's scared of her being gone, which is why he hasn't completely cut her off. We get a flashback scene with him and Becky, and they're with I forget who is this her parents.
N- don't this guy and her. I think it's her friend. I don't
Oh,
think
this
it's her
is
parents.
isn't this her mom
I don't believe
and
so. It
her
was
husband?
unless her mom remarried. But I always remember that guy had the douchey ponytail. I'd
Yeah,
have to
I
look
think
it
this
up.
is her mom. And anyways,
Look it up. Yeah.
so they're kind of just this is a case where they're just like looking at them and they're just like, oh, please don't ever let us be like that when we get old or whatever. Um, and just some flirtatious stuff between the two, character building. Um, let's see, and then there's like a joke where uh, she's like, "Oh, you're gonna make fun of me being a goody two shoes again," And Butcher's like, all right, go on, tell me one bad thing that you've done. And he's like, oh, this will be good. And then, shut up, you're putting me off, all right? And she goes on to explain how she stole some underwear from her sister one time because she was gonna have a date with this guy, but she really liked the guy too, so that's why she stole the underwear
Oh,
and then she
that might
burned
be
it.
that might be Judy, her sister, and her husband.
Oh, it's her sister?
It might be Judy.
Oh, okay. And then, she calls her sister a tart because she went out with him anyway, even without, with no underwear. And then Butcher's laughing. He's like, "Oh God, I bet I told her you told her you'd done it later on." And she's like, "Billy, I bet you couldn't live with your conscience. You thought you'd burnt your sister's knickers." And he's just laughing, and she's like ashamed, maybe. And I thought like this whole scene to me was super sweet. Like it was just she's like the polar opposite of him. Like she is like the epitome of like sweetness and innocence. Um, and it's kind of extreme, but the idea of opposites attracting seems to be kind of in play here. And so they're just having fun and you know just having like a night on the town, and we just get to see all of this is really just important to see how alive and happy and the joy that these two had when they were together, because you get these juxtapositions. You turn the page and now we're back in like present time, where we see the anger and the hate on Butcher's face. I've been cheating on you every minute since you died, love, because I've been using you as an excuse for what I want to do. The stuff I inside me I want to let loose that you wouldn't be able to stand. You're the one who lost your life, but I'm doing what I do for me. This is Butcher's, like I said, this is where he's his most honest. He realizes if he was doing what for her, he would not be doing those things because he knows that Becky wouldn't want to do this, but he's being selfish. He's doing it for him. And so we cut back to the office and where Mallory's talking from before, where Frenchie and MM, and they're talking. He walks in and he says, "I'm pretty sure we're being fucked." Oh, nice of you to join us. Yeah, in it. I've been thinking about this, and I reckon there's a problem. We haven't looked at things from the opposition's point of view. So he goes on to explain basically, it's that whole idea. Have you guys ever seen like the Princess Bride, where they they have the like the poison part where for the was it the Sicilian guy, whatever, and they're like, "Oh,
Inconceivable.
you switched the glass," like, but unless you
Sean
knew that I
Wallace.
knew that I would switch, and then like, but then you would know that I would know that you would know. Anyways, it kind of reminded me of something like that, where Butcher's basically explaining like these guys aren't stupid, like they know kind of our methods and what we're doing. So what if this is all about they're using us to do the things that their dirty work essentially. Like if they have um like they want us to do what we're doing. They basically know, like the idea they sent this super team to stop the actors. He's basically kind of explaining like they knew by doing this that we would be onto that and that we would do the play that we're doing. So he's saying we're being manipulated. Um, and they start putting it together, and the rest of them are kind of like, huh, yeah, I guess that's kind of make making some sense. And let's see. Uh, yeah, so they're all kind of coming together, and he's saying, like, we see Mallory's like, we'd smell some kind of strife at Vought, do anything that we thought we could to stir the pot. Butcher's right. Yankee Stadium gave the Scorchers credibility with us, and what and and what that means, boys, is the cunts at Vought America know how we think. Um, and then Mallory's like, "Can you give the rest of you give us a minute, please?" Um, and
He's like,
Mallory explains to Butcher, he's like, I'm gonna refer this to Langley, but that was the wrong way to handle it. You talk to me privately, and then I decide what to tell the rest of the team. Is that acceptable? And Butchers feels I feel like he's just kind of blowing him off. He's like, yeah, of course it is, Squire. Um, and he's like, yeah, you know what I was thinking, blah blah blah. And he just goes off, and it's just I think this is the part. I feel like this is the beginning of Butcher's rebellion. Just
So,
like
yeah,
he's
leading up
he's
to the
no longer.
lamplighter.
It's like the teenage boy no longer listening to dad. Um,
It's the Dick Grayson telling Batman.
or that's another way. Similar analogy.
I do like the fact that that Butcher is like he wants to be real to his teammates. He's not gonna like just
Yeah.
sugarcoat shit, because they said they're the ones that are putting their lives on the line. It's not freaking Mr. Grandpa over there.
So we cut over back
So
to Huey, and Huey's like spilling the beans.
that looks so gross.
Huey's
Mustard.
Huey's spilling the beans like I just thought I should keep it quiet and sort it out by myself, and then it was just too late to tell you. And I mean, I know I'm on thin ice anyway, and, and I can you're pissed off because he's blah blah blah. He's going through, and the only thing about Huey that I find very interesting is that all the things that he does and thinks make sense. It's easy from the outsider's point of view to be like, "Oh, come on, Huey, that's so stupid." But being in his shoes, like, those are very real fears. Like, we
Well, you
oftentimes
know
are
what?
very scared to tell the people we love what's going on in our mind because either we're ashamed, we're afraid about how they're going to respond.
Well, here's two things I want to say about this.
Okay.
He shouldn't hold secrets, true, because not fair to her because they're partners.
Mhm.
They tell it. Their whole lives were when they met were based off of secrets and almost ruined everything they had. So
Mhm.
they agreed, no more secrets. But the other part, he said he doesn't want to basically worry her. That's his love for her. But it also becomes a lie too. It's like, well, I can keep this from her. She doesn't know about, it, won't hurt her, and I can just get move past it. But it never works out because he got caught. So he's just been honest from the beginning. I don't think she'd be just as mad. And see, that's
Well, she
how we
wouldn't.
think though. Great.
She wouldn't.
Yeah,
But like I said, it's easy to think when you're outside. It's easy to see, but I can understand Huey's fears. These are just fears that
exactly.
people really have. And he says it here. He's
Yep.
like, and the last thing I wanted to do was piss you off even more and have you just walk out on me. And she responds, shithead, if I haven't left you by now, I think it's pretty obvious I'm not going to, unless you do something really egregious. So you know what you need to do? He's like, you need to find out who sent you the diary. It must be from someone from the old days. Start with a list of who survived and work your way through it. And she's like, find your way, find out who it is, and go see them. If you have to tell them to leave us alone, then come back here so we can get on with our lives. And when you do, absolutely, positively, definitely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, no more secrets. And then you can just see like the shame on his face. Okay, I think that's it. She's holding up this pot, and then she just stares at him. Get the idea? I great. And I just thought this was like a really I just love how this was handled. I just loved her answer to him like if I was going to leave you, I wouldn't have spent the last 12 years with you. Type of thing, like she's essentially the way I'm interpreting it is she's saying, "I get you have all these fears. I get why you're doing these things, but it's time to stop. Like I can't prove
We don't worry
myself
word.
anymore to you. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like this we can't go through our entire lives until we're like 80 years old and you're finally like, "Okay, now I trust you." Like it's there's a you kind of just have to trust. Yes, people will leave you potentially, but that's not a reason to
Lie.
not trust them and not be honest with them because then they have a reason to leave you, right?
True.
Like
Yeah.
you might as well be honest and truthful and transparent. And if they do leave you, then they weren't really right for you anyway. Or rather,
Ye
you be a bad person and not trustworthy and all this stuff, and then they do leave you, and it's like, well, you were kind of the cause of that. Like you pushed
yes,
them
we
away.
there's a quote, it says, I forgot who it says, but we are often the creators of our own destruction.
Yes. So I just love this about Huey. It's very painful to watch kind of him make these mistakes, but it feels so real to me because it feels a lot like me, to be honest.
When I see this feels like a Everybody Loves Raymond kind of skit too, because Ray would always be an idiot, and then Deborah would just act as kind of stone cold, kind of like no emotion, do like, oh, everything's fine, or she smile, and then he's like, oh shit, I'm dead. Because that's literally the best way to get revenge of someone, or and I don't know, it's just humorous to me, but it's realistic though. You know,
And Annie's
I
put up with a lot. Like
yes,
this scene here,
she
I
came clean
feel
first.
I feel like this scene here was a long time coming, and I don't
Yeah.
see her like if this would have been in the early days, this would have made Annie feel kind of like a bitch. But now where it's like this is 12 years later relationship, Annie, this is more of like, look, I'm just trying to get through to you. Like this you're not getting the message in when I tell you kindly. So I need to do something more drastic that makes you hear it. And it's not her being bitchy as much as it's like knocking harder on the door. Like, are you getting the message now? Like, and I think Huey, he's a little thick headed. He doesn't get things right, but she gets through to him here. Um, what about you? Like anything else I missed in the book that you want to comment on, or just give your opinions or thoughts?
I guess said where I love this part right here where we see them just after that he basically they head out of town, they're like, let's have fun. And you start seeing Butcher singing. I've never is it this like I said, there's so many different sides of him we've never seen. Singing and dancing and all that stuff. Uh, this is a side of Butcher we don't see unless he's being a dick, and mocking somebody.
Oh,
But this, and she says like, "Oh, I'm a poor, the nasty, rough boys take." I can't read what he says in here because it's always small. But anyway, yeah. But she's like, I love it. She's like, I love. She's like, bloody hell, what is this? Because she's kind of cut off, seeing a new side of him. He's just having so much fun. I love the fact that she brings out the best in him, and she knows it. And like you said, I can see how someone can go from doing 180 from like losing someone they really, really care about. Someone who's, and especially Butcher, really messed up, so messed up. You saw how he was, and then his brother dies, he just hates, full of so much anger. She pacified him in a sense. She showed him that he doesn't have to be angry. He can let it go. Of course, being a cynical person he is, as soon as she's dead, he's like, well, I was wrong. I was blind. I never should have, I should have known this is my luck, you know, kind of that sense. But he's also torn because he's like, it's like, I don't want to, I still love her and like it's up. And I hear her speaking, which is what she told me to do. And he just is slipping back into his old ways. Like it's such a depressing story. If you think about it, it's just so sad. Um, because there are people like this. Obviously, don't go around murdering people, but I mean, there are people, but there are people who go through life like this.
yeah.
So I
No,
mean,
I
like
mean,
it's a tough
obviously these
answer.
characters are extremes, and I think that's a storytelling device. Sometimes stories work better when you tell in the
It
extremes.
it's a bittersweet romance in the
Yeah,
sense where yeah,
I would say that the whole theme, like the whole story, when you take it all together from issue 1 through the finale and then this epilogue is a story of love,
it
right?
is.
It was
Men
love.
with men without women are it's just not a thing. It's not a good thing.
Yeah. Um, and and I can see a similar storyline being told along with Huey in a similar thing. Now
Huey is yeah,
Huey's not like the butcher, so
no, but this
his
but
problems are different, but both have a similar thing. Like they're both miserable. Butcher's miserable, Huey is miserable. But when they're with their woman, then they have like joy in their life. That's why I was saying before
yeah, yeah.
in the previous uh, volume when I was talking about how I was making a comparison to like heaven. Like Becky was Butcher's heaven, Annie is Huey's heaven, and when you're in heaven, life is wonderful. It has meaning and purpose. You're happy. Like, but when it's taken away from you, now the absence of heaven is what hell is. And I just I you can see here when all the scenes where Butcher is with Becky, this is what life is should be. We should have joy in our life, and to have joy, we need love. And it doesn't even necessarily always mean romantic love. Here in this story, for sure, like Becky's romantic love, Annie's romantic love. But I think in just greater terms, love in general, Butcher didn't have that, right? He grew up in a home with the most abusive dad. When he left, he joins the military. He's like slaughtering people. He's thrown into this heartless world. He himself was became a violent dick, and so no one likes him. Um, and he lives a miserable life. And I think even though his life is very extreme compared to your random Joe, I can still relate to Butcher. I think most men in many ways can relate to Butcher because I think men in many cases understand how heartless the world is to men. Like and
Where some people live in a fantasy, but most of us are basically realizing, man, it's like, it's this is the world sucks.
the world
You
is a
know, and
very cold place towards men.
yes,
And
we're
I
the ones we're like I said, especially look at that. We're the ones that are sent to war. We're the
yep.
ones that all this, and we're the ones expected to provide and stuff. And then, especially with today's society telling us that, man, we're not needed anymore,
But
or
for
you're the problem.
and this isn't a slight to be like, "Oh, women, you
No,
have it easy," or anything like that, but
no,
in some cases, women have it different. If women women don't necessarily understand what it's like to be a man because when a woman is in need, there will be a man somewhere who will want to take care of her, whether it's her father, their brothers, just a man in general. Even if you're as a stranger, like it's much more likely like if you're a woman and you're homeless that a man will come and give you aid or help you or whatever because there's just this innate thing in men. You can see it in the world in the
it's
internet,
the right
like
thing. Yeah, it's the right thing to do.
with simping culture, right? Men just
Yep.
have this built-in thing about appealing to women. And it's not always in a creeper sense. We just when we see a woman in need or whatever, like men will just give everything for a woman. And
Where we see a guy, it's like, go get a job, you bum.
yeah, yeah, men and I've been noticing this in my life recently too, because someone pointed it out to me, and I was like, huh. And then I started noticing about how women don't open doors for men, and then part of me is like, well, that makes sense. It's like cultural, like the man's supposed to open the door. But I've started noticing that, like just in my life, I was like noticing around, like women don't even think about it. Like they just go on their business. Like I see men, and it's not even men holding doors just for women. Like men open doors for each other. Like, hey,
I
what's
think
up?
the
Oh,
only person
I'll
I
hold the door for you. Oh, cool, man. Thanks. And it's like,
the only person the only person I've ever seen hold up a door for a guy is my mom.
I've seen
Like,
some women, but
it's you're right
just
though.
the other
It's
day I had like this old lady hold the door open for me. And I remember thinking consciously about that. I was like, "Oh, she's breaking the rule." Like, and I was like, "But she's an old lady. She comes from a different era." And
Right. No matter
I
what
I
gender you are, you
I'm not some 20-something-year-old woman, no way. Like, it's just not happening. Um,
well, that's the thing. You sat. Well, yeah, guys, we were raised from little on is that you didn't sit down until after the woman to sit down. You hold your chair out for her, and then
yeah. And
that. Yeah,
I just think psychologically we're just wired differently. And women obviously can be extremely caring. They're extremely necessary. I mean, Becky and Annie are two of the most pivotal characters in this storyline.
most
Like
loving.
Butcher and
Yeah,
Huey can't function without them. It's not in any way a slight towards women. If anything, I think this storyline is a testimony to just how important women are, but just in a different way. And
well, just love in general. You
as a
need.
guy, I really relate to the coldness of the world. Like I can feel Butcher's hate, like how
Hey,
the what
I've been sick, dude. I've been single for 20 years. So when I see other people with couples and stuff, it's like, of course I want that because that's the way we're desired. We're desired to basically fall in love, want companionship. Otherwise, it's cold depressing. You said you're able to say that. It is just sad because you just like you see everyone else, what they have, and you just get the point where you get sometimes you start to resent it. Some people do. Point where like you get so mad, like, why does that person get to have a happy life? Why can't I get that? It's like that's why I love that quote. And then she said, I think it's Becky says that a man without a woman, it's a terrible thing.
now, but the interesting thing here is like Butcher's not walking around going like, "Oh, I'm single, I hate it." Like it's it's just that the world is not a good place in his eyes. And Becky changed his perspective and said, "Oh, the world can be a good place." And it was when I was with her. And now he's back into that hell. And the only thing that made his life worth living was taken from him. And so he's like, "Well, why the fuck should I care about anyone? Why shouldn't I want the world to burn?" And it's a question that I don't agree with. I don't want the world to burn, but I can relate to the emotion, if that makes sense. Like I can relate to that, and what holds me back, what keeps
Well,
me from being the butcher is, well, besides being as tough as he is, but what keeps
laws.
me from being butcher actually is I think about this. The only thing that keeps me from being like butcher is love, and it's not
Yeah,
because I have a Becky in my life. I don't. My Becky walked out on me, right?
yeah.
So
The,
I understand like the pain. What I'm saying though is just love for my fellow man. Like Butcher doesn't have that. He has hate. So he and I very much differ in that aspect, but I understand the emotion. If I didn't have that, I think about that constantly. If I didn't have love, I would be like Butcher. I would just want to see the world burn because there'd be no other reason. Why should I give a rat's ass about
uh,
anyone?
So the other thing I will quickly point out, and wrap this up before we get to the next issue. Um, I love the fact that this takes place in a world where it's so messed up, so horrible. Um, so it just amplifies everything by 11. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
9/11. Superheroes, and just such a horrible, horrible, horrible world. And it doesn't matter if you're super or what. There's people that are just as horrible. Look at this guy. He says, "Oh, I ran into him again," and all he does is talk about himself. What a dick. You know this issue here, we see them. They meet up for a bar, and Butcher basically puts him in his place. It just tells him, "He's like, ever think that maybe you're the problem? It's like you looked on everybody else. You try to identify as a working man, but you're not a working man. You're just a prick who thinks he knows everything." So I love this part right here where he just basically tells him off in this issue.
This is the
Uh,
guy that was with, you said it was her sister?
but
I thought it was her mom,
I believe
but
I believe it. No, I think it was his sister.
I guess it could
It
be,
could have been
yeah.
her mom, but all I know
Anyways,
is he gave his name
this is
Sky.
that guy, I think.
Yeah,
Um,
same guy, older now.
yeah, yeah, and it's interesting because they have a nice political discussion, and um,
Drew,
he,
isn't it crazy that the coming on the political thing? I thought like, wow, is he gonna go? Because now it's we're getting closer. This is like 2020, 21. It's like, is he or whenever this book came out? Is Garth Ennis gonna go woke? But
Yeah,
he didn't.
so he's basically comes and he confronts Butcher. He's like, he tells him, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," and because he hasn't seen him since Becky died. This is all after Becky's dying, and he hasn't seen him. So, um, and Butcher, it's interesting because we got the monologue or the voiceover narration as being told through the journal, along with the real time dialogue, and so we hear Butcher saying things like, "I knew what he was really sorry about, but if anyone knows what it's like to know that they'll never see you again, it's me." And I must have used up my quota of horrible shit for the day on the captain because I said, "Yeah, I'll have a quick one, mate." And so he entertains this guy,
That yeah, that
um, and
bottom panel is what I'm talking about.
and yeah, so he's and it's funny because remember this is the guy who was the self-absorbed kind of lefty, uh, what do you call it? The
Tory or anti-Tory or I don't know.
it
But anyway, he's
that's the political parties. No, I'm trying to
yeah
think of the term where you're like
egotistical.
the egotistical, like the
Uh, um,
intellectual, because
yes.
he's
Uh,
like,
and he's
so
never
he
met
thinks
old Butcher
Butcher
before.
is like a blue collar working class type of thing, and he's the
Yeah,
hobnob, like, oh, he's the pretentious intellectual. And so he initially introduces the conversation as like, I'm so sorry about your loss, because his apparently, I guess, he's married to Becky's sister, whatever. And it turns out to be a conversation just like with all narcissists
well,
about themselves. And he starts talking about politics and
I want
about
to, I want to interject real quick here. There's in the previous issue, he'd mentioned like Butcher mentioned like how the prick never says my name, but the way he looks at you, almost like he had a crush on Becky, but would never say Butcher's name, address him at all. Like I'm just a bloke here, not even standing here, like I'm visible.
right.
So I love that. So that builds up more into Butcher's thing. So can continue with the thing.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he looks at Butcher as like a lesser being, and so he's just going on and talking about politics and all these different things because he's a
He's
narcissist.
yeah,
And
yeah.
this
Well,
whole thing
I want to
about go,
yeah.
yep,
I want to go over what he's talking about because I was interested what he says. Let me zoom in here. He says, and it's very simple. The working class people of this country cannot be convinced to stop voting against their own interests. They they buy into an illusion that they can make it big. This nonsense propagated by the Tories and anyone who can better themselves if they just play their cards right. They turn their back on society and not on the compassion or cooperation. They run willingly like lambs to the slaughter, a glorious golden future that just isn't there. And I love how is like when Butcher just comes out, he's like, dude, he's like, you ever think that just they just don't want any other cunt getting what's theirs? He's like, "What?" I love Butcher just lays into him in this. He says, "You're always like this, mate. And in 20 or 30 years, you'll have another fucking political disaster, and you'll be sitting here saying exactly the same shit. Looks like you can go on about working class people, but you ain't one of them. But you talk like you understand them. You say they're like sheep." I love it. He's like, that's it, man. It's like we're sheep, we're easily led. That's why we go for shit. But did you ever occur that maybe we ain't? It's like someone puts something in front of the table and we go for it. We don't give a fucking basically, who gets left behind. We're and you're saying that we're so fucking thick, that we don't even know that we're doing it. Well, what if we do know? Would that sound like a fucking sheep to you? We ain't sheep. What if we're the wolves? And I love his reaction because Butcher just goes full out. I don't give a shit anymore. And he's my girlfriend's not here, and he just puts him into place. Sorry, I just wanted because I just love what he says to the guy. It's just so awesome to hear that in a comic book form. Go ahead.
right.
Still
I
there?
was I was I was
Okay.
getting to that part, but yes.
Sorry, I just want
And
to
so at
push
the
you. Go
end,
ahead.
he's just kind of like dumbfounded, and he's like, "This is the Billy Butcher I never knew, isn't it? You're a smart lad, guy. You twig sooner or later." Um, yeah, and that's the end of the issue. Um,
I love that, dude. That's the best part. I mean,
Yeah. And it really does nail the the intellectual sort of uh, upper class kind of liberal and their feelings. It it's better if you read it. Like it comes across, but it's him kind of complaining about people
conservatives and
voting in
stuff.
their
Yeah,
conservatives voting against their best interests or whatever, and Butcher kind of putting him. It's like, yeah, but basically you don't actually care, um, yeah. Anyways,
I
basically
look at it
Butcher's like,
as
you
yeah,
all you want to do is take from people and then bitch about that they aren't thanking you for it.
yeah.
Um, and you're worried about, and he says along the line, he's like, and they can't see it. It's right in front of them, but they can't see, and we're all going to have to pay the price. Um,
It's
and
basically
it's
like it's doing it sounds like the left today in the United States
yeah,
politics. You
no,
know,
yeah, it exactly is the left. I
it's
mean, the left haven't
yeah.
changed. It's
It's like, these stupid people voted for Trump. Oh my gosh, can't you see how horribly it's for our country? You
yeah,
know? And they're still talking about, it's the same people. It's like Butcher's like, dude, you'd be talking about this shit for the next 20 years. You ain't done shit. But complain, complain, complain. Maybe you're the problem. You're the sheep. We're the wolves.
yeah.
It's like, and I love this as like his reaction. He's like, oh fuck. This whole entire time, this guy's kind of kept quiet. And remember, knows it. Butcher's drinking alcohol.
Yes.
I was like, is this guy gonna die at the end? Is he gonna smash his face in like the last time? uh, is it the worst thing I ever done is take the stuff you said to me and use it to make myself worse?
So
Yeah,
Butcher
so
having more of the great diary entries. Man, I could just like sit here and just read the book out loud better than
well,
describe
I,
it. But
I I know. So the top corner, he says before the guy shows up, he says like, he's like, it's just what do you say? You might. I can't. I can't read it, but if I recall correctly, he's talking about he's kind of the same butcher as he was before Becky, but now he's more rational. He sits there, he's more patient. He's kind of like Batman. He's more patient, listens, does stuff, than plans. Like almost like he's basically Becky made him worse by showing him things. You know. So yeah, go ahead.
so Butcher is walking through the park, and he comes across Vicor again, and Vicor's like, "Oh, you scared the shit out of me." And Butcher's like, "What are you worried about? You can't you punch through a half inch of steel?" Um, and and they just have like a weird conversation. Um, and he talks about how Scandia died and she was good in bed or whatever. And
Was that the one that got her neck snapped or thrown against the wall, or legs broken?
yeah.
Okay.
Um, That's so Butcher's like, "Oh, you haven't told anyone about this me or and stuff we've been talking about." And he's like, "Oh no, shit, no, dude. You know me better than that." And he's like, oh, "Okay, fair enough." Butcher says, "We were just wondering if it might be time for you to fall in battle. That's all." And he's like, "Huh? Oh, nothing. Here, look at that." He's like, "What the?" And then Butcher looks down. "Pick it up." "Why?" "Just pick it up. Go on." And you see what it is, and you're like,
Yeah,
"This is
yeah.
not good." Like,
Each
and
each panel though, I've been noticing that Terry just pops up randomly.
And so I like how Garth does this. This is really, I think, really good storytelling here. And like I said many times, he doesn't do gratuitous violence because I was really expecting to turn the page and see some violence, and I don't because he didn't need to. We know, we know the butcher says, pick it up. And he's like, why? Just pick it up. Go on. And if you don't know why, it's all in the panel that happened before. We were wondering if it was time for you to fall in battle. And we know whose elephant that is and who loves that elephant.
Yep.
And yeah, so he's gonna fall in battle. But we don't ever see it. We don't need to see it.
We just know that the female does not like people touching her stuffed animals.
Yes. Um, and so we cut over to Huey and Annie. It's just no fair. What isn't? What happened to her or any of the rest of it? And so he was talking to her and basically describing like how it's not fair to Becky and that Becky, needs to be remembered and all this stuff and how important she was, blah 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 blah. Um and what does he say? It's not fair, blah blah. And it's like uh you want there to be another world or wherever where the two of them got together and none of this awful shit ever happened. Well, there isn't any more than he's beating the shit out of the devil, or it all ended in a gleaming angelic light with her welcoming him to the eternal peace, or some other crap out of a movie. What would that would be after you killed him, Huey? I ken that. There's just this and sorry. There's just what there is and what we've got. But he's talking about doing this awful thing to get rid of her so he can, but I knew him, Annie. I remember how he talked about her. God, it's like I can hear him now. And so he's reliving this idea of how Butcher said things like, um,
First time met him. Yep.
she made me believe in things, and how he could see the difference in his face. And he says, in the next second, he was back to normal. And she says, before we go too far down memory lane, what's your point? And so he explains, like, he's like, well, there's got to have been something that made him do this. Like, um, something that, made him build a failsafe. The failsafe being you. He talked about having a wee brother and he's going through, and he's just like processing this, and she's listening in. And he finally says, like, really think about it. She deserves so much better. And she's like, oh, Jesus Christ. There's no what Becky deserves any more than what Becky would have wanted. What Becky deserved, Huey, was not to be raped by that fucking monster in the first place, not to be killed by a disgusting spawn so she could live out her life with the man she loved. You start talking about doing anything in her name or whatever, and how are you any different than him? He knew she wouldn't have wanted the stuff that he wanted on that sorry, he knew she wouldn't have wanted the stuff he went on to do, right? Ah, yeah, but I mean, as a woman, don't you think? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm not going to invoke the 51% of the species and their many varied opinions and add weight to what I'm saying. So there's no way you are, Buster. I'm sorry. I should think so too. Besides, what happened to the scourge of all things woke? Oh, I don't remember expressing my particular thoughts on that topic. And then she's like, "Oh, Robbie ratted you out." Um, so basically, all this gets to the point of where, um, do you remember what you said he asked you right at the very end? Is there anything you wouldn't do for Blondie? I'm easy, Huey. You don't have to fight for me, or kill for me, or go on grand quests in my name. Just be with me. Finish what we talked about and come on home so we can do the happy ever after. Then we go back and we Butcher watching video footage of Baxter Pugh, um,
And Tara
and
sleeping.
Terror sleeping, um, and they're going on with the whole mechanisms of VOT and blah blah blah, and it's tough stuff to recap. And they're talking about how I guess like uh,
Basically, Butcher says he was like, he needs a what's well, they want to use us. How about we send him a real message? You know, that's what I got from that. Because this is the first time Butcher's killed somebody for Mallory.
right,
You think about so Butcher's like,
yes,
how about so how about I go do it? Because do the dirty work. You can't basically says that you know. Mallory says like, well, you and I are playing a longer game, aren't we? He's like, yeah. He's like, well, if you want, he's like, no, I'm gonna do it myself. And then we get to see Mother's Milk hitting, I guess the wife or future wife of his daughter,
Um, I don't know. I
maybe.
just think he sees some big titties, and mother's milk.
I know. I'm just trying to add more depth to it. But look at the steak there. You know, I like it how he walked past everybody who happened to be in the area, all the different characters, the boys. It's like, what the heck? Where's Butcher? There. Is it? Ugh. So he kid the entertainment guy. He's like, what's that? The food. It's the food in it. It's like, and then he sees it. Oh my gosh! And then you see the axe. Is it? You know, I forget what he says. Like, it's like, what guys you do? He's like, we had a great conversation about boundaries. Why? What's it look like?
Yeah. And I love how this whole time, like I love the juxtaposition of the real time dialogue with the journal. Because after he's like, "Why? What's it look like?" And then he picks up the axe, and he's the journal dialogue. There was this brilliant girl that come out of nowhere and picked me. I tried and tried, but I don't have the words for that, Becky. Because at the end of the day, I'm just some fucking cunt.
Fucking cunt.
And all I can say is goodbye, love, Billy. The end.
Of this
And
issue.
that's the end of Dear Becky's journal. Like that's so now there's still another issue, but that was like really tragic for me. I don't know about you, but when I came to this final
I was
page,
like, this is where we finally see that Butcher actually really went psycho. He
yeah,
finally got rid of her conscience.
he's like goodbye, love, Billy. And man, because Garth does this thing. Even though I know where it's gonna go because I've read the final, the series, he gets you to root for this guy. The whole time I'm like rooting for Butcher because you can feel the torment and the pain in him. He's just writing in the journal, and the inner conflict is real and palpable. And I know where it's gonna go, but I still am like, oh come on, Butcher, you could do it. And it's like, nope, this is the inevitability that had to come. Um, do you have any final comments on this issue before I hit the last one?
Uh, I don't really have much of an axe to grind with this one, but I mean, I do love the fact that we see Annie just casually just sitting up there using her powers like a kid,
Yeah.
you know. And he's just sitting down there. Uh, kind of reminds you of something else I saw too. Like, it'd be like, oh, what was that? Something in Hobbs? What was it? With the boy and the tiger, Kelvin and
Oh,
Hobbs.
Calvin and Hobbes. Yeah,
It's just she's kind of like Hobbs.
yeah.
Yeah, and just giving him advice. It's like- so
I love how
yeah,
she knocks some sense into him too. Like it's not about living in the past. Like it's not about trying to do something to make up for the name. She's already dead. Like what the important thing, what she deserved isn't what now. It's not that she deserves to be remembered. What she deserved was not to have that shit happen to her in the first place. And it's like she's basically kind of trying to say to him like I'm right in front of you. I don't want to be someone who's long gone and dead and then someone's considering what I deserve.
yeah,
Be here now. Like that's what matters. Um but of course that's the more direct way what Garth paints it. He just says so much better with his words. Um yeah, this whole story, man, I really like. It's so I normally don't like this type of story where you go back and like let's tell a tale in the middle
and the
of it.
Flash, but
Yeah,
yeah,
and I'm like,
yeah,
well, we already know the story, but
past, present.
this
A lot of times, shows or movies will do this, or especially movies. I hate when they do it, the flashbacks, and they don't tell you it's a flashback.
we just like once the story's over, I don't want to be like, oh, let's go tell a tale of like in the middle of it. Like, no, it's I don't know. I don't really like that. But here,
And we get
this
bottle.
doesn't feel like that. This feels like it's really adding more to things. Yeah, and this bottle is very important. Um, so here we go. Uh, the
Now,
final issue.
I who is this supposed to be?
I have no
I
idea.
I don't know either.
I feel like I should know, but
It's not Mr. Blonde guy, is it?
oh, I think it is.
The guy from Bot American.
Yeah,
I forget what is it. Yeah, what his name is, but
I think that's who it is.
okay,
Yeah. So yeah, so here he goes. Looks, I think he's in Hawaii, maybe. Um, and we
somewhere.
see this has got to be. It's got to be. What was his name? Tillman.
Oh, I can't remember what his name is. It's oh,
Anyways,
Stillworth.
Stillworth, Mr.
Yeah,
Blonde, whatever. We were.
yeah.
Um, yeah, and he's like, pineapple? No, it's a basic economic unit. And I've told you and told you, tell you again. I just got here. It's not what it is. It's a question of its intrinsic value. And it's a good product. And that's important because you don't have a good product, you can't corner the market. And I know, which of course all makes sense. I can't believe I didn't put
Yeah.
that together until you said. Um, and so
I
he's
wonder if it
talking to
was or not
this.
because they don't tell you.
Yeah, but no, but
Yeah.
you put it together. So he's talking to this guy in the Hawaiian shirt here. He's like, you can't. I can. You said he had gone a wee bit funny, but we just let him get on with it. He never bothers anyone. Pays his rent on time. Money no object. Good product. Good product. So he runs this place? He couldn't run a lemonade stand, just wanders around quoting Milton Friedman. Um, so yeah, all the clues are there of who that it is. It says he's got here almost 10 years ago, like just, perfect timing. Um, it's like, so Huey says, right, so not him then.
Well, still
So
well.
basically ruling him out because this is Huey now on his quest to find out what Annie said, go find out who sent the diary, which of course is a big deal, as Venkman and I have been talking about, like, who sent the diary. So Stillwell is out. Now we next chapter here, epilogue,
It is you.
January.
Okay.
What was
Yep.
that?
That is still well.
Yeah. So next issue, or sorry, not an issue, but the next chapter here,
I
we
guess
cut over to.
I guess it ties in. Do you remember the tie-in when they had when they showed the end about the members having an erection? I guess apparently it meant something back then. It based on having a breakdown because it wasn't working out with the new stuff. Now it kind of makes sense that he'd end up here. So, and then we get the monkey,
So we
your
get a
favorite
monkey,
character,
and he's like, "There's a Mister
dude.
Butcher here to see you," and you just see the look of, you know, you could just feel his ass puckering up, like he's like, "What?
And
Oh shit!" Um, he's like, "It
I love
can't
his
be,
posters.
can't be." Yeah, the posters are great.
Gina the Jungle
Does
wheelchair.
he have an English accent like Michael Caine? Well, he definitely does have an
Yes.
accent. And he starts to go out the window, which is always funny because this is what he always did with Butcher too. And Butcher would always be at the
Yeah.
window. And then there's Huey. He's like, "All right, cunt. Oh, you motherfucker." Just a perfect scene. I just love how it all plays
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
But this is interesting too because this is kind of like an older monkey. So even though it's still him. He's not quite the repulsive, hideous loser that the old
Well,
monkey was.
I love how they first show him. The background, the window. You think like, oh, he's still working at at Langley and all that stuff. You know, maybe he's it. And then you find out he's not. He's at some freaking company. So
So
go ahead.
Huey's just kind of questioning him. He's, because he's trying to figure out who sent the tape, and he responds, just basically telling him it wasn't Stillwell. Um, and Monkey's like, I've been thinking about it since I first got in touch. He says it can't be. It's soup. And he was like, because, and he's like, because they're all fucking stupid. It's like you look at the survivors. This is all just a really, it's just all the really shitty ones. If you use just the old junkie rock star analogy, everyone else died, and it's just the drummers and bassists left. Um, and so this is what you and I were talking about. Like, who the hell could it be? Like, who's alive? And he asked the question
I
to you.
knew
He's
where it
like,
was.
are you sure
But
Mallory, um, might still be alive? And he's like, considering who did the job, do you even have to ask? I know. Just those sneaky old spooks. And so, he's like, where would something like the diary have come from anyway? And so they're just continuing on and speculating, going on.
the
Um,
posters, it's Wonder Woman on the left,
yeah.
and it's Shauna, yeah, Sheena, the Jungle Queen.
Um,
Sorry, it's sorry. I just thought it was funny. It's like really they actually realize superhero stuff in wheelchairs. Court Dennis would do that. Go ahead.
so starts to make a joke about. He makes a Twitter joke, which I kind of found funny, and ultimately leads him back to
Rainer,
Rainer. And oh man, does
who hates Butcher and everything.
she hates she hates everything. And so we get some more commentary in the whole woke thing, and he makes a joke to her. Well, not really a joke, but he talks about me tooing, um, and Huey's kind of stands up for himself. There's a part where she says, I didn't say you could sit," and he just responds to her, "Fuck off." Um, so Huey's not quite the intimidated little pipsqueak that he used to be. Um, and she's just a bitter old woman. Um, she kind of is talking about the patriarchy and all that stuff, and the privileged entitled men running out of control. Um, and she says there's still people interested in her, whatever. She's just the epitome of someone living in bitterness. Um, and
Makes you
Huey's
wonder
not really
for
Huey's
yeah.
not really buying into all that. Um, and she makes some sort of statement about that she's still got some cards to play or whatever. I guess she still wants to like seize power or achieve power. And
Yeah, I'm guessing she'll be running for DNC this time around because last time she ran for Republican.
so Huey uh has something to play for her. Um, and she's like, "Oh, what's this now? Me losing my shit when he came in my hair?" And he's like, "Just listen." And it's like a radio transmission about the village in
Benghazi kind of thing.
Afghanistan getting annihilated. Um, and she's the one that basically gave the orders. And he's like, "Oh, the plane that they passed you through to, every transmission gets recorded on these things, and you can wipe them, but somebody there decided to." And she's like, "I get the idea." Um, and basically, Huey's keeping her in check. And this is kind of a play that Butcher would have done in the past.
Yep.
And because Huey's also trying to make the point like we can't let soups ever be important again, because that's the whole thing.
The, yeah,
If a
as
word
much as you
got
point
out, if
out,
the diary got
yeah,
out, and
yep.
that this was all like a personal thing, then the soups could then play victim, like, and it really wasn't, and she doesn't care. She's like, because she read the diary, she's like, and she knows all about the soups and she knows all about Butcher, and she doesn't care. She'll play it all to seize power. And so this is Huey kind of pulling a Billy Butcher and holding basically kind of like blackmail over her and just be like, nope, you're not going to do any of this. We got the goods. You just keep doing what you're doing and stay where you are. And it's really cool like how it plays out. And yeah, so we get here. It's like, oh, so you read it then? Of course I fucking read it. Well, he tried to kill her eye. But at the end of the day, there were just things that he couldn't do. Did anyone decent ever love you, Madam Director? And you see that. That was a great scene. And you can, I get the sense that she kind of also wish, like you pointed out that what's his name, the Mr. Ponytail guy, uh,
I
you think that he liked Becky and kind of
yeah,
resented Billy or whatever. I think that Rayner liked Billy.
butcher.
Yeah, Butcher,
Yeah.
and maybe resented her own husband and everything, but also knew that he didn't like her at all. That he
Yep.
just used her and and that played a huge traumatic effect on her self-esteem and everything like that. And she lives this life like she's got a power, like she's got power, some measure of power. She's got some success, but
For all I know that
ultimately the things that
she,
were valuable to her, she doesn't have. And so she's living
I
in
think
her
her
own
husband's
personal
gone.
hell,
Yeah.
right? And there's this common themes, right? Um, where the things that you really want, you don't have, and everything else doesn't matter. Um, and man, you can just man, I love this line. He told me when we deserved each other. You remember that? You remember that when you thinking about drenching himself in gore to kill her memory. You just remember who he ended up with. Um,
Yep.
and it was like,
And I don't think
God,
she was wearing a ring. I don't think she was wearing a wedding ring.
I don't know if it clearly
That, that,
shows.
that, that we can
Nope,
tell
nope.
means she probably lost everything, her husband, her kids and stuff.
That line about you just remember who he ended up with. Like she just resents, and it's like, and he says to her, he's like, well, he tried to kill her, yeah, but at the end of the day, there were just things he couldn't do because he's knows the rest of the diary, and she's just so pissed. Like this is like that. This one of the themes about this book. The book's about love, but it's also about
Using.
hate and people living in
Yeah.
hate and how it just destroys your life. Like it's not worth it. And so we cut back to the old chapel with our favorite priest, the creepy
Big
guy,
breasted Bobby.
big breasted Bobby, and someone's getting married. Um,
Now, was that fourth wall breaking at the bottom?
yes. Um, Huey's talking about how oh, he could have gone to the registrar's office, but they're all backed up, and the father's like, oh, we're happy to be of service. Thinks, or am I? Could I be playing this pompous pagan like a fish, getting ready to reel him in my rod of righteousness? He's looking at the camera. Find out
Yeah, no,
next
right.
time in the latest exciting issue of The Fucko. See Samson's sockets, the leaper for the street, the Jericho socks, and the babbling Giori wankers. It's just so weird.
Like, I know. It's like
And then
I
Bobby's like,
don't
he gets
understand that
worse all the time. And then Huey says, you might be surprised. Because remember, Huey had that one sober
moment.
moment with
Yeah.
him. And so Bobby plays a trick on him. He lost the ring, but of course he has it. And here comes the bride. Um, but actually before that, um, we get one last kind of reminiscent moment, and this is that line that you've been talking about, and I agree with you.
Yep.
One of the big prominent themes about it, and Bobby's asking him,
Butcher said,
"So are
yeah,
you going to be
yeah.
off anytime soon?" And he said, "That depends on Annie." But that was the real point of it, Bobby. The world's the world, and all I wanted to do was make sure me and her could be happy. That's where I nearly fucked things up. All it took was a wee whiff of the old shite, and I was right back to crawling around in the dark and keeping secrets. And a fella told me this once. He could not have been any fucking clearer. Men without woman, it's no good idea. Well, I'll be all right then. I'm both. I right enough. And so I just think that was a nice, poignant recapping of that Huey finally, after all this time, finally gets it, and he's putting all that back behind him. And we got "Here Comes the Bride," and Huey's famous line, "Jings."
Cameron Diaz.
And then we see Huey burning some stuff. It looks like the journal, and he's torn out one page, and he writes, "Dear Becky." And then we see him walking out to the beach, and he tosses
Is
something
it
in
the
the
rocks?
water,
No.
and then he walks away, and it's a bottle.
Says, "Dear Becky, you're with him all the way."
And that's
That's
it.
how it ends.
Man, that ending chokes me up. Whew. Whoops.
Yep, yep.
Where'd it go?
I don't know.
I guess I accidentally closed the app.
That's okay.
Oopsie poopsie doopsie.
Don't look. She's probably sleeping anyway. If Zach were to pop on and say, "I'm here, guys," I'd be shocked. It's 3:30 in a.m. There's no.
Let's see. Terror is one of my favorite boys characters overall, says Maranya. Um, there's a serious conversation going on, and V notices the cheesecake in the background. Typical.
Well,
Yeah.
I read the conversation first, and I looked at back. I was like, "What the heck is that?" I saw the jungle thing, and then I looked aside. It's clearly Wonder Woman.
He's got more time to be distracted because I'm doing all the reading. Um,
Well, I read it earlier
I
today
know,
too.
but I'm just
So,
saying when I'm like scouring through all the text to try to remember exactly everything to recap, you have time to just
oh,
stare at the panels. Um, so that's the end of the boys. 100% over.
crazy.
Final thoughts? Anything?
Final thoughts on that is that we pretty much covered it. A man without a woman. It's not a good idea.
It's not a good
When
idea.
working. Yeah.
Hopefully,
Obviously he lived in a horrible world, but there are people who are different live their different life experiences and the walls close in on them. We might think like, oh, it's not so bad, but we have different life experiences growing up, different things, Butcher grew up in a broken home, then he went to war, saw things that he shouldn't have seen, and just the point where it just give him an excuse to get rid of his right of anger by killing, you know? Uh my dad grew up through a broken home too. You know, his mom was there, but his dad was a abusive alcoholic. You know, just verbally, physically, and yeah, it's like it takes a toll on people, man. As I said, love, be kind to people. If you see, the saying goes, I know you probably heard it so many times. You never know what someone's going through, so always be kind to them. You know, and that's all you really can do. You know.
yeah, I think The Boys is a really fantastic tale of what
What quick can follow this for the next reading?
I think the
Uh, that
I
is
think the boy I think I would like for you to not interrupt me once. I think The Boys
uh,
is a fantastic tale of what it's like to live in a world without love, or what a world without love is. And I think Huey was like on a trajectory to entering into that world. And I think at the end Huey and Annie kind of find each other and cling to each other, and they don't have to exist in that world. Um, where the boys and the soups just represented two sides of the same coin, and just lived in a world full of hate, you know. Um, well, I think the boys were more of the hate, and the soups were more of selfish narcissism. Just um, and both can be equally bad. I think. I think when I think of what the opposite of love is, a lot of people answer that hate is the opposite, but I'm of the opinion that the opposite of love is uh, selfishness. And I think a lot of misery in this world comes from not caring, from the apathy and carelessness. That's why we see, like homeless people on the street. And you made that comment earlier about like how guy would just go get a job, you bum. And it's like, sure, but you know, it's there's more complex than that. When you live in a world where no one cares about you, what does anything matter? And for Butcher, that was his world. Like Becky caring about him was the only thing that mattered to him. Like, and if he couldn't have that, then he might as well. He's living in a world where no one cares about him. And he was a monster. Like, thankfully, like most people aren't like him, but that they can't do much damage. I don't know. I'm kind of just thinking out loud, but I think this story just had so much to say on these topics. Um, I don't think there's necessarily one definitive thing, but I do like the idea that man, yeah, man needs woman for sure. Um, anyways, I
Vice
just wanted to
versa.
get that out because just wrapping it up, and I think this is one of the deepest comic book series I've ever read in my life. So earlier we were getting talking about the frustrations of being on England Teen Stream and hearing him make these comments, and I'm just like, it's so wrong. I can get it if people don't like the series or whatever, they don't relate to it. That's one thing, but the depth of storytelling here and the characterization just utterly astounding. Um, such real people, real human emotions, real sociological issues that we deal with in the world. Um, and ultimately, it was a story. I mean, love wins. There was a lot to be depressed about in this story, a lot of sad tales, a lot of hateful stuff, but ultimately all of those were used to tell you the reader how important love is. And for us to see Huey and Annie as a success, like for us to be able to cheer for their uh victory, I guess. We can be sad for Butcher and Becky, but that they serve to be a contrast, to be like, this is what Huey and Annie escaped from. Their fate is not the same, and we can, by having Butcher's tale, it's like you can't know what light is without dark. You can't know what good is without evil. It's kind of like that to me. You can't necessarily know how important it was, how good Annie and Huey have it, unless you have something to draw compare to. And Marani says the boys is not a pretty book; it's an honest book. Yeah, and sometimes ugly is pretty in a way. Like if it can be used to show you, I don't know. Maybe I'm just babbling now.
I was gonna say I like the fact that he's not afraid to tell you what evil looks like. So many people would rather just like I'm not gonna watch the news. It's too depressing, so they turn their head away from the stuff. It's better that oh this is happening. Somebody's being murdered over there. I'm well. All right, I'm gonna go do this. I'm not worried about it. That's someone else's problem. Uh, He's most people are just so they will turn a blind eye because they don't want to deal with it. They don't even want to acknowledge it. And then when somebody does like, oh, he's just doing it to be shock of gross value. There's no story whatsoever. He's just a disgusting human being. Only a monster would do this stuff. What a disgusting pervert. No, he's just showing you what really goes on.
Yeah.
This is the world we live in. Instead of having it be like politicians being control everything, it's superheroes. But not just that. It's just like you can compare it to anybody as far as This he just chose to use capes. He didn't have to use capes, but it just shows you he could just use celebrities. Look at like Ezra Miller. Dude could get away. Dude could kill someone, and get away with murder because he serves a purpose for corrupt society. I said it's just the fact he chose capes instead of 'cause remember you pointed out you said the capes are celebrities.
Yeah. I mean, they're like the ultimate form of celebrity. I mean,
Yeah.
or you think about like say like the Kardashians. Imagine how you think of how popular the Kardashians are. Imagine if the Kardashians actually like had superpowers. Like they would be insanely more popular, you know? I think making the soups tells this story of this celebrity in a way that is even more extreme. And I feel like telling story like using extremes is a better way to get like a message across. Is a better way because people can more easily understand what you're trying to say when you use extremes. And yeah, you could have told this story, I guess, with celebrities and stuff, but I don't know if it would have come across as powerful. Um, I know in the world of comic books, using soups just makes sense because comics are most notably attached to soups. So you're in a genre where you're appealing to comic readers. It seems to make sense to tell the story using superheroes. Plus, I mean, good satire is just a great art form in my opinion anyway. So I'm all
Well,
about
true.
using satire.
Well,
So
but he hates capes. Look at he killed the X-Men. He killed this. Like it's just this. It's like no, he's just kind of showing you what it'd be like the Brotherhood of Evil of Marvel. If they truly were evil, there was no comic code to hold them back. Dear God, can you imagine? That's like it just taking them and just Magneto just like remember the movie? He's like how he killed the guard. There's iron in your blood. Just rips it out. You would see that in the comic books. You know,
yeah,
oh General, you got a prosthetic in your hip. Ripped right out his leg right off. You know, I love that he's brutally honest. I understand that people are squeamish. I mean, we aren't used to seeing villains. We've been like, an adult held their hand. It's like, don't worry, you don't have to look at it. You
I
know,
think it's
we're
I think the
I
argument of him hating
ugh,
capes it just it's irrelevant in my opinion to this. Clearly Garth Ennis has written good comic books with capes. Like, right? He can do it. The argument should be, is the
there's no
story
need for the
good?
gore.
Yes or no? Like, knowing that he hates capes isn't relevant. Is the story good on its merits? Yes or no? I think it is. I think we've spent 21 episodes talking about it and given examples of what it's done to make a good
Bro,
argument for it.
I disagree. I hate it.
Okay, fair enough. I just yeah, I don't care whether he hates capes or not. It, the story ended up being good. That's all. I mean, you could have said, "Oh, Garth Ennis loves superheroes." Okay, that doesn't change. It doesn't make the boys better. It is what it is, regardless of what his personal feelings are. And I've always thought that his comment about him hating capes has always been kind of taken out of context anyway. Um, Clearly he wouldn't write so many Punisher books He wouldn't write Batman if he really hated capes. He wouldn't be working in the comic book industry. I think when he says he hates capes, it's more that he hates a lot of things about capes. And so he has his own personal views and wants to
Look
do
at the
things a certain way. That's all.
look at Mark Miller and Jupiter Legacy. Remember how they were treated as celebrities too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jupiter's Legacy
So
has a similar. There's some similarities, a little different,
yeah.
but
Well, my thing is like, so is like, does that mean that oh, because he didn't say he hates capes, so he gets a pass? It's
right.
like just because somebody said something in an interview.
It just
Well,
feels
he
it feels dismissive to me. It just feels
at the
like
time at the
I don't really want
well,
to engage in the discussion, so I'm just going to dismiss the boys because Garth says he hates capes, and therefore it's painting capes in a bad light. So this is just Garth's attempt to shit on capes. The end. And it's like all you're doing is dismissing it. You're not actually giving it a fair shake.
that's all if we ever read the comment section, some of these books, these sites, I've read some of these books through the pirate site. I'm not gonna lie about that. I like really good digital format. But I like reading the comments. The comments always say it's like, it's like it'll be like issue like 60. It's like, it's like, oh, Garth Ennis hates caves, and people are like, why are you here? It's like, why? It's like, how did you make it this far? I just think it's funny because like exactly, why would you spend? I read all 80 issues and I hated the book. Why did
Yeah.
you read all 80 issues? You hate reading it, or maybe because you actually were generally to see how it's going to end because are hooked into it. I mean, you're there if you liked it, but you don't want to admit it though.
Yeah. I don't believe anyone's read all 80 issues and disliked it. I, I'm just not sold. Maranya says John Buscema disliked drawing superhero books. He preferred to draw Conan type books, but Buscema was a professional and gave good work on superheroes. Yes, I seem to remember that about John. Um, that's a I think a good comparison. There's been quite a few people in the industry that aren't necessarily preferred for soups.
Hey, Bushy's DX saying hate watching is a powerful thing. I, yeah, I've never really hate watched though.
Hate watching
Uh,
though can be more passive because like when I think of hate watching, I think of like YouTube is a big thing, or sometimes
well,
TV
well,
TV shows. But
I'm just saying it in general myself. I've never really like if I don't like something, I turn it off. I don't finish it. I just don't. I get sick of it.
I know, but
Uh,
if you're here's the thing, if you're caught up in the drama,
yeah.
like this was big during Comicsgate when Comicsgate was real big.
Well, not
If
even
you're
comics
caught
yet.
up in
It's
the
still
drama, and the
yeah,
Comicsgate is not big. Comicsgate's pretty much dead. So,
yeah.
um, but when Comicsgate was a big thing, there was a lot of hate reading going on because you had a lot of YouTubers that were doing some popular videos making fun of, roasting whatever the current thing was. And so if you were caught up into that, if you were the audience in that, and I admit I was caught up in that. I did some hate reading and I was like, yeah, because I wanted to be in on the roasting too. And so I would be reading the comics. My channel started off that aspect. I was roasting books and doing because I want like I was doing hate reading. But eventually it gets to a point where I go, I'm done with this. Like this is shit. Like I'm not enjoying it. I'm enjoying the drama. I was enjoying, the roasting part, but ultimately I just don't care. Like it's not worth it to me to read all this crap. In the beginning it was like new and fun, but now I don't want to be a part of it. So I hate
So
watching is a real thing.
I
I think it's
I want to
easier done. However, it's easier done for like shows because you can be more passive. Like I can sit here and surf the internet while like a shitty show that I want to roast is on. I can or YouTubers or whatever. Reading a comic book, I have to like devote my attention to. Furthermore, when I was doing the hate reading and stuff, it was always like new issues. And it would be like one issue. Oh,
So I want to point out something.
Bendis's new book is out or whatever. Like, oh, it's shitty. Like, let's and I'd read it to make fun of it. I'm reading one
I
issue. Reading 80
so
issues of a back issue that no one's talking about. No, I don't think people are hate reading that.
I wanna talk about something else as far as hate watching or hate reading, whatever. Jessica Jones season 3 was bad, but I'm this kind of person. I have this in the back of my mind. Like I want to see how it ends. Like I'm curious. It's like I want to. Like, I'm getting my popcorn out. I'm like, how bad can they make this
I
season?
don't think you were hate
That
watching
makes
that.
me.
I don't
No,
consider
but
that hate
no, no, no,
watching.
no, exactly. See, I'm the person like I may not like something, but I'm curious. Like, how is this gonna end? Like, I want to know what's the end of the story. Is it gonna have a happy ending? What's going on? Is like, is it just gonna be like one of those? I just anything I look and be like, there's a lot of movies I see people watching, and I'm curious. Like, well, how does this end? You know, I get hooked. I'm like, ah, damn it! It's like I shouldn't have looked at it. Now I have to know. I'm one of those persons. Like I stopped in the middle of Jessica Jones season 3 because it got so bad. I just couldn't stomach watch anymore. But then I was like, as I went on a couple days, it's like I'm kind of curious. How does it end? I gotta know. It's like I'm a completionist.
Right.
They see that's what it is. It's,
Ronnie says
uh,
reading The Boys of the mindset of
very
Ennis
corrected,
hating
Mariah.
superheroes does a disservice to the book. It's essentially chasing ghosts because there's zero evidence in the book that Ennis hates them. That's true. That's a really good point, Marania, because if you did not hear that quote, you can't read the book and go, "Oh, this guy hates soups." The only you're bringing that to the book because you heard the quote, and so therefore you're watching it through like a lens, like a colored lens, and it's tinting everything that color. Um, and so if
Let
you
me
didn't,
correct her name on the name. It's like I've been watching her doing comments, so I was waiting like, is he
she
gonna correct her on the
she
spelling?
she didn't know how it was spelled, so I'm just putting it in there.
I know, but it's like you couldn't leave it though. You couldn't let it go.
Well, I could let it go. It wasn't like I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad for it. It's just more. I guess the way I am is like if I was getting something spelling it wrong, I would want to know. Um, Also, it makes it easier for me to read because I have to know.
We
Um,
had the correction.
Innes used superheroes to tell a story about humans and real emotions. He showed that life isn't pretty. He used regular people to tell the story. It would be the same story. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about the correction. I wasn't trying to be
And she still
whatever.
misspells it after you correct it too. I love it.
No, her thing came in like right as I typed it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was like a split second. Um, it's more of one of those things like when your zipper's down. Like, do you tell the person or do you let them walk around with their zipper down?
Uh,
There's no,
I think when she goes head,
there's no win. Either way is, you know what I'm saying? Like, either A, they're embarrassed that you had to tell them, and so like, oh shit, or B,
dude, I get
they're pissed off because they're like, man, I've been walking around all day with my zipper down. You didn't tell me. It's like, well, what do I do?
if I say Sinkevich or Sinkovich, there's always gonna be someone like you didn't say it the right way. Here's just how it's really. That's like I've said, dude, I'm 37. I've said things the wrong way my entire life. You think you're just gonna tell me correction? I'm gonna change? No, it's in my blood. I'm not gonna change it. If I mispronounce somebody,
That's on
say
you. I mean, if I tell you your zipper's down and you don't zip it up, well, okay, but now at least you know. Like I told you, now
that's a
you made a
zipper. That's
choice.
a zipper. I'm talking about pronunciation though,
I know I'm making
or
an
words.
analogy. If you mispronounce Sinkevich's name and I tell you and you
Sinkevich.
continue to say Sinkovich, okay, well I told you. If you want to go around mispronouncing his name, that's on you. That's fine. Like I just wanted you to know how to pronounce it, and you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, you go around and you're saying something wrong, you might look stupid to other people, and I don't want you to.
John
So,
Buscema.
Basama. So
Buscema.
I took the gamble that Melania would prefer to know the correct spelling
You
rather than not be
assumed
told.
the no.
Oh, I took a gamble.
You told a woman what she wanted to know. He mansplained it to you. uh,
I guess, yeah, that was another thing too. Melania was you say you typed it phonetically, but on it actually you didn't type it phonetically because it's not Inez. His name is
well,
Ennis.
actually,
Well, actually, yeah, that was what's throwing me off because when I read it, I would say Innis, but it's actually Ennis. And I know it's a subtle thing. And anyways, like I said, I only put that out there just because if it were me, I would want someone to tell me. That's all.
you just straight to your analogy.
Uh, all right, so that is it. Ronnie asked the big question: what are we doing next week? Do we even know? We haven't talked about it.
Well, we've been doing offline reading club. Well, it's alright. It's not on stream. It's in a Discord. It's a book we're talking about planetary. Honestly, I would love to go through American Century with you. Get Skip maybe on that, but no. But Skip can't stay up as late though on these things, so
No.
that might be have to be it for read club. Man,
Do we even want to continue to do the reading club portion? Because this is a big chunk. Like it
I
does
would
take a
say
lot of time to
I would
go.
say keep the talk like we did like this in Discord, and just basically just go over comic book news. We can just hang on stream.
Right. Or maybe just like smaller stories or smaller segments of stories at a time. So it's not.
Four issue stories, not 28 issue stories or 27
Well, I
or
just
87.
noticed when we're covering, we'll have to talk behind the scenes. If you guys have ideas, also throw those out there because you know what works for you and what you'd prefer to hear and formats you would that would be better for you. Um,
I
Ronnie
mean,
says,
there
"What
is a
was that
story
Sean Gordon Murphy book that Ash read in the channel?" I think you're thinking of Chrononauts. That was a really fun one.
or Constantine, City of Demons. He didn't write it that way. He drew it. Oh, there's a book called Deceivers. I've always wanted you to read. It's 4 issues.
Deceivers.
Yeah, it's through.
I've never even heard of this book.
It's called Deceivers. It is a Stephen Grant book. It's from Boob Studios, 2014. Um,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
well, the other series, like if you want to do another Garth Ennis, would be like Jennifer Blood. And
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about. Um, I think I want to make some radical format changes too. So
well, okay, I take it back. Deceivers is 6 issues, and it's a Stephen Grant book. Uh, basically, but yeah. So basically, Robin Hood's it's basically like for your classic Robin Hood style, steal from the rich, give to the poor yams, and when you couple that with Stephen Grant's two guns, cracking dialogue, and a beautiful artwork form, could resist. While You Love Deceivers is it's a globe-trotting espionage action comedy populated by charming, clever characters and thrilling sleight of hand. Perfect for fans of films like Catch Me If You Can and Ocean's 11 series. It's about Lincoln McCord and Prince Anthony Zaruka. They're two American con men living abroad in Europe, posing as an oil magnate and a descendant of a long lost royalty to live the high life by bleaching off European elite. But when a national thief begins wreaking havoc on their marks, deceivers are enlisted by the rogue CIA agent to help entrap him. And the one guy kind of acts like he would be like a Owen Wilson kind of type. Like he's the cowboy. He has a hat and everything.
Hmm.
And they hate each other. Um, like I said, I discovered this through Boom Studios.
Yeah, never heard of
So
it. Um,
now
part of
you
me was
have.
thinking, what if we did new books? Do we have enough books that you and I both read that we like together?
Mhm. That is something. I mean, Firepower. I'm reading that.
Yeah, it's hot on hiatus, so
Uh, let's see here.
I don't know if our Venn diagram of books like crosses over.
I would love to see that. I wish the comic used to is like, let's see what your friends read and let's see how close you are close to what books you're both reading. That'd be awesome. For tool. Uh, let's see here. American Vampire. I read that. I don't think you read that. Are you reading any Ram v Batman?
Yeah, I'm reading the Batmans and detectives.
Wait, I didn't think about that. Batman Beyond the White Knight.
Yeah, that's over.
Oh, sorry. It's so recent though.
No, I meant like something like that's ongoing that's current that
Uh,
we could.
Blade Runner, 2029. Or sorry, 2039. It's current. Well, two issues are out so far.
Let me. Let me see here.
Oh wait,
Okay,
wait. You know
we're
what?
both reading Erratic, but that's about to end.
We're also both reading that Garth, not Garth Ennis, but the Frank Miller book. Was it Frank Miller? No, Mark Millar. Re- Something Reloaded. It was called
Oh yeah,
Nemesis.
Nemesis. All right, yeah, you want to cover Nemesis next week?
Sure.
I think maybe we could, at least for a time, maybe we could cover. Because here's part of the problem I'm having. This is a personal problem. Is I'm getting behind on my reading of new comics with reading so much back issues between the boys, the
Sure.
Hickman stuff for Skips, and then now reading Planetary for the reading club. I'm finding myself like constantly like reading like, oh, I got to make sure I get all these read, and then my new comics I'm not. So yeah, if I was doing new books, plus I think people may be more interested in some
The newer
like
stuff. Yeah.
current stuff, and also one issue, of a particular book or so forth
But
might not
I
be
want
like
to.
quite so
Yeah.
time consuming to cover.
So this week, issue 56 of The Walking Dead comes out. If you read to quickly catch up and read those.
Oh, we're also both reading 8 Billion Genies.
Yeah. Well, I read the one. I haven't read anything since then.
What?
I read those four issues you gave me. I think it was. I haven't been picking it up or buying it, so
What?
I'll have to go back and read.
Yeah, gotta
Yeah.
go read them. Go read them. Because
All
issue 7 comes out in 2 weeks.
right.
We're both reading Nightclub. We're both reading
Uh,
Extreme X-Men.
yep, yep,
We're both reading Junkyard Joe.
yep.
Are you reading Noctera? I can't remember.
Yeah, I am. Wait
Okay.
for it to come back.
Yeah, Noctera comes back in February 22nd.
Oh, we got here. Batman Beyond the White Knight. It's not over with. The next issue comes out on the 8th.
That's the last issue.
I know.
Sorry. but you are correct.
Uh, yes. I wanna read that Nightwalkers. I gotta figure if I can figure out it's Source Point Press. It's Cullen Bunn, the vampire story, but uh yeah, get my pull list future. Do. Junkyard Joe,
So why don't we do maybe
Stargirl.
maybe we should do that. Why don't we try it out? We'll see how that works. We'll try out covering the books that that we're both reading. Um, let's see. So unfortunately, I don't have any new. The only book I'm getting this is Ancient Enemies. Um,
This week
yeah.
coming up, I have, like I said, I
Oh
have
wait,
Red
we got
Sonja.
Nemesis, so we don't have to worry about that.
When does that come out?
Well, Nemesis already came out. We'll just cover that issue.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Um, and do you want to do like a second book?
After that, well, next week. Well, not this week. Coming up, but the following week is Erratic #4.
I think that's the last issue too.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, yeah. I know. I'm just bummed because I love it. I don't want it to end.
Yeah, I know it is. Uh, there's also Blade Runner comes out that week too. #3, Blade Runner 2039. We could cover the Invincible Iron Man. Miranda likes Iron Man.
Mm.
I mean, that week we cover what do you want to cover? You cover the Batman, touch over that, or you can even do Extreme X Men. Trying to see the ancient enemies. I keep thinking ancient aliens.
Do I not have the whole series pulled here? I do. When does the next one come out? All right. Um. All right. So I'm just thinking, like for next week, do we do just Nemesis, or do you want to do a second book?
Uh, if you can find Nightwalkers, kind of cool to do that. But let's see. For next week's, which would be Nemesis. You're talking about this week, not yet. We already did that,
Well, it'd be
so
next
maybe
Monday, so it could be any books
be the
this
sixth.
Wednesday or
Okay,
previous.
okay.
Because obviously, Nemesis Reloaded came out like 2 weeks ago. So
You're not reading Moon Knights. You're not reading that. Ah, I would say stick with Nemesis. For that week.
Well, Nemesis is fine. Like I'm just saying, is do you think one issue, just one single comic, is too little? I we could.
Well, I'm trying to find out books that you're reading that week too that I'm reading. You know, clearly you can, my old pull list is not
Well, we could
anywhere
do
near.
anything that came
Yeah.
out in like the last month.
Oh, okay. Um,
Because Nemesis came out 2 weeks ago, so it's not like it doesn't have to be the comic that came out that Wednesday. It's just the most recent issue of that comic.
oh, we do some Junkyard Joe.
We could do Junkyard Joe. We could do
Or or
Nightclub. We could do.
uh there's my more Power Rangers Teenage Mutant Turtles. There's that. I haven't read that. But uh
We could do. Flash. There's a
you know what?
special
You know
Flash
what?
issue.
Ooh, Avengers War Across Time. Or we can even talk about Batman and the Joker, the Deadly Duo.
Well, that series is about over.
I think it's still going. It's ongoing. It's not
I thought it was
limited.
only 3 issues.
Nope. That's their sixth. April 4th is when the sixth one come out. So right now, yeah, the next one comes out on the 7th. Before.
Jay says, "Do you
This
people
is,
ever sleep?" You should ask yourself that question, Mister J. But yeah,
I
we're
thought you
we're
went to
about we're
bed.
about wrapping up here.
He said
We're
he was
just
fading, and he's.
well, he went to sleep and came back. That's um. Why don't we do? Why don't we do Nemesis Reloaded and
Stream X-Men. I know you like Claremont,
do
but
um. But for this, why don't we do this while we're thinking about how we're gonna do things? Why don't we do the new Flash special that comes out
1 Minute War.
Wednesday? Yeah, because it's just a one shot, right?
Yep, Jeremy Adams. Yep, Fernando Pérez.
So we'll do that issue. We'll cover Nemesis Reloaded, and then we'll be in
Okay.
conversation about. We'll see how that works. If we want to make Junkyard Joe, we'll try to maybe pick some regular books. Because the thing about doing it this way is books don't come out weekly, so we need to have more than one issue. Because we could do Nemesis Reloaded, but then the following Monday there's no Nemesis. So we need to have like several books so that we always have some to talk about.
Sure. And if you bring in, we start talking about Flash, you're gonna, Zach's gonna want to come in.
Well, Zach can come in if he wants, I guess, or maybe he can come and listen where we
Right.
want. But I think that's a good idea. And that way, because I've been wanting to kind of at least check Flash out because you guys talk so highly about it. It's just a one shot story, or special, and it'll give us something to talk about. Give us some variety because
Yeah,
not every.
it just looks like it says to be a backstory on the actual aliens that are coming in invasion. So it's like in the middle of a story, but it's a more it gives you further insights into the alien speedster race has invaded Central City and how the Flash family fights back. So, but who knows? We'll see how it goes. And
Either that, or we do Junkyard Joe.
I'm fine with talking about Junkyard Joe. It's up to you. Doesn't really make a difference to me. Um, I still wish you were caught up on Walking Dead. We could talk about that. Each issue 56.
I only have 56 issues to read.
Dude,
That would defeat the
uh,
purpose.
you know the great thing about Walking Dead? There's hardly any dialogue at all in the books. It's all told through sequential art.
I don't mind dialogue.
So you can catch up real quickly, dude.
Yeah, no, I don't want to read that way though. I don't like to blast through books.
You start now, you'll be done by October.
After all the bitching I did about skimming through 80 issues of a book, I don't want to do that myself. Um okay, let's
And
do that. Let's do Junkyard Dog or sorry, Junkyard Joe and
you're just combining stuff now.
I know Junkyard Joe
Chunk
and Nemesis Reloaded, and then the following
sounds
week will
good.
be Erratic and something.
Maybe well, if are you caught up on what's it called? Blade Runner 2039.
No, but I'm not sure I really want to do Blade Runner.
Oh, fine.
Um, and doesn't look like anything interesting is coming out that week.
Lord of the Jungle. Have you read that yet?
No, I have not read Lord of the Jungle. I've heard good things. Um, I will figure it out. We got time to figure things out. Ronnie says you could always cover the first erratic and lead into the new series. That's true, I suppose.
Yep,
Um,
yep. I still say if you haven't read the Avengers War Across Time, you should read that. Or actually, the Batman Adventures Continue just started. Issue 1
yeah, I'm trying
came
to
out.
avoid though. I'm trying to avoid adding extra comics. I'm trying to cover the comics I'm already reading because I'm getting behind by reading comics I don't normally read, um, and reading too many. So if I pick books that I'm not reading normally, that's defeating the purpose. If that makes sense.
Show me
Um,
a pull list so I know exactly what little you're reading.
well,
Actually, you
we
know what?
just went over that.
I,
So
I'm on my own screen. I was looking at your stuff. I
yeah,
can look
this
it
is I
up
was
though.
covering the Venn diagram. So we got Erratic, 8 Billion Genies, Nemesis, Fight Club, Batman White Knight's Ending, Extreme X-Men, Junkyard Joe, Noctera.
Here we go. Let's see here.
And it seems like those are the only ones that we both read together. Because for some reason you don't read Vanish.
Nightclub,
Jay,
Blade
this site
Runner
is called
2039. Number 2 is on your list.
Jay, this site is
Read that.
called League of Comic Geeks. It's a really cool site. I'll,
All right, so here's the books we both read together. Yeah, so Extreme X-Men, Nightclub, Nemesis, and 8 Billion Genies, and White Knight. So we cover those books. You've already read up them. Are you caught up on most of your
that
books?
doesn't matter.
Okay.
If anything, I'm not caught up on. It would just force me to catch up on, which is part of what I want to do. Um, okay. Well, we'll just focus for right now. We'll do Junkyard Joe and Nemesis
Nemesis.
Monday, and
Yeah.
then during the week we can talk about narrowing it down for other books. Um, Now these aren't on my pull. I do read them though. Is the both the Batman series, so
Yep. Yep.
those are
So I
those
could
are
look.
possibles
I was
too.
looking at your stuff through the your profile. So
Um, yeah, I just don't buy the DC anymore
that's okay.
unless it's Sean Gordon Murphy. He's the only one. He's got the power.
He's
He's
so dreamy.
so dreamy. Uh, all right, kiddos. Well, it
I
is.
know. I'm looking forward to the Usagi Yojimbo Ninja Turtles crossover. I know, definitely be covering that
Oh yeah, that's a good one to cover. When
eventually.
does that
You
come
know,
out? Do you know?
I think April or March. It's a while, but it's a while from now. Uh,
I need to add it to my pool.
July. Actually, there actually was a crossover before. There was one in July, 2017, apparently, a long time
Hmm.
ago. But well, actually, that was issue one. Issue two is coming out this year, 2 years later, May 3rd. Wow, IDW, man. The first one was in 2017. The second one is now in 2023. That's crazy.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's weird.
No. Number one, it's called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Usagi Jimbo Where When Number One.
Yeah. But there was the original crossover though was when before this was in 2017. There was before this series. That was the first one. So this is a new series crossover, but it's a different guy though. It's where we at. Crazy. So yep, that comes out in April. So
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely gonna be getting that. Um, yeah, there's a
let's
whole
look at the.
trade, by the way. If you're interested, or maybe this upcoming series will make you interested. Um, it's a trade by Dark
There's one.
Horse Comics that collects it's Usagi Jimbo Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the complete collection.
I was gonna say that's the first volume, the first crossover. Well, hopefully this lasts because I mean, I thought IDW was going under,
Right?
so I'm kind of disturbed. So the cover art in there is what you're going to see in the interior.
Oh yeah, Stan Sakai. I kind of part of me kind of wishes that Stan would just write a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles book by
Without the
itself.
rabbit. Yeah, yeah.
I love Usagi Ojimbo. In fact, I love Usagi even more than the Turtles. But he's been writing Usagi for 35 years. I would just like maybe like a 6 issue series that just I just would love to see a Turtles story by itself told by him. Because the thing about the crossovers, they're fun sometimes, but you're kind of limited on what you can do because you got to try to make these characters work together when they normally don't fit together. So the kind of stories you can tell are limited. It's like when they did the Turtles Batman crossovers. It's like, yeah, it's cool. You can do that sometimes, but
I don't know anything about Usagi Yojimbo other than that he's a samurai. But
yeah.
like, I imagine if somebody wrote a story with him, he would just be an angry guy, kind of like he'd be like an angry Leo, and kind of like has his own way of doing things, and they're kind of like, no, we can't do that, and they kind of like probably misrepresent what he is because he's not the main writer for them. It's usually how it happens when they bring a character in crossover. The,
Right.
the person doesn't respect the actual character because it's a turtle story first. Usagi Jimbo is the guest star.
Not in this one.
The- I know. I'm just
Oh,
saying it's like, but that's usually how they do it. When they have someone guest star, it's like coming in. It's like, well, the main stars are the turtles, so they have to make the big turtles look good, and then the other one is kind of like he's the toughest, tough. Everyone looks up to the Usagi Jimbo, like Leo, like I want to be just like him. Tad tells like he's kind of smart, and like, and there's always one person like Raphael's like, I don't give a shit about this guy.
also you
So
have the case where like the characters like they don't fit in.
yeah,
Like so turtles are written and they take place in like the modern day
yeah.
world, like our world. Usagi Yojimbo
So
takes place in ancient
yeah,
Japan in a world where there are no humans. It's an animal cartoon world. Like so the turtles and them by nature don't mix. So usually when they write like the times where Stan's written the turtles in his books, he's written like a variation of the turtles. Like he's imagined
yeah.
four ninjas who are turtles, right? Like they look like the Ninja Turtles. They carry the same weapons as the Ninja Turtles. They have the same personality and everything, but obviously it's not the exact same Ninja
Like
Turtles.
this, yeah. So the story for this is basically says like turtles end up feudal Japan, but it's 20 years into Yagi Jimbo's future. But it's also and it's also decades after the arrival of Doctor Ware Wen, who has already carved himself uh, a, a universe by using mechanical clockwork samurai robots. The intention of conquering both the past and the current timelines. So it's so yeah, it could be good. My thing is that like you, as long as you capture the personalities of the turtles in here, like Raphael is the angry, like this one's a fight. Donatello is a scientific guy. Mikey is the guy is kind of like the kid, and Leo is like the strong leader. Like always he's kind of like Cyclops in a sense. This is what we have to do it this way. Don't you guys listen? Tries to lead, and then yeah. So like, if you keep those personalities the same, I'm happy because that's the personalities I grew up with. Now, the original Turtles in the very first comic book series, probably nothing like that. They probably had all the same personality, all this kind of balance, you know, because they all just wear the same bandana. The cartoon gave them different personalities, made it
Well,
more kid
they had
friendly.
different personalities in the
Do you think so?
comics.
You think so? You think because Mikey is really an idiot. He's a child at
They
heart.
were not as extreme. Like
Yeah,
the cartoon versions made their personalities like more separate, like they more exaggerated. Like Roth was always like the brooding kind of upset, like the one with anger issues. Mikey's more of like the jovial kind of like, hey, Leonardo's the more serious one I'm trying to be a good leader. Donatello's more of the nerdy. The cartoon versions just took that to more extremes, like more exaggerated, so that they stood out even more.
oh,
Um, so, all right, yeah, that's what we'll do, and hopefully you guys that are listening in, hopefully you read those books, and if not, maybe we can convince you to read those books.
and follow up on that Transformers thing. There has been no word about who bought the license after IDW took it. So right now, maybe no one has the license to make comic books. There was a rumor about Kirkman speculation both parties will be acquired by Skybound. Uh, but given that both of those series are more adult oriented, the publisher seems like an odd fit for Transformers. At the time, there's been no confirmation as a who outbid IDW for the license, but it'd be Skybound or anyone else. But it's apparently said there's another company that the company would be perfect, and I guess people are saying that Transformers would be the best fit at Boom Studios since they already do Power Rangers and stuff like that, which makes sense. This is going
But
off.
didn't I thought Skybound got GI Joe?
That was the other thing, yeah, was GI Joe, but But yeah, I don't know if Skybound. That was speculation though. Yeah.
Mm.
Yep. But I could see Transformers fitting in with Power Rangers. Power Rangers is the giant Megazords. So why would they not do crossovers with them and stuff that, And also, the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is one of the best selling comic books, in their line of Boom Studios. They even had a Power Rangers Godzilla crossover. So I don't know. Like you can imagine, like having like Grimlock, the Dinobots, and the Power Rangers, stuff, and you'd have like the Decepticons working with the evil stuff, and you'd have like all these Megazords versus like Transformers. They're the size of the Megazords, or set around that. Be kind of cool.
Mm.
But but
That's
right
where
now,
things get weird for me. When you start crossing over IPs like
uh,
that.
dude, I just started reading, and I read both those issues. I got the Dan Mora with the Ryan Parrott, Power Rangers, with Iron Man, with or not, Power Rangers and Ninja Turtles, and wow, I'm not a huge Power Rangers fan at all,
I told
but
you, man, Ryan
the way,
Perot is the
dude,
reason why why Power Rangers.
well, Dan Mora's art captures everything together. It just wow. Dan Mora is great at drawing people their life likenesses. He's one of the reasons I got in, not just the writing too, but that 2019 Buffy reboot, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I've read some of the dark horror stuff, comic books, but like Dan Mora, like got Sharon. So when you saw Sarah Michelle Gellar's face and in interior art, dude, interior art, it wow, it was just like, man, like this is like great. And then after issue 5, he was gone, and it just went to shit art. I mean, like with the Rossmo art, real bad. I was like, "Ugh, what the hell happened?" And then I discovered he got plucked by DC. He left Boom and started to go. I forgot what book he was working on at the time.
Back when DC
2020.
would pay for good artists.
Yeah, DC took Dan Mara and put him on. What was he? Was he on with Bendis or was he on somebody else? Forgot what book he was on. He was on one of the maybe it was a Batman book, but I thought he was on a Superman book too. I know Phil Jimenez did some Superman stuff, but
No,
I
you're
Dan Mara. Yeah, so
yeah.
so what am I thinking of
I
then?
didn't notice Dan Mora at DC until he was on Detective with Mariko Tamaki.
Is that where he went to?
He might have done a book before, but I wasn't a book I was reading. If so, um,
Uh, let's see. I just want to see
that's when
him.
I
Just
took notice of him.
he did some work on something is killing the children. He was doing the artwork on that.
He was.
Yeah, I think maybe did some covers.
Oh,
I'm trying. I
covers.
got. I
Yeah, you
got
got to
like. I
get
got to do
rid. You got to
filters.
check off the
I
covers.
know. I hate that stuff. It's like I just want like.
He's got his own series that he does once in future. Um, yeah, I don't remember. I'm sure he probably was doing something at DC before Detective, but that's when I noticed him.
Yeah, Detective Comics 2016. Yeah, he was in there. He was also do Go-Go Power Rangers. He did all the art for that with Ryan Parrott. Once in Future. Wow. Yeah, he got. I remember he got like plucked instantly. I was like,
I'm
what? No,
surprised
where'd he
Ryan
go,
Prod
bro?
hasn't been plucked.
Right?
He managed. I mean, he's been managing a team book for the past half a decade, and he's been doing it to great acclaim. I don't know. I just it's like you want someone to write Teen Titans? There you go. That's who I'd be if I was an editor at DC. I'd be getting his number.
Yeah, he's 2019. He was doing the Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and then stuff for Boom Studios doing all these things, Power Rangers, and then yeah, DC Comics. He got like I think he started doing yeah, Detective Comics. He was working on that, and then he went to the what else he got to Claws. I didn't. Oh, apparently he worked in Claws. He was the interior artist, the Room Studios. And when what's name was with Grant Morrison, but Once the Future. So yeah, man, dude, it's crazy. And then
Crazy.
he's gonna be doing a Shazam book. We're doing that too.
He needs to be on a big title.
Like I said, I like him on Power Rangers. He's got some phenomenal art. I mean, but he did some work on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Did like 5 issues. He did 1 issue of Angel, and then he was gone. I was like, no. And then I find over he's over at DC. I was like, because it was actually a pretty good book, the Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Um, there's a slight change in the comic book, of course, but then it was revealed, oh, this is just one of the multiverse of Summerdale, or we call it Sunnydales. But I don't know. Detective Comics is where he went to, but man, like I said, I'm happy that he guys can work, but it's just like, darn you, DC, quick taking the good artists from the better companies. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm glad to see that he's still doing like stuff for Boom Studios. All right,
Well, I mean,
kids.
whatever he's doing is going to be good, I guess.
Power
So
Rangers, man. Yeah,
naturally, people you would want him to be on a book that you are already into. I just think that he should be on a book for Marvel or DC. That I don't know.
I love the fact he's. Well, here's
They
what
need to make their
I'm great
good
about this.
books better. Like they
He's on Batman Superman World's Finest. Been doing the cover art and the interior art for that, and it's been fun. 12 issues going strong. So I'm happy that. Uh, yeah, he was. Yeah, other DC books he was on: the Gotham City Villains, Anniversary Giant, and they also threw him on Future State Dark Detective and Future State Gotham, and then yeah, Future State he's in that. But Detective, man, World's Finest. So I love World's Finest. I get to see him draw not only just Batman, Superman, but the Teen Titans, man. I would love to have him just doing Teen Titan art, man, because he draws Starfire like the way she's supposed to look. You know, I love his Robin story. Like just drawing Dick Grayson's Robin. Like that's, I mean, I honestly, I've seen him draw Kid Flash Wally West. I want to see him draw Flash. Like imagine, like no, just doing that. But
yeah. All
I want
right,
Aquaman or Green Arrow.
it's time to put this one to pasture.
All right, Jay, time to put you out again.
Thank you everyone for being here and hanging out with us late night while we sit here and talk in the wee hours. Next week, catch
Yeah,
us. We're gonna be doing some new comics and probably having a smaller, shorter format on the show. So those of you that don't want to hang out till sun comes up, don't have to worry. Um, I know that'll be easier on my boy RDV because he's a trooper. He stays up late, and yeah, hopefully we get more
I'm
new
like,
comic reading, and we look forward to you being in the chat. I love chat participation. Part of the funnest thing doing this show really is just interacting with the chat. So the more you guys are giving us feedback, giving us topics of discussion, giving us opinions, ideas,
yeah,
jokes, whatever. Um, I
don't leave
think
me
it,
here with Ash.
yeah. Think of RDV. Do it for RDV. Um, but honestly, it matters. Uh, thank you. Hope to see you next week. Looking forward to starting promptly at 9 Pacific. I know we've been fighting with the times. I'm going to try to be better on doing that. As a matter of fact, one thing I want to try to do is get the pre-live stream going where it says starting soon, actually before 9, so that we actually start at 9. That's something that's my New Year's resolution.
And for
Um,
those of you who are on the Central, it'd be 11 o'clock.
11
And
o'clock Central. And if
Eastern,
you're a Mountain or
midnight,
Eastern, screw you.
10. It's 10, isn't it?
No, screw
Yeah.
those guys.
I can't. I feel bad for people in Wyoming. If you're in Wyoming,
I don't feel bad. If
I
you're in
apologize.
Wyoming, save me. Send help.
Well, yeah, Wyoming, man. People are moving there to go fracking, and
I,
just like
I
you're
wish
living in
I
this
were. I
shitty
wish
little
I were in
apartment.
my Wyoming. They're making electric cars illegal. That's my kin. If you,
Where do
any of you
people go to
Wyoming
hide?
people,
I, Idaho or Wyoming?
Wyoming, the balls of
Yeah,
those people in Wyoming.
you wouldn't like it. It's just too cold up there, and it's just too flat and nothing to do.
I lived like 30 minutes, or maybe no, I lived about an hour away from it when I was in Colorado.
And that's the closest you could get to it because you're like, no.
Yeah.
All right,
All right. So Ronnie's like, screw EST Eastern
all
time.
right. So once again, I apologize for being in Wyoming, and Ash said, "Screw you guys." So let's go.
Screw you guys.
Let's
We're going home.
go. Great.
All right. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next week. By the way, if you got Xbox, my gamer tag's Ash1138. I could use some friends to play some games because RDB doesn't want to be my Xbox friend.
Hey, you know what? You want me to go buy a whole new Xbox system? The one I have is out of town or out of state actually now. It was out of country twice. It's when your brother just takes your stuff. Yeah, where'd it go? I don't know. I'll just say this one thing. I'm not big into video games anymore. Kind of grown out of them. I'm
Oh,
growing up.
Mr. Grown Up. Here it
Yes.
comes.
I watch cartoons and anime. That's the child up for me as it is.
All right. All right. See you, everyone. Good night.
Smell you later.